Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Tang as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 2949, Mixed Blood Alliance, Looting the Library, A Brief History of Darkness. 2. She was good at seduction, but she had never reached this stage where there was no traces. The person being controlled was completely blinded. They didn't know that they were being controlled, however, she was different. She knew that she was controlled, but she didn't feel that she was fooled. She was extremely clear-headed. This contradictory state shouldn't appear on someone who was enchanted. The scariest thing was, she knew that she was enchanted, but she couldn't find any traces. No wonder the other party said that he had done what she did before. Now she understood. The devil-armored dark apparition in front of her was definitely more terrifying than she imagined. "What are you doing here?" Wang Tang retracted his thoughts and continued asking. "Ugh." Vera covered her mouth tightly, wanting to use this chance to reject Wang Tang's question. However, Wang Tang didn't care. He just smiled and looked at her. "We want to control Gekas and collect information about the City Lord." Vera put down his hand naturally. "Why are you collecting information about the City Lord? What's your motive?" Wang Tang raised his eyebrows and asked. "We want to know the movements of the higher authorities of the dark apparitions and find a way to leave the Darkland. We will never be able to regain our freedom here," Vera said in sorrow. "Leave the Darkland." Wang Tang was a little surprised. It looked like these mixed bloods wanted something big. They wanted to leave the Darkland, but then again, didn't they have rune masters who could carve space arrays? Wait, even if there were rune masters, it would be useless. They didn't have the space talent, so they wouldn't be able to find the coordinates and leave the Darkland. "Where's your headquarters?" Wang Tang continued asking. After some time, Vera collapsed on the carpet on the verge of tears, she confessed. She confessed everything. All her secrets were dug out. She wanted to be stubborn and didn't open her mouth. Why did she say everything? She wasn't Sister Lee. Wang Tang sat on the sofa and touched his chin. He was in deep thought. These mixed bloods were creating trouble. They even managed to form a mixed blood alliance. From Vera, he learned that this mixed blood alliance was huge. Many dark apparition cities had their branches. In summary, wherever there were mixed bloods, they would build a mixed blood alliance branch and prepare to resist the rule of the dark apparitions for a way out. The dark apparitions noticed the existence of the mixed blood alliance, but they didn't take it to heart. They only cleaned up the bases occasionally and destroyed the bases, killing a bunch of mixed bloods. They would stop for a while and clean up the place again. Then they would stop for a while and clean up the place again. The cycle repeated to the dark apparitions. These mixed bloods were like ants. They couldn't cause any trouble. However, when there were too many ants, they still had to kill a portion of them casually to prevent them from overflowing. It was quite pathetic, but in the Darkland, mixed bloods had this status. No wonder these mixed bloods wanted to escape. They had no chance of winning and could only choose to escape. Vera looked at the devil-armored dark apparition in front of him and felt sorrow in his heart. Their secret was known, whether it was their base or the time they gathered. It would be another bloody massacre. She would be the sinner of mixed bloods. Vera closed her eyes in pain when she thought about this. Swoosh. The next instant, a dagger appeared in her hand. She stabbed it towards her heart at an extremely fast speed. She wanted to commit suicide when Wang Tang wasn't looking. You could tell how resolute he was. Wang Tang frowned. He was surprised. He didn't expect this lady to commit suicide. However, her actions weren't slow. He released his spiritual kinesis and controlled her hand, preventing her from moving. "You're the devil." Vera glared at Wang Teng and struggled for some time. In the end, she gave up dejectedly. She knew that if this dark apparition didn't allow her to commit suicide, she wouldn't be able to. "Looks like I have to give you more hints," Wang Teng said calmly. His gaze turned pitch black again and pierced into Vera's eyes. This time, she couldn't resist at all. She got enchanted by Wang Teng and lost her vision. This enchantment skill was useful, but it was a little troublesome. Fortunately, suicide wasn't harmful to Wang Teng. He would be just losing someone he could control. Fortunately, Vera committed suicide in front of him. If she went back and committed suicide, it would be too late for him to do anything. Now he changed the hint in time and dispelled the other party's suicidal thoughts. He had nothing to worry about. Wang Teng also added a hint for this lady to be loyal to him. This would make things easier for him in the future. He didn't want to waste time educating the other party. Vera woke up again. Her gaze flickered and her expression changed. She asked in a complicated tone, "What did you do to me?" "Nothing. I just want you to be loyal to me," Wang Teng replied calmly. Vera's expression kept changing, but for some reason she couldn't gather the idea of committing suicide anymore. She didn't hate this dark apparition anymore. Instead, she felt somewhat loyal. The moment this thought appeared in her mind, she got a shock. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 2950, Mixed Blood Alliance, Looting the Library, A Brief History of Darkness 3, Get Up. Wang Teng looked at the lady in front of him and said calmly, "Accompany me to the Black Armor City's library." "Yes, sir." Vera stood up and replied respectfully. The two of them left Geikis's castle together and boarded a flying car. They headed to the Black Armor City's library. Vera was extremely familiar with the Black Armor City. With her guidance, Wang Teng didn't have to do much. The library was situated in the West District of Black Armor City. It covered a large area and was a building with a dome. Wang Teng noticed a problem. These dark apparitions seemed to like castles. Along the way, all kinds of castles could be seen in the Black Armor City. After some time, the flying car landed slowly. Wang Teng and Vera alighted. "My lord, this is the library." Vera looked at the magnificent building in front of him and said, "However, if you want to enter, you need a low-tier Devil Emperor token. This is only the first level. If you want to enter the second level, you need a mid-tier Devil Emperor token." "What books are there on the first floor? What books are there on the second floor?" Wang Teng asked. "It's very simple. The first level consists of books for low-tier Devil Emperors, and the second level are for mid-tier Devil Emperors," Vera said. Wang Teng nodded. He took the lead and walked towards the library. Honestly, the dark apparition's library didn't look like a library at all. It was pitch black and filled with a sinister and eerie aura. It made people uncomfortable. Who would believe that this was a place for all kinds of scriptures? "Sir, I can't enter, so I can only wait for you outside," Vera said respectfully as she walked to the door. Wang Teng didn't say much. He nodded and took out the mid-tier Devil Emperor token he received at the city gate. He waved it at the door. Swoosh! A black light shot out and merged into the 10 meters tall door in front of him. Boom! The door suddenly opened in front of Wang Teng and Vera. The behind of the door was pitch black. Nothing could be seen from the outside. A cold and evil aura spread out like the mouth of a terrifying dark behemoth. A mid-tier Devil Emperor token. There was a flash of surprise in Vera's eyes. This devil-armored dark apparition's identity wasn't simple. He was able to get a mid-tier Devil Emperor token as a low-tier Devil Emperor. It must have a high bloodline legacy. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He strode in and disappeared into the darkness as if he was devoured. Vera stood on the spot and waited quietly. Her mind worked vehemently as she wondered how she should inform her clansmen. But the moment this thought appeared in her mind, her expression changed. She realized that she couldn't speak to anyone. This was just a thought. Before she could say it, this thought had already appeared in her mind. She couldn't say it anymore. There's such a frightening charm skill. Vera was astounded the moment she entered the library. Wang Teng felt something sweeping past his body. His heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. If he was right, this was a method to detect the bloodline of dark apparitions. He had already activated his divine-level dark talent, so he didn't have to worry about anything. No wonder mixed bloods couldn't enter. Even if they had the token, they wouldn't be able to sneak in. Interesting, Wang Teng smiled in his heart. He stepped in. Anyone with a mid-tier Devil Emperor token can go up to the second floor. A cold and indifferent voice came from the darkness. Wang Teng squinted. He glanced around him and gradually got used to the darkness. This was a spacious great hall. It was completely different from the library he knew. There were no wooden shelves, only rows and rows of stone walls. On the stone walls there were indentations where all kinds of scriptures were placed. The surface of the indentations was covered with light, sealing the scriptures in the indentations. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He was suddenly stunned. Attribute bubbles. A large number of attribute bubbles appeared here. Wang Teng didn't think too much. He immediately congregated his spiritual kinesis into thin strings and swept around him, collecting all the attribute bubbles. Dark Devil Scripture 1200, Black Armor Skill 1000, Bloodseeker Scripture 1500, A Brief History of the Darkland 3000, Analysis of Vampire Ciphertext 2300, Spiritual Bone Scripture 3500. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and turned into enlightenment in his mind. So many scriptures and techniques. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. At first, he just wanted to come here to look through some information. He didn't expect to have such a gain. There was a large number of scripture attributes in the attribute bubbles he had just absorbed. There were all kinds of common dark apparition cultivation methods. Some of them were scriptures that Wang Teng already had. For instance, the Dark Devil Scripture and the Bloodseeker Scripture were Devil King scriptures. Wang Teng had obtained them a long time ago, and he didn't expect to receive them again under such circumstances. Also, there were other rare dark apparition scriptures. The Spiritual Bone Scripture was one of them. This was a scripture from the Spiritual Bone race. This was the first time Wang Teng received this scripture, so he found it interesting. As the enlightenment in his mind was absorbed by Wang Teng, he immediately grasped the scripture of the Spiritual Bone race and knew how to cultivate it. Chapter 2951, Mixed Blood Alliance, Looting the Library, A Brief History of Darkness. 4. In summary, this scripture used the bones as a medium to absorb the dark force for refinement. It strengthened the martial warrior's bones while enhancing his force. It was a novelty, actually. This was the cultivation method of the Spiritual Bone race. One needed to match their talents to cultivate. Fortunately, Wang Teng received the Spiritual Bone race's talent, the Black Bone, so he could cultivate it. He could try it in the future. Unfortunately, the Black Bone talent had only reached the King Bone stage. It was nothing to him now. If he could kill a stronger Spiritual Bone race dark apparition, he should be able to get a higher-level Black Bone talent. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He decided that if he had the chance, he would find a Spiritual Bone race dark apparition and kill it. The scriptures on the first level were quite ordinary. Most of them were scriptures for low-tier Devil Emperors and below. They weren't of much help to him. However, some ancient books were quite useful. The A Brief History of the Darkland and an Analysis of Vampire Ciphertext were useful for Wang Teng's understanding of the dark apparition world. This was extremely rare information. It was hard to find in the outside world. When Wang Teng was in Black Crow City, he received vampire ciphertext attribute bubbles from a vampire dark apparition. Hence, he learned a lot of vampire ciphertext. However, after absorbing the enlightenment of the vampire ciphertext, he realized that the vampire ciphertext he grasped was just the tip of the iceberg. The content of the vampire ciphertext was more comprehensive and profound. Analysis of vampire ciphertexts, low-tier Devil Emperor 800, 3000 specialized, 2,300 points of attributes allowed Wang Teng's mastery of vampire ciphertext to reach the specialized stage. It skipped 3 levels from the foundation to the specialized stage. In an instant, there seemed to be strange blood-red words flashing in his eyes. It was exceptionally strange. Wang Teng's understanding of vampire ciphertexts was definitely on par with a vampire scholar who had studied vampire ciphertexts for tens of years. He did it in one go. No wonder the library has different permissions. Normal dark apparitions don't have the right to enter this place. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He had a clearer understanding of the dark apparition's monopoly of knowledge. Not every dark apparition had the right to grasp this knowledge. He strolled between the stone walls and looked at the indentations. The price of each scripture was clearly marked beside the indentations. He stopped in front of the indentation where the analysis of vampire cipherest was stored. He glanced at the price, 80 million dark coins. Tisk, Wang Teng clicked his tongue. I wonder if this dark coins is similar to universe coins. 80 million UC for analysis of vampire ciphertest. This is a little expensive. He suddenly felt fortunate that there were many attribute bubbles in the library. If not, he wouldn't have so many dark coins to exchange for them. The attribute bubbles he received were worth at least a few billion dark coins. Wang Teng was elated when he thought about this. He felt that this was a huge gain. He made the right choice to come to the library. He should get more attribute bubbles. Wang Teng suddenly got a little excited. He immediately walked forward and released his spiritual kinesis to collect all the attribute bubbles he touched. It didn't matter if they were useful. He would pick them up. Of course, he could get as many attribute bubbles from the dark apparitions as possible. Letting go of any attribute bubbles was a huge sin. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles while scrolling through the A Brief History of Darkland in his mind. This book introduced the various races in the Darkland, as well as the development and expansion of the recent era and the continuation of races. The more Wang Teng scrolled, the more serious his expression became. This was horrifying. The dark apparitions were expanding at a frightening speed. Based on what was written in the A Brief History of the Darkland was expanding all the time. It was unbelievable. Suddenly he saw a few words. His expression changed. 9 levels of the Darkland. A special name suddenly appeared in his mind. He stopped in his tracks abruptly. Chapter 292. 9 levels of Darkland. Dark Star Scripture. Central Dark Universe. 1. 9 levels of the Darkland. This name appeared on the last page of the Brief History of Darkland. There was only a short description. Wang Teng was bewildered. What did she mean? There were 9 levels in the Darkland. What kind of joke is this? From this Brief History of Darkland, one could tell that this level alone was unimaginably huge. How big would it be if there were 9 levels? Wang Teng suddenly remembered that the Darkland, where Black Crow City was at, was known as the low-class Darkland. Based on the ability of the dark apparitions, the most powerful one in the Darkland, where Black Crow City was at, was only a Devil Lord. In that case, the low-class Darkland was most likely the lowest level. Just like the Earth where Wang Teng was at. Hiss. He gasped uncontrollably. It was scary just thinking about it. If the Darkland where Black Crow City was at was the lowest level, then which level was this Darkland? Wang Teng couldn't guess anymore. He realized that there were many powerful dark apparitions in this Darkland. Ever since he entered the city, he had seen many high-tiered devil emperors and dark apparitions. Hence, there were at least high-tier devil emperors and dark apparitions on this level of the Darkland. Based on his battle ability, this level was at least the 3rd or 4th level, right? Unfortunately, there was no description in the Brief History of Darkland. It only mentioned the 9 levels of Darkland before it stopped abruptly. He couldn't guess how the 9 levels of the Darkland were segregated. Wang Teng felt helpless. A huge secret of the Darkland was right in front of him, but the clues were gone. This was infuriating. There should be other relevant books and records here. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He looked at the rows of stone walls and wondered to himself. At first, he didn't care much about the collection on the 1st floor, but from the looks of it now, he had to treat it seriously. Even if there wasn't anything on the 1st floor, There must be something on the second floor. The authority of the second floor was higher than the first floor. There were definitely many top-secret books and records. Wang Teng continued picking up the attribute bubbles on the first floor. No matter what they were, he would absorb them. Green Sheep Devil Scripture 2 Fast and 500, Tark Race's Understanding of Devil Transformation 5000, Lazy Mist Scripture 2600, Blood Crow Scripture 3500, 100 Dark Races 8500. As he walked, he absorbed the attribute bubbles. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes, and all kinds of knowledge appeared in his mind. The Green Sheep Devil Scripture. This was the scripture of the sheep head devil race. It was said that one would grow a sheep head after cultivating it. Wang Teng immediately sealed the scripture without thinking. The sheephead devil race was powerful, but it looked ugly. It didn't suit his aesthetic taste. Dark apparitions like the vampires or the devil armor race were better. At least they wouldn't affect his appearance. Also, the nether god race talent he received recently was not bad. It was no different from a human being. Some nether god dark apparitions with lower bloodlines had horns on their heads, but those with high-rank bloodlines didn't. Wang Teng received the nether god physique talent. It was the highest talent of the nether god race, besides the fact that his hair would turn purple and some patterns would grow on his body. He was no different from a human. If there was a chance, he could get a nether god race fake identity to play with. Blood Crow Scripture, Lazy Mist Scripture, and many other scriptures. One belonged to the vampire race, while the other belonged to the Lazy Mist race. Wang Teng already had something better, so there was nothing worth paying attention to. However, the primary understanding of devil transformation caught his attention. This was a scripture specially for devil transformation. Devil transformation was a skill every dark apparition had to grasp. At the same time, it was their innate ability. However, if he wanted to release the full potential of devil transformation, he needed to go through enlightenment and cultivation. Wang Teng had received many devil transformation attribute bubbles, and his enlightenment of the devil transformation had reached the perfected stage, but honestly, he didn't understand the origins of the devil transformation. The primary understanding of devil transformation could fill up this gap. It will stimulate the dark power in the depth of a dark apparition's bloodline and resonate with an indescribable power in the dark, creating an indescribable change. This is devil transformation. Wang Teng's gaze flickered slightly. He was honestly surprised. In an instant, details of devil transformation flashed through his mind. He had a slight understanding of the essence of devil transformation. Dark, indescribable. This was undoubtedly filled with mystery and strangeness. It was hard to grasp. Even dark apparitions might not understand the darkness. This could be seen from the terrifying methods like the dark altar and the dark sacrifice. In summary, what did dark apparitions know about the dark? Wang Teng shook his head and kept his thoughts. This was just the foundation of the devil transformation. He grasped it quickly. Then another attribute appeared in his mind. 100 dark races. The images of the dark apparitions appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He was surprised. The vampires, the devil mind race, the spiritual bone race, the devil armor race, the sheephead devil race, the devil moth race, almost all the dark apparitions that Wang Teng knew appeared in his mind. There were some that he didn't understand and had never seen before. They appeared in his mind and broadened his horizons. Chapter 2953, 9 Levels of Darkland, Dark Star Scripture, Central Dark Universe 2. I didn't expect there to be so many dark apparitions. Wang Teng touched his chin. There was a strange look in his eyes as he muttered to himself. He had met many dark apparitions along the way, but now he realized that his knowledge was nothing. There were many more types of dark apparitions. However, some dark apparitions had never appeared in the original universe. They were extremely mysterious. The only thing that Wang Teng found strange was that there was no description of the nether god dark apparitions in the 100 dark races. Could it be that the nether god race is a high-class race? Wang Teng was astounded. He wondered to himself. Along the way, Wang Teng saw many dark apparitions. Most of them were low-tier devil emperors and below. They stopped in front of the indentations. Some were preparing to exchange for the scriptures they needed, while others were hesitating. There were all kinds of dark apparitions, but most of them were from the Devil Armor race. This Black Armor City seemed to be the base camp of the Devil Armor dark apparitions. They also noticed Wang Teng and were surprised. This fellow didn't look like he was looking for a scripture. He looked like he was here to watch a show. No one knew that this devil-armored dark apparition, who seemed to have nothing to do in the library, had gained a vast amount of enlightenment in an instant. After some time, Wang Teng finished touring the entire first floor of the library. He frowned uncontrollably. No star-black scripture. Or the star-dark scripture. Wang Teng was puzzled. He came here mainly to find the scripture for the dark element star character scripture. Among all the Cosmos Realm scriptures, only the dark element star scripture hadn't been found. He didn't have any evidence to confirm the existence of the dark element scripture. After all, this scripture might be created by a human martial warrior. Hence, it was impossible for the dark element scripture to exist. Not everyone was as monstrous as him and could cultivate dark constellation force as a human, but since he was here, he had to look for it. It might really exist. Maybe. Wang Teng pondered as he walked towards the entrance of the second floor. Since there was nothing on the first floor, he could only go to the second floor to take a look. The dark element scripture might be special and be placed on the second level. The dark apparitions on the first floor were astounded when they saw this scene. They stared at Wang Teng as he walked up to the second floor. Where did this weirdo come from? He could go up to the second floor, but he spent half a day touring the first floor. Many dark apparitions complained in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. This devil-armored dark apparition's identity wasn't simple. They could only stay on the first floor, so they couldn't afford to offend him. Wang Teng walked up the stairs leading to the second floor. When he reached the entrance, a screen blocked his path. He was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and took out the mid-tier Devil Emperor token. He scanned the screen in front. Pop! A ray of light flashed and the screen opened gradually. It was wide enough for one person to pass through. Wang Teng walked in confidently. The number of stone walls on the second floor was no fewer than the first floor. In fact, there were even more of them. Naturally, the collection inside was greater than the first floor. Of course, there were more attribute bubbles, too. The attribute bubbles floated around the stone walls waiting for Wang Teng's arrival. If not, they would disappear over time. It would be a waste. Pick them up. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up all the attribute bubbles. The attribute bubbles flew towards Wang Teng like swallows returning to their nest. They merged into his body. This was a majestic scene, but no one could see it. There were many dark apparitions on the second floor, too. However, they only glanced at Wang Teng for a second before disregarding him and going back to their own business. Most of the Devil Emperors were mid-tier Devil Emperors. Only a few were at the low-tier Devil Emperors. Although they were a little surprised that a low-tier Devil Emperor was able to come up, they didn't pay much attention to a low-tier Devil Emperor. Phantasma Scripture 5000, Moth Emperor Devil Scripture 3600, Lazy Mist Devil Scripture 4500, Devil Armor Divine Scripture 5200, Dark Star Scripture 3200. A large number of enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He was invigorated. These were scriptures from mid-tier Devil Emperors and above. There were high-tier Devil Emperor scriptures, too. Wang Teng was surprised. The number of scriptures on the second level was higher than the first level. This was unbelievable. It looked like this mid-tier Devil Emperor token was quite important. Phantasma Scripture. Wang Teng's gaze turned strange. The enlightenment in his mind astounded him. This was a scripture from the Phantasma race. Wang Teng had met a dark apparition from the Phantasma race before, but he had never received a scripture from them. He didn't expect to get one this time. A series of enlightenments appeared in his mind. His understanding of the Phantasma Scripture rose exponentially and reached the specialized stage. Phantasma Scripture, Devil Emperor stage, 1,000, 5,000, specialized. At the same time, Wang Teng had a slight understanding of the secret of the Phantasma Scripture. He had to admit that the Phantasma Scripture was special. If he practiced this scripture, he could convert the dark force into phantasma and create illusions. Once you touched the phantasma, you would fall into an illusion and wouldn't be able to break free. You could say that the phantasma race's ability was to create illusions. The stronger they were, the more terrifying the illusions they created. In the past, the human martial warriors were fearful of them when they were in the outer realm battlefields. Chapter 2954, 9 Levels of Darkland. Dark Star Scripture, Central Dark Universe, 3. Now that he had this scripture, Wang Teng was immune to the Phantasma race's attacks. He wouldn't be defenseless like the other human martial warriors. From this point of view, the more skills Wang Teng had, the easier it would be for him to deal with the dark apparitions. To others, dark apparitions were hard to deal with, but to Wang Teng, they weren't that scary. Actually, he always felt that dark apparitions were similar to human martial warriors. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. If not, he might seem like he was boasting. Next was the second attribute Bubbles, Moth Emperor Devil Scripture. This scripture belonged to the Devil Moth race. It was a dark apparition he had met in the past. Also, the Devil Moth dark apparitions possessed the power of poison. Other dark apparitions didn't have this ability. Moth Emperor, Devil Scripture, Devil Emperor level, 2,600, 3,000, well-versed, 3,600 points of attributes allowed Wang Teng's grasp of this scripture and reach the well-versed stage. Although it wasn't as good as the Phantasma Scripture, it was still not bad. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. This scripture was an Imperial-level scripture unique to the Devil Moth race. After cultivating it, the dark force would carry a tinge of poison. It was hard to deal with. Wang Teng possessed the poison talent, so he could cultivate this scripture too. Without a doubt, this was another good gain. The Lazy Mist Devil Scripture and the Devil Armor Divine Scripture were both Devil Emperor scriptures that Wang Teng had. After picking up the attribute Bubbles, his grasp of them increased. Lazy Mist Devil Scripture, Devil Emperor Stage, 1,500 to 5,000, specialized. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, Devil Emperor Stage, 3,200, 5,000, specialized. Wang Teng was elated. This was a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect both scriptures to rise from well-versed to specialized stage. He continued absorbing the knowledge in his mind. Suddenly, he was stunned. Dark Star Scripture. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He seemed to have seen something extremely important. His expression changed slightly and he turned serious. Then he closed his eyes and started contemplating. Sigh. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. The corners of his lips lifted uncontrollably. Found it. As expected, there was a dark element star scripture in the Darkland. This wasn't the Star Black Scripture or the Star Darkness Scripture, it was the Dark Star Scripture. From the enlightenment of this Dark Star Scripture, it wasn't hard to tell that it was linked to the Star Formula Scripture Wang Teng received. What's more, they were from the same series. All the roots, including the acupuncture points of the human body, responded to each other. At this moment, a strange image appeared in Wang Teng's mind. 11 figures appeared simultaneously. Different scriptures and acupuncture points could be seen on these figures. They were different, but there was a connection. The next instant, Wang Teng moved his thoughts and the 11 figures overlapped with one another. A large and complicated map of the human body appeared. It was like a map of the universe. The meridians and acupuncture points covered the entire body, forming a complicated and mysterious system. However, this system was only at the rudimentary stage. There were still many parts that couldn't be linked. It wasn't complete. Overlapping wasn't enough to merge them together. Otherwise, the creators of the Star Formula Scripture would have merged the scriptures together. They wouldn't have scattered and existed independently. But to Wang Teng, this was enough. A prototype was enough to save him a lot of time. What's more, He had already created his own chaos constellation scripture that could break through to the cosmos stage. He already had a foundation. Now, he just needed to use this foundation to continue studying and deducing. The difficulty had decreased many times. He would be able to advance to the heaven realm soon. Good. Wang Teng opened his eyes. The complicated outline of the human figure in his mind disappeared, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face uncontrollably. Heaven helps those who wait. He finally found all the Cosmos Stage Star formula scriptures. What a tough journey, Wang Teng lamented in his heart. He smiled and shook his head. Then he stopped thinking about it and continued strolling around the second floor. Now that he had found the dark element star formula scripture, Wang Teng's main aim was achieved. However, he still had a secondary aim. He was looking for information about the Darkland. He absorbed the attribute bubbles one by one. There were some Darkland scriptures and classics. However, these scriptures weren't of much help to Wang Teng. He kept them temporarily and didn't pay much attention to them. As for the scriptures, most of them were dark apparition scriptures that he knew. Besides the first few, there was nothing new. After all, this was the city of the devil-armored dark apparitions. The scriptures of other powerful dark apparitions wouldn't be kept here. Time passed slowly. Half a day later, Wang Teng went down the stairs and left. The guardians of the library, they were puzzled by Wang Teng's actions. This fellow toured for half a day, but he didn't exchange anything. Was he playing? The guardians in the loft at the top of the library exchanged glances with one another. The corners of their eyes twitched uncontrollably. Which family is this little brat from? An old voice came from a devil-armored dark apparition, Chapter 2955, 9 Levels of Darkland. Dark Star Scripture Central Dark Universe. 4. His name is Justin. I think he came from another place. He's not from my Black Armor City. Another devil-armored dark apparition said. It was obvious that ever since Wang Teng stepped into the library, his information had been obtained by the Guardians through the token. Never mind. He's just a low-tiered devil emperor. It's all right if he didn't exchange for anything. There's nothing to be surprised about. In the end, the Guardians didn't understand. They shook their heads and closed their eyes again, silently guarding this ancient library. Sir. At the entrance of the library, Vera saw Wang Teng walking out and greeted him respectfully. Let's go. Wang Teng nodded and left with Vera. The two of them quickly returned to Geikis' castle. They took the same flying car, and Vera paid for the ride, too. Vera rolled her eyes. This devil-armored dark apparition's status shouldn't be low, right? He couldn't even afford this little fare. Or was he tricking her? But no matter what, she couldn't resist. She couldn't refuse. Vera felt that there was no hope for her in the future. Guard the door. If Geikis comes, inform me. Wang Teng instructed her. Just as he was about to enter his room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Oh, right. I will ask for you from him. You can follow me from now on. Yes, sir, Vera replied expressionlessly. She wasn't originally a slave of Geikis. She sneaked in through some channels, but now she had lost her freedom. Wang Teng ignored her thoughts. This mixed blood wouldn't be able to escape under his enchantment. The son of the city lord was still recuperating. Wang Teng didn't disturb him and went back to his room alone. He closed the door and sorted out his gains from this trip to the library. He already knew what the 9 levels of the Darkland were. As its name suggested, the Darkland was split into 9 levels. Each level was vast and boundless. It was said that the 9 levels of Darkland were formed after the central Darkland devoured other universes. Gradually, 9 levels were formed, one after another. They linked with each other and became independent. This method was appalling. What was the Dark Universe? It could devour other universes to strengthen itself. This was unbelievable. There was no description of the Central Dark Universe in the information Wang Teng received. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any relevant information on the second floor of the library. Thus, he gave up. Honestly, Wang Teng took a long time to digest this piece of news. The scale of the Darkland was astonishing. If the human martial warriors knew the truth of the Darkland, what would they think? Wang Teng didn't know. However, he felt that it was better not to release this piece of news. He just needed to let the higher authorities know. It wasn't good for ordinary martial warriors to know too much. At first, Wang Teng didn't understand why these powerful martial warriors liked to keep him in suspense and hide their secrets. Now he understood. He felt the same way. If news about the Darkland spread, it would definitely cause an unimaginable impact to many human martial warriors. It might destroy their martial arts spirit. It was better to wait for them to grow up and accomplish a certain state of mind. Then they would slowly come into contact with the truth of the world. The impact on them would be lesser. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm down. The Darkland was huge and full of strangeness. However, he believed that he could find a way to defeat the dark apparitions. Light and dark had always been opposing sides. Where there was darkness, there should be light. Why was the dark one and only? This didn't make sense. Anyway, Wang Teng never believed in eternal darkness. This was bullshit. Also, the human race had a formidable martial warrior who could travel through time and space. Since the man was able to do such a heaven-defying thing, he might have other plans. What he needed to do now wasn't to think too much. He needed to walk down the path step by step, become a formidable warrior, and stand at the peak of martial arts. Only then would he have the right to change anything. 3 days later, Gaikus finally came out of seclusion and came to look for Wang Teng. "My good brother, it has been 3 days. Did you miss me?" Gaikus opened his arms enthusiastically when he saw Wang Teng opening the door. He wanted to give him a hug. Wang Teng took a step back and evaded it. He looked at it expressionlessly and said, "I don't like men." Cough. Gaikus opened his arms awkwardly. He coughed awkwardly and said, "I don't like men either. Please don't misunderstand." "That's good," Wang Teng said calmly. "It looks like you have recovered completely." "Haha, although I'm not as strong as you, I'm still a famous genius in Black Armor City. If that beast didn't break through at the last moment and advance to the high-tier Imperial level, I wouldn't be injured." Gaikus patted his chest. "Hence, this injury isn't that serious. I can recover in 3 days. If it was me, half a day would be enough," Wang Teng replied calmly. Gaikus choked. He suddenly realized that this friend he just met was quite good at boasting. "Is it all right for me to have this servant?" Wang Teng suddenly pointed at the silent Vera. Oh, Gaikus was stunned. He looked at Vera and smiled ambiguously. "It looks like I was right. Brother Justin is the same kind of person as me. You saved my life. A servant is nothing to me. This is a gift for you. If it's not enough, you can choose a few more. No need. One is enough." Wang Teng replied without any change in his expression. As for what the other party meant by the same kind of person, who was the same kind of person as him? Now that I've recovered, it's time to bring Brother Justin to experience the culture and customs of my Black Armor City. Gaikus winked at Wang Teng as if he was winking at him. Culture and customs. Wang Teng looked at its expression and knew that the culture and customs were indecent. Fuck, even a devil-armored dark apparition was like this. What kind of world was this? Go, go, go. Gaikus pulled Wang Teng and walked out. He didn't forget to turn around and say to Vera, "What's your name? Never mind. It's not important. Brother Justin and I are going out to play. Don't follow us. Go and get the contract from the butler. You will follow Brother Justin from now on. You are no longer my servant." "Yes." Vera's eyes lit up as she replied respectfully. Mixed bloods like them signed a spiritual contract when they entered Gaikus's castle. This method was better than the slave collar. After all, they weren't weak. Normal slave collars were hard to control them. Also, the slave collar would affect the appearance of the servants, so not many people were willing to use it. Of course, those with special fetishes were another matter. Thus, if these mixed bloods wanted to leave, they needed to take back their spiritual contracts. Vera sneaked into Gaikus's castle and signed the spiritual contract, too. You could say that she made a huge sacrifice. If her identity was accidentally exposed, she would definitely die. There was no possibility of her escaping. Now that Gekus asked her to take back the spiritual contract, her life was back in her hands. Chapter 2956, Charm House, Nicola of the Enchanting Satisfaction Race, Complicated Situation 1, at the Charm House. From the name, he knew that this wasn't a proper place. Wang Teng was forcefully pulled here by Gekus. He wanted to see the culture and customs of the Black Armor City. At first, he rejected the offer. But after he came, this was amazing. It was indeed fragrant. There was an intoxicating fragrance in the Charm House. It was everywhere. The moment they entered, it snuck into the noses of all the guests. Oh my God! Wang Teng felt his heart palpitating. A strong desire rose from the bottom of his heart. He took a deep breath. Golden light flashed in his mind as he forcefully suppressed this desire. He had lingering fears when he looked at the Charm House again. Although the impact was minimal and it wasn't enough to cause him any harm, the desire in his heart was dug out. He almost lost control. This power was terrifying. No wonder Gekus couldn't forget about this place. His spirit wasn't strong enough, so he got addicted to it easily. Wang Teng wondered what this fragrance was. Wang Teng squinted. He followed Gekus into the charm workshop as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This was a devil's den. From the outside, the charm house looked like an exotic building. It was crimson in color, and there were strange patterns scattered on it. There were all kinds of windows on the building. Many dark apparition ladies from different races were flirting with the guests outside. They were extremely seductive. Wang Teng glanced at him and gasped once again. His little brother was getting restless. He forcefully suppressed him. How scary! How scary! He was so afraid of this place. Fortunately, when he saw a pink skeleton shouting sweetly at a window, he shuddered. His gaze turned clear, and all his restlessness disappeared. That was a real pink skeleton. Honestly, it was hard for a normal man to have any thoughts towards a skeleton. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He had already heard about the spiritual bone race from Gekus, but hearing about it and seeing it were two different things. That wasn't all. He scanned them one by one and saw the female giant devil race, dark apparition. Giant devil race dark apparitions were famous for being ugly. Even female dark apparitions were the same. It was hard to understand what the dark apparitions were thinking. Why would someone like this? There were also sheep-head devil race dark apparitions. Can you imagine a female dark apparition with a sheep head and bulging muscles flirting with you to lure you to her? There were indeed two huge balls of flesh in front of her chest. If not, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to tell that it was a female. This was only what Wang Teng knew. There were many other dark apparition races he didn't know. It was an eyesore. The devils danced wildly. This was the only expression Wang Teng could use to describe the scene he saw. It was too real. He immediately shifted his gaze away. Some dark apparitions looked shabby, while others were not bad. The vampire dark apparitions were extremely beautiful. They gave off a sweet and seductive aura, and all of them were extremely beautiful. None of them were ugly, huh? What race is this? Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed softly. His gaze landed on a strange dark apparition. Brother Justin, do you like the beauties of the devil moth race? Gekus was looking for the beauties he wanted. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Wang Teng's gaze landing on the devil moth dark apparitions. Devil moth race. Wang Teng was stunned. He had seen devil moth dark apparitions before, but they didn't look like this. Was there a huge difference between males and females? The devil moth dark apparition's beauty in front of him was indeed a beauty. She looked no different from a human. She was enchanting, graceful, and voluptuous. The soft flesh on her body seemed to be squeezed out. It made people want to rub it. There was a pair of special wings of the devil moth race on its back. It had pink fur and was slightly constrained. It didn't destroy the beauty of the wings. Instead, it gave off a strange aura. Some people might like this kind of wings. Hey, isn't this young Master Gekus? We have an esteemed guest here. An enchanting voice suddenly came out from the charm house. The moment they entered, they saw a stunning lady in a long purple dress welcoming them. This was the receptionist. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. He was astounded. This lady's appearance was even more stunning than all the vampire female dark apparitions he had seen. The other party's face was exquisite. No one could find any flaws in her. She was like a perfect piece of jade. She had dark purple skin and long silver-white hair. She was completely different from normal dark apparitions. She didn't have the pale face of vampire dark apparitions or the special wings of devil moth apparitions. Overall, she looked like a human. However, this female dark apparition gave off a mesmerizing aura. Anyone who saw her or even got close to her would want to pounce on her. Her eyes, her body, and her every action gave people an extremely seductive feeling. This ability wasn't simple. Enchanting satisfaction. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He had a sudden thought. This lady was a female dark apparition from the enchanting satisfaction race. This was the first time Wang Teng met such a dark apparition. However, he recognized him. Chapter 2957, Charm House. Nicola of the enchanting satisfaction race had extremely beautiful appearances and bodies. They were born with the ability to bewitch and possessed a lethal attraction towards any male. However, this race wasn't easy to deal with. If one got enchanted by them accidentally, one might become their slave and never be able to pull oneself out. If that happened, one would be implicated instead of having the chance to eat mutton. Based on the introduction in the 100 Dark Races, the enchanting satisfaction race was a maternal race. They were mostly females, while the males were in charge of fertility work and battles. It felt a little pitiful, just thinking about it. They did all the dirty work. Among all the dark apparitions, the enchanting satisfaction race was a special race. Nicola, Gaikus's eyes lit up when he saw the person. He stretched out his hand and wanted to hold the other party's slender waist. "Young Master Gaikus, have you forgotten my rules?" Nicola twisted her body slightly and evaded Gaikus's hand. She smiled. "Ha ha, I forgot. Gaikus smiled in embarrassment. He didn't dare to be impudent. What was going on? Wang Teng was surprised. Gaikus was the son of the city lord. Why was he afraid of this receptionist? What's more, this receptionist didn't allow customers to touch her. What kind of concept was this? Why was she putting up a signboard when she was a bitch? Wang Teng looked at her in contempt. "Brother Justin, don't think that this lady doesn't have any background. She's actually very powerful. She's not just a pretty face. She's the owner of this charm house and has a huge network. Also, her charm ability is hard to deal with and terrifying. I saw a mid-tier devil emperor in the past who wanted to force himself on her but got enchanted by her and became her slave. It's still a joke today," Gaikus said using voice transmission. He seemed to know what Wang Teng was thinking. "She can even control mid-tier devil emperors." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. This lady from the enchanting satisfaction race wasn't simple. With his current spiritual power, he could control mid-tier devil emperors, but this didn't mean that it was simple. A mid-tier devil emperor was equivalent to a heaven stage martial warrior. It was a powerful presence and shouldn't be underestimated. If you didn't have a powerful spiritual power, you wouldn't be able to charm your opponent, much less control them. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng took a deep look at Nicola. Nicola was observing Wang Teng too. When she saw him looking at her, she smiled at him and asked, "Who is this?" "This is my friend Justin. He's stronger than me and his bloodline is definitely above mine. You must treat him well." Gaikus smiled and said, "Oh." Nicola smiled. "Since young Master Gaikus said so, I must treat you properly. If you need anything, please tell me. I will try my best to satisfy you." "Just try your best?" Wang Teng asked. Nicola? She was just being polite, but this fellow was being serious. What kind of weirdo was he? "I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously." Wang Teng smiled calmly. "Ha ha ha, this young master likes to joke." Nicola knew how to liven up the atmosphere. She covered her mouth and chuckled. A few sentences were enough to alleviate the awkwardness just now. She brought the two of them inside. Wang Teng and Gakis went up to the second floor under her guidance. They came to a huge and extravagant private room. There was already a row of beauties of different colors waiting for them inside. Young masters, these are the good children who just came to my charm house recently. Take a look and choose whichever you like. Nicola smiled. You two young masters are special. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be willing to let them serve the guests so quickly. The quality is not bad. Gaku's eyes lit up when he saw the row of beauties. Young Master Gakus is indeed a straightforward person. You have a good eye, Nicola sniggered. Of course, I didn't come to this place for nothing, Gaku said proudly. Wang Teng glanced at him speechlessly. What was there to be proud of? Why did he make it sound like an amazing ability? But honestly, the quality of the beauties in front of him was exceptional. They were a level higher than the ones he saw outside. This receptionist wasn't lying to them. To Wang Teng's surprise, he realized that there was no giant devil race or spiritual bone race among the dark apparition beauties. They were all normal beauties. The only abnormal ones were the female dark apparitions from the devil armor race. They were covered with armor, too. Honestly, Wang Teng couldn't tell how beautiful they were. Only the real devil armor dark apparitions could appreciate them. Wang Teng could feel Gakus's eyes shimmering when he saw the beauties from the devil armor race. It looked like he liked the beauties from his race. Indeed, there was no true love across different races. Wang Teng was different as an authentic human. He wouldn't like those strange dark apparitions. But then again, the first time he went to a prostitute was in the Darkland. This was probably a legend, right? Nicola seemed to be smiling as she stood at the side. However, she was secretly observing the two of them, especially Wang Teng. Chapter 2958, Charm House, Nicola of the Enchanting Satisfaction Race Complicated Situation, 3. After all, this was his first time here. This devil armor dark apparition wasn't simple since he was able to receive such treatment from the son of the city lord. He might have some special identity, but she had never seen him before. He might be from another big city. It had to be said that Nicola was a smooth-talking person. She was able to guess Wang Teng's background from just a few words. But it was wrong. I'll pick them. Gakus lived up to everyone's expectations and chose two beauties from the devil armor race. Wang Teng wouldn't be able to admire them. They are lucky to be chosen by young Master Gakus. Nicola smiled and said to the two devil armor race beauties, You must serve young Master Gakus well. Yes, the two devil armor race beauties replied respectfully. To Wang Teng's surprise, the voices of these two devil armor race beauties were quite clear and pleasant to the ear. If he didn't look at them, he would think that they were beauties. Young Master, do you have any beauties you like? Nicola looked at Wang Teng and asked. This one will do. Wang Teng's gaze landed on a vampire beauty. Indeed, this is your type. Gakus leaned over and sniggered. No wonder you want to take Vera from me. I like something softer. The devil armor race will hurt me. Wang Teng replied calmly. They hurt you. Gakus looked at the two devil armor race beauties beside him and pinched them. Why, they're quite soft. Wang Teng didn't know what to say. He didn't expect a certain body part of the devil armor race to be soft. This was an eye-opener, but at this point he had to remain stubborn. Hence, he grabbed the vampire lady and deformed her. The vampire lady screamed in fear. This is what I call soft, Wang Teng said. Silence. The corners of Gakus's lips twitched. He gave Wang Teng a thumbs up and said, I'm convinced. Ha ha ha. This young master is really interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting person in a long time. Nicola covered her mouth and chuckled. Her beautiful eyes darted around Wang Teng as if she was interested in him. Do you want to understand me better? Wang Teng asked. How better? Nicola pretended not to know. Into your heart, of course. Wang Teng chuckled. If you can meet my requirements, I don't mind interacting with you deeply. Nicholas smiled seductively and turned to leave. Have fun. I have to attend to other guests. I'll leave first. This lady is a beauty. Gaikus looked at her back view and said, What's her requirements? Wang Tang asked curiously. It's nothing. You just have to surpass her in spirit cultivation at the same stage. Gaikus smiled. Are you interested in her? Wang Tang didn't deny it, he asked. Looking at her ability, she's only a mid-tier devil emperor. Is there no one who can defeat her? Nobody the same stage has been able to defeat her, Gaikus replied. Interesting, Wang Tang smiled. She must have a powerful background to be able to open a charm house here, right? Of course not. In the past, many powerful martial warriors didn't believe it and came here to cause trouble. In the end, they were all taken care of and disappeared without a trace. My father also warned me not to offend her. If I do, he won't be able to protect me. Gaikus was afraid that Wang Tang would do something irreversible in a fit of anger, so he explained seriously. Wang Tang nodded in deep thought. Of course, if you can conquer the owner of this place, there will be many benefits. At least in our Black Armor City, you can do whatever you want. Even my father will have to treat you politely. Gaikus sniggered. I'm just asking. Wang Tang glanced at him and replied calmly. This fellow was a little cheeky. He kept talking about those things. Gaikus laughed. He didn't believe Wang Tang at all and brought him inside. Come, sit here. We can watch the performance of the beauties below. It's exciting. He sounded a little mysterious. Wang Tang raised his eyebrows and got curious. Most importantly, this was his first time here, so he found it interesting. He followed behind Gaikus and came to the window. There were comfortable tables and chairs here. There were all kinds of wine, fruits, and other things on the seats. Directly opposite the window was an arena floating in midair. Gaikus hugged the two beauties from the devil armor race and sat down. He picked up a black spiritual fruit and started eating it. Wang Tang sat down too. He looked at the strange fruit and felt the thick dark force inside. He got interested. He hadn't eaten the spiritual fruits in Darkland, so he decided to have a taste of them today. Sir, have a taste of this. This is the special blood fruit from my vampire race. It's very fresh, sweet, and delicious. The vampire beauty picked up a spiritual fruit and placed it beside Wang Tang's mouth. Wang Tang enjoyed the service of the vampire beauty. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the so-called blood fruit. Instantly, the taste of blood spread in his mouth. He frowned uncontrollably. He wasn't a vampire dark apparition. He didn't like things that smelled like blood. Chapter 20959, Charm House. Nicola of the Enchanting Satisfaction race. Complicated situation, 4. But the next instant, the taste of blood in his mouth turned into a sweet and fresh taste. It was extremely strange. That was when he realized that the spiritual fruit in front of him was a real spiritual fruit. It wasn't a bloody thing. Thus, he swallowed it calmly. The blood fruit wasn't big. After he finished it in a few bites, he immediately felt a warm stream flowing through his body. It had the effect of nourishing his body. It looks like Brother Justin likes vampire items. Justice smiled when he saw Wang Tang's expression. Not bad. Wang Tang nodded. He didn't deny it. He glanced out of the window and asked, What's the performance? Let's wait. Gaikus smiled. Suddenly he paused and exclaimed, It's starting. Looks like we came at the right time. A beauty from the giant devil race and a beauty from the sheep-head devil race suddenly appeared in the arena. They were wearing very thin clothes that only covered the important parts of their bodies. They stood opposite each other in the middle of the arena. At the same time, cheers were heard. Wang Tang scanned the arena and realized that there were many similar windows around the arena. There were many dark apparitions watching the show. A fight between beauties, isn't it exciting? Gaikus smiled. Wang Tang glanced at the two beauties from the giant apparition race and the sheephead devil race. He didn't dare to flatter them and didn't see any excitement in them. He replied perfunctorily, Not bad, right? Bang! At this moment, a dull thud was heard. The two dark apparitions in the arena charged towards each other and started fighting furiously. In that instant, Wang Teng felt that his eyes were going to be destroyed. What the hell is this? This was too irritating. He couldn't bear to watch it. However, Gaikus was extremely excited. He seemed to like the giant devil race dark apparition and kept cheering for her. Kill her, kill that sheephead dark apparition. The dark apparitions watching the show were excited too. They wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Wang Teng felt as if he had entered an underground boxing arena. Wang Teng didn't know what to say anymore. But after some time, his impression changed. The giant devil apparition and the sheephead devil apparition fought for a long time, but didn't cause any damage to each other. Actually, they were just fighting for the customers to see. They weren't really fighting. They went down, and another pair of dark apparitions came up. This time, it was a vampire dark apparition and a devil moth dark apparition. Both of them were voluptuous and seductive beauties. They didn't wear much, and when they moved slightly, their fair skin would appear faintly. Wang Teng's adrenaline shot through the roof. His heart was palpitating furiously. He seemed to understand how fun it was to be a dark apparition. Fuck, so corrupt and evil as expected of the dark apparitions. No, he must reprimand them. Wang Teng widened his eyes as he looked at the arena. The two dark apparition beauties started fighting. They were really grappling with each other, physical contact and brutal physical combat. It was extremely evil. Sigh, how indecent. Brother Justin, how do you feel? Gaikus smiled and asked. Cough, Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. Good, very good. Ha ha ha, I knew you would like it. Gaikus smiled happily as if he had found a confidant. Idiot dark apparitions. Wang Teng sneered in his heart. However, on the surface he pretended that he was the same kind of person. Then he asked, "Oh right, I have a question for you." What question? Ask away. Gaikus waved his hand as he drank his wine. Do you know how to go to the first level of the Darkland? Wang Teng raised his cup and took a sip. He seemed to be asking casually. The first level of the Darkland? Gaikus was stunned. He asked, Why are you going there? It's too desolate for us. It will only affect our cultivation. I have a mission, Wang Teng replied calmly. It looks like you're really inexperienced. Gaikus shook his head. It's not easy to go to the first level of the Darkland. You need the city lord to activate the teleportation array personally to reach the first level from our level. However, it's written that normal people are not allowed to cross the Darkland at will. A powerful presence can easily cause a drastic change in the lower realm. Oh, there's such a rule? Wang Teng blinked. He was surprised. At first, he thought that it would be an easy task. After all, with his ability, going to the first level of the Darkland was nothing. He didn't expect that he couldn't cross the levels of the Darkland easily. Fortunately, you asked me? If you asked other people, they might not know about this, Gaikus said. Thank you for telling me. Wang Teng smiled. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Gaikus waved his hand. He didn't mind at all. Then he frowned and continued. But you said that you have a mission. This is difficult. Even I might not be able to help you. Wang Teng turned silent. Even the son of the city lord couldn't do anything. This was a little troublesome. You saved my life. I should help you. But this is indeed beyond my authority, Gaikus said awkwardly. You don't have to do this. I saved you casually. Wang Teng glanced at him and replied calmly, This wastrel. What's the use if you can't even handle this small matter? But there's a way. Gaikus hesitated for a moment before he said, Do you remember what I told you before? What? Wang Teng asked in surprise. Nicola might be a breakthrough point, Gaikus said. Her? Wang Teng was stunned. He frowned and asked, Are you sure? Her authority must be higher than mine. Even my father is afraid of her. She might have the power to open the passageway to the first level of the Darkland, Gaikus said. Wang Teng was in deep thought. At first, he didn't plan to win Nicola's heart, but from the looks of it now, he needed to put in more effort. He didn't dare to use his enchantment on dark apparitions with powerful backgrounds. After all, this was a skill of the dark apparitions. He couldn't guarantee that some powerful dark apparitions wouldn't notice it. It would be troublesome if he was seen through, especially since he was in the dark apparition's base. A single mistake could cost him his life. Thus, he could only use a gentler method. As they were conversing, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. "Nicola, I'm here to challenge you. Come out and welcome me." The voice was loud and interrupted their conversation. They looked outside uncontrollably. The entire charm house turned silent. "This voice is Gatum." Gacus's expression changed. "Gatum?" Wang Tang looked at his expression and asked curiously, "Who's him?" "That fellow is the son of a devil titan elder. He has a noble bloodline and his status is higher than mine." Gacus gritted his teeth. "His talent is strong. Even my brother lost to him often." Wang Teng suddenly felt that the power of the Black Armor City was a little complicated. First, there was the mysterious owner of the charm house, and now there was the son of a devil titan level elder. On the other hand, the son of the city lord was nothing. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 2960, Means of the Enchanting Satisfaction Race. Enchanting Physique 1. A tall and muscular dark apparition from the devil armor race walked in calmly with a hint of arrogance. 2 devil armor dark apparitions followed closely behind him like servants. Their auras were powerful, and they were both mid-tier devil emperors. The dark apparitions in the charm house didn't dare to make a sound. They stared at each other in bewilderment. Gatum, however, some people recognized him and started discussing in low voices. "Why is he here? Didn't you hear what he said just now? He is obviously here for Nicola. Gatum seems to be coveting her and wants to conquer her. What are you saying? Anyone who has seen her would want to conquer her." Wang Teng and Gacus stood at the edge of the window and looked down. Their gazes landed on the figure who entered the charm house. Gatum has gotten stronger again. Gacus turned serious. He didn't look good. Every time he met Gatum, something bad happened. He didn't want to meet him, but the Black Armor City wasn't big for powerful dark apparitions like them. Crossing the entire city didn't take much time. The chances of them meeting each other were too high. What's more, they were the upper echelons of the Black Armor City. It was impossible for them not to have any interactions. Mid-tier Devil Emperor Wang Teng remained calm. However, there was a hint of interest in his eyes as he prepared to watch the show. A dark apparition talent? He wondered what kind of ability this guy would reach. When he was at the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, he met a talent from the Devil Armor race called Jia Kundun. That guy was quite powerful. He spent some effort before he managed to kill the other party. How different was this Gatum from Jia Kundun? Also, Wang Teng wanted to see if Gatum could take down Nicola. Even if he couldn't, he wanted to find out the lady's ability. "Hey, isn't this young Master Gatum? Why are you free to visit me today?" Nicola appeared in front of everyone with a sway of her graceful body. "Are you prepared for me to challenge you?" Gatum looked at the beauty in front of him and blinked his crimson eyes. "It looks like young Master Gatum is very confident." Nicola smiled. "In that case, please enter the arena." "Okay." Gatum didn't waste any time. He rose into the air and flew onto the floating arena. The 2 female dark apparitions who were preparing to fight retreated respectfully without any complaints. Nicola smiled. She tapped her toes lightly on the ground and moved her delicate body slightly. She appeared in the arena and stood opposite Gatum. Gatum's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the other party grimly. "Huh," Wang Teng exclaimed softly. He stared at Nicola in surprise. Her speed wasn't slow. As expected, this female dark apparition wasn't as simple as she seemed. "It's starting," Gacus said. The surroundings suddenly turned quiet. Everyone was watching this scene with great interest. Many people who came to the charm house had some thoughts about Nicola, but few people dared to challenge her. Nicola's reputation wasn't just based on her beautiful appearance. She earned it by defeating challengers time and time again. It was all right if they just got defeated by Nicola. The main thing was, everyone who got defeated should be prepared to be played by her. This was because Nicola's specialization was charm and control. Once she controlled the losers, no one knew what she would do. She would never show any mercy to those who coveted her. Thus, many people wanted to laugh at Gatum. No one wanted him to win. They wouldn't be able to get her, but they could look at her. If Gatum won, they would never be able to see her again. Men were all selfish. In the arena, Gatum and Nicola didn't waste any time. The battle had already started. Boom! An invisible aura exuded from Gatum's body. The red glow in his eyes grew brighter, giving off a strange glow as he charged towards Nicola. Oh, spiritual skills. Wang Teng was astounded. He didn't expect this devil-armored dark apparition to be specialized in spiritual skills, but it made sense. Challenging Nicola meant that he had to defeat her in terms of spirit. Other aspects didn't count. Gatum came to challenge Nicola, so he understood this. Young Master Gatum's spirit has indeed increased. A strange glint flashed past her eyes as she stood on the spot. She smiled gently and said, "But if that's all, it's not enough." She didn't move, but the crimson glow landed on her body and enveloped her. However, it didn't affect her at all. "Nicola's spirit is indeed powerful," Gaikus exclaimed. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. If one didn't have a powerful spirit, they wouldn't be able to resist Gatum's spiritual invasion so easily. In terms of spirit, his eyesight wasn't weaker than Gaikus. He could even see the details that Gaikus couldn't. Nicola's spiritual power was special. It seemed to be attached to the surface of her body, forming an invisible protective shield. If one couldn't break this shield, one wouldn't be able to affect her. No wonder every action and gaze of Nicola was filled with charm. This was the reason, Chapter 2961, Means of the Enchanting Satisfaction Race. Enchanting Physique, 2. This was the talent and the spiritual realm. This is just the beginning, Gatum said calmly. Boom, the moment he finished speaking. The red light in his eyes became even more intense. It almost covered the entire arena. The arena was completely enveloped by the red light. Fortunately, there was a protective array around the arena, so the spiritual power didn't spread out. Wisps of strange power flowed out of Justin's body. Then, to everyone's surprise, there were eyes emerging from the red light. They covered the space around Nicola as if they were surrounding her. Wang Teng squinted. He felt the power of domain. This was a spiritual domain. Interesting. It's a domain. The surrounding dark apparitions noticed something amiss and started discussing again. Gatum used his spiritual domain. I've never seen him using this domain in the past. It looks like he made it recently. He just obtained a spiritual domain. Yet he wants to challenge Nicola. Isn't he overestimating himself? Young Master Gatum has got a spiritual domain. Nicola looked at the dense crimson eyes around her as if she was used to it. There was no change in her expression as she smiled gently. I just got it not long ago. Please, enlighten me, Justin said. Swoosh, beams of light shot out from the strange crimson eyes. They intertwined in the air and flew towards Nicola. In an instant, she was enveloped by the crimson light like a dark purple butterfly trapped in a huge net. She looked pitiful. There was even a hint of panic on her beautiful face. Many onlookers felt their hearts tightening when they saw this scene. Could it be that Nicola couldn't resist Gatum's spiritual domain? Seriously. Some people didn't want to believe this. They didn't want to see the thorny rose, Nicola, getting taken away by Justin. Gaikus clenched his fists tightly and stared intently at the arena below. Only Wang Teng remained calm. He could tell that Nicola didn't use her full strength. Gatum's spiritual domain was not bad, but it was only at the 3rd level of the actualization phase. It was nothing to Wang Teng. Gatum's spiritual domain seemed to have been forcefully upgraded. It didn't feel solid and was in a mess. If he was in his hand, he would be able to destroy it with a single strike. He was a little disappointed by this so-called talent. Wang Teng shook his head uncontrollably. He grabbed a chair and sat down. The vampire lady blinked and sat in Wang Teng's arms. Sir, don't you like to watch the matches below? The vampire lady asked. It's boring. There's no suspense in this match, Wang Teng replied calmly. Oh? Gaikus looked over in surprise. He frowned and asked, Brother Justin, do you think Gaikus will win? The vampire lady looked at Wang Teng curiously, too. It's not Gatum, it's Nicola, Wang Teng said. Nicola? Gaikus was surprised. From the looks of it, it was obvious that Nicola was at a disadvantage. Gaikus had a higher chance of winning. Didn't you notice? Nicola's expression is fake, Wang Teng said. Fake? Gaikus and the vampire lady were stunned. They looked at the expression on Nicola's face. I don't have much interaction with her, but I can tell that her expression is an act. Only you will believe it. Wang Teng shook his head. Gaikus was speechless, based on his understanding of Nicola. This might be the case. This lady was famous for her acting skills. However, her expression was too real. Coupled with her pitiful expression, everyone believed her. On the other hand, Justin, who was here for the first time, noticed something amiss at a single glance. Of course, this was the reason just now. Actually, with Wang Teng's eyesight, it wasn't hard to tell that she was just showing weakness. A proud smile appeared on Gatum's face. He looked at Nicola and said, My devil-eye domain was created by my ancestor after he found a foreign land. He helped me cultivate it. It's at the 3rd level actualization phase now. Nicola, give up and submit to me obediently. Otherwise, you will have to suffer. Once you make a fool of yourself, your reputation as Lady Charm will be destroyed. Lady Charm? Wang Teng leaned against the leather sofa with the vampire beauty in his arms. He felt at ease. He was astounded when he heard Justin's words. He remembered that the vampire beauties he met on the Gnome 29 defense planet had a nickname, Bloodslayer Princess. Did dark apparitions like to give beauties this nickname? What lady? If she was a beauty from the giant devil race, would she be called Giant Lady? Would the sheephead beauty be called Sheep Lady? Gasp. The scene was too beautiful. He didn't dare to think about it. Wang Teng shook his head and threw away the strange images that appeared in his mind. Lady Charm is Nicola's name. She's very famous in our Black Armor City. Gaikus smiled. Wang Teng just nodded. His gaze was still on the arena. He wanted to see what method she would use to deal with him. He was quite curious about the spiritual skills of the enchanting satisfaction race. Compared to martial arts, Wang Teng didn't have many spiritual skills. He might be able to get some useful attributes from Nicola, Chapter 2962, Means of the Enchanting Satisfaction Race, Enchanting Physique, 3. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, young Master Gatum seems to have forgotten how I got my name Lady Charm. Nicola smiled. Suddenly she opened her mouth and spurted out a dark purple mist. It filled up the entire arena. A strong fragrance wafted out. Even the protective array around the arena couldn't stop the fragrance. This fragrance? Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. There was a strange glint in his eyes. This was the fragrance he smelled when he first entered the charm house. However, compared to this, it was so faint he could almost pretend that it didn't exist. The fragrance was too strong. The surrounding dark apparitions were in a daze when they smelled the fragrance. Then their gazes turned intense, as if flames were burning in their eyes. 9 Treasures Pagoda. Wang Teng shouted in his heart. A golden pagoda floated in the black hole in his body. It gave off a golden glow and dispersed the strong impact. This fragrance wasn't just a simple fragrance. There was a strong spiritual fluctuation in it that would affect anyone who smelled it. Spirit could affect others through their 5 senses. For instance, Wang Teng's divine sound wave and devil sound wave affected others through their sense of hearing. As for Nicola's spiritual skill, she used her sense of smell to influence her enemy. Wang Teng thought of the Bloodslayer Princess once again. She used fragrance to influence other people's spirit too. However, compared to her, she was much more immature. Nicola's fragrance was even more enchanting and terrifying. Normal people wouldn't be able to detect the hidden killing intent. They would be immersed in it, just like the dark apparitions around them. Gaikus was one too. Suddenly, Wang Teng was stunned. He realized that the vampire lady in his arms was affected, too. Her gaze turned ambiguous as she looked at Nicola strangely. Oh my God, this was intimidating. Wang Teng was flabbergasted in the arena. The dark purple mist enveloped everything, including the countless eyes. Gatem was among them. No one knew how he was. Wang Teng activated his real eye and saw Gatem's appearance through the mist. His expression turned strange. This fellow knelt. He knelt down firmly, without any hesitation. Wang Teng wanted to laugh. This fellow was full of confidence a moment ago and boasted that he would conquer Nicola today, yet this was it. No wonder Gekus said that not everyone dared to challenge Nicola. This lady wasn't easy to deal with. At this moment the fragrance subsided and the dark apparitions around them regained their senses. They didn't notice anything. They looked at the situation in the arena and there was a huge commotion. Gatem knelt? He lost. He lost completely. He's not Nicola's match. This is embarrassing. He's a genius, but he knelt in front of Nicola. Wait, look, it's crawling towards Nicola. Everyone was flabbergasted. Who would have thought that the arrogant Gatem would crawl towards Nicola in the arena? Young Master Gatem, what are you doing? Don't do this. At this moment, the instigator Nicola had an innocent expression on her face. She covered her mouth and shouted in astonishment. I'll be troubled if you do this, Wang Teng. This lady from the enchanting satisfaction race was a little black-hearted. Everyone was speechless. Who couldn't tell that this was his method? However, they were also astounded. Gatem was already quite powerful, but he was still easily defeated by Nicola. No one could see through this lady's spirit. This lady is a monster, Gekus exclaimed softly, as if he was afraid of being heard. Just now, Gatem's spiritual domain should have reached the actualization phase, right? In the end, he still got crushed by Nicola, as expected. You can't provoke this lady. Wang Teng was a little surprised. He didn't expect this fellow to be able to tell that Gatem was using the actualization phase domain. It looked like he had some ability. Brother Justin, you should have noticed it a long time ago, right? Gekus suddenly turned and asked Wang Teng, who was sitting calmly on the chair. Although he was asking, his expression was firm. The vampire lady in Wang Teng's arms looked at Wang Teng with respect. Dark apparitions respected powerful martial warriors. This devil-armored dark apparition must be powerful since he was able to predict the result of the battle just now. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't deny it. Gasp! At this moment, there was an uproar. Wang Teng and the others were attracted by the commotion. Good riddance. Gatem's reputation is gone. Gekus laughed. Wang Teng felt the corners of his lips twitching. He shook his head uncontrollably. Gatem crawled in front of Nicola, lifted her foot, and kissed her shoe. In the Dark Land, this was the lowest form of submission. This was the knowledge Wang Teng saw in the miscellaneous books in the library. Very few people used it now. But if someone was facing death, they would still submit in this way. You could say that Nicola's move was ruthless. Justin would definitely become the laughingstock of the Black Armor City in the future. It was a little sad just thinking about it. Chapter 2963, Means of the Enchanting Satisfaction Race, Enchanting Physique. 4. Wang Teng had no sympathy for the dark apparitions. His gaze was calm as he scanned the arena and saw a few attribute bubbles. Pick them up. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles: Heaven, Realm, Spirit, 3500, Devil Eye Domain, Actualization Phase 2800, Heaven, Realm, Spirit, 4500, Enchanting Physique, 2000, Enchanting Fragrance, 3000, Enchanting Fragrance, 3000. Enchanting Fragrance, 3000, Enchanting Fragrance, 3000, Enchanting Physique, Enchanting Fragrance. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was pleasantly surprised. Enchanting Physique. After the attribute bubbles merged into his body, they turned into a strange energy and flowed through his limbs and meridians. His physique underwent a strange transformation. In an instant, a fragrance wafted out of Wang Teng's body. It was exceptionally seductive. Huh? Gekus and the vampire lady sniffed the air. This fragrance was different from Nicola's. Nicola's fragrance was filled with the fragrance of a female, while Wang Teng's fragrance was that of a male. This special trait caused Wang Teng to think of a word, hormones, similar. It was similar to male and female hormones. Although the smell was different, the effects were the same. Just smelling, it was enough to make people intoxicated. It was a strange feeling. Fuck. Wang Teng immediately controlled his enchanting physique when he saw Gekus closing in on him. He retracted the fragrance. He didn't expect the effects to be so great just from a hint of fragrance. Fortunately, except Gekus and the vampire lady beside him, no one else should be able to smell it. However, in the arena, Nicola's nose moved slightly. Suddenly, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She turned her head abruptly and scanned her surroundings. Finally, her gaze stopped on Wang Teng. She seemed to have smelled the aura of her kind. This aura seemed to come from the devil armor race, but how was that possible? Why did she smell the aura of her kind on the devil armor race? Nicola was puzzled. She looked at Wang Teng intently before retracting her gaze. That was close. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. It was just a trace of his aura, but she managed to smell it. It looked like it wouldn't be easy to fool the enchanting satisfaction race. But as long as he didn't admit it, there was nothing Nicola could do. Wang Teng thought to himself. He closed his eyes and felt the enchanting physique he just received. He was elated. Although this physique looked a little feminine, the effects were not bad. Also, if it was on a man, there would be other ways to use it. Wait anyway, why does this physique look like a scumbag physique? If he wanted to be a scumbag, he just needed to activate this physique and he would be able to succeed in every endeavor. Was the passive effect maxed out? It felt a little exciting just thinking about it, without a doubt. This physique was the special physique of the enchanting satisfaction race. At the same time, it was a talent that the enchanting satisfaction race relied on to survive. Enchanting physique, 2,000, 10,000, first rank. Wang Teng looked at his attributes board and was a little surprised. The enchanting physique seemed to have a lot of room for improvement. There were different ranks, too. It was able to rise from the first rank to the 9th rank. From the enlightenment he received just now, Wang Teng knew that if this talent and physique was raised to the 9th rank, it would be able to affect martial warriors above the god stage. It was indeed extraordinary. It can affect martial warriors at the god stage and above. It looks like I need to get more attributes from him. Wang Teng's interest was piqued. His eyes lit up as he looked at Nicola. He mustn't let go of this fat sheep. He had already planned to take care of Nicola because of her access to the passageway. Now, he had another reason. In the arena, Nicola suddenly felt her head turning numb. She felt a chill down her spine. Who's thinking about me? She frowned and glanced around her. Chapter 2964, Devil Wicked Eye Domain, A Draw Night Invitation, 1. Nicola glanced around her, but she didn't see the source of the evil intention. She looked at Justin with contempt. Bang! She kicked Justin away mercilessly like a scum kicking away a bootlicker. Many people felt the corners of their lips twitching. They sympathized Gatum. He was the son of a devil titan ancestor, but he got humiliated. This was inhumane, however. They understood that only Nicola dared to do this. Other people didn't have the guts to do this. Gatum regained his senses and looked at Nicola. He was shocked and furious. He even turned angry from embarrassment. Young Master Gatum, I'm sorry. I thought that you could resist my enchantment, but I didn't expect you to get hit directly. Nicola said pitifully. Gatum almost vomited blood in anger. What did she mean? Was she saying that he was too weak? For a moment, Gatum felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. It was as if he wanted to overturn his skull. He glared at Nicola with his crimson eyes. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't refute. The truth was laid out in front of everyone. He would be asking for humiliation if he said anything. Everyone stared at Gatum strangely. How could he bear with it? Nobody couldn't bear with being humiliated to this stage. Draw your sword, Gatum. Some dark apparitions just wanted to watch the show. A moment ago, they hoped that Justin wouldn't win. Now they wanted him to pull out his sword in anger and fall out with Nicola. Unfortunately, Gatum didn't dare to. Let's go. Gatum stood up with anger in his eyes. He left with the two devil-armored dark apparitions. He looked a little disheveled. Young Master Gatum, take care. Come again when you're free. Nicola called sweetly from behind. It might be his illusion, but Gatum seemed to have stumbled a little. The dark apparitions around them couldn't control themselves anymore and burst out laughing. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled. His gaze returned to the attributes board. Besides the main gain, the enchanting physique, there were some other good gains. Enchanting fragrance. An enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. This was an enchanting satisfaction race battle technique. He needed to combine it with the enchanting physique to release its full potential. The bewitching fragrance that Nicola used was the enchanting fragrance. If she relied solely on the fragrance of the enchanting physique, she wouldn't be able to break Gatum's actualization phase domain and cause him to fall into an illusion. She would be controlled in the end. Enchanting fragrance. High-tiered Devil Emperor. 26/5000, specialized. This is a high-tiered Devil Emperor battle technique. Not bad. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. This battle technique was the spiritual battle technique he needed. It went directly from the foundation to the specialized stage so he could use it proficiently. If he was compared to the original master of this technique, he might be inferior. But the difference wouldn't be too great. He could use his spiritual realm to catch up. Also, Wang Teng could continue farming attributes from him. It would only be a matter of time before he caught up with him. Then another enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind and was quickly absorbed by him. Devil Eye Domain. Without a doubt, this domain came from Gatum and was obtained by Wang Teng. Wang Teng felt that Gatum's mastery of the Devil Eye Domain was normal, but it had reached the actualization phase. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles, so his enlightenment was extremely pure. It was as if it had been refined. The enlightenment was still the same, but it varied from person to person. Wang Teng was able to grasp and master these enlightenments. It wasn't something Gatum could compare with Devil Eye Domain. 3000 actualization phase, third stage. It reached the third level actualization phase directly. Did I get all the attributes from Gatum? Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board and found it strange. By right, this situation rarely happened. Normally, he would need to farm attribute bubbles a few times before he could reach the same level as his opponent. But this time, the attributes he received allowed his enlightenment of the Devil Eye Domain to catch up with Gatum's. Is it because his mastery is too ordinary? Is it easier to farm attributes? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Either way, it was a huge gain for him. An actualization phase domain was extremely precious. What's more, it was a spiritual domain. It was rare. The Devil Eye Domain is similar to my Wicked Eye Domain. The latter focuses on spiritual invasion, while the former focuses on charm control. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. He wondered if he could merge these two domains. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, he noticed the words, "can be merged" behind the two domain attributes. Good riddance. It has come without any warning. Wang Teng was elated. He chose to merge without thinking. There was a change on the attributes board. The two domains merged and turned into a new domain, Devil Wicked Eye Domain. 3000 actualization phase, third stage. Devil Wicked Eye. Wang Teng felt the corners of his lips twitching. This name is too sloppy. But soon, he got attracted by the effects of the Devil Eye Domain. Without a doubt, this domain combined the occult and mysterious aspects of the Devil Eye Domain and the Wicked Eye Domain and became stronger. Chapter 2965, Devil Wicked Eye Domain. A draw. Night invitation. 2. They were both at the third level actualization phase, so this domain was definitely stronger than the Wicked Eye Domain or the Devil Eye Domain. Also, The Devil Wicked Eye domain could be activated through the eyes. It was a convenient domain. Think about it. During a battle, the sudden release of the power of domain from one's eyes might really catch the enemy off their guards. The only regret Wang Teng had was that his Devil Wicked Eye domain was only at the 3rd level of the actualization phase. Mind you, his Wicked Eye domain was at the 6th level of the actualization phase. It looked like the Devil Eye domain was dragging him down. Lastly, there were a few Heaven Realm spirit attributes. They were of some help to Wang Teng, so he absorbed them directly. After the duel in the arena ended, Gatem left dejectedly. No one paid attention to him anymore. They went back to their own high school. Young Master Justin, aren't you coming up to play? However, at this moment, Nikala suddenly turned in Wang Teng's direction and spoke seductively. The dark apparitions who were preparing to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks. They looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Justin? Who is this? Why is Nikala challenging him? That person beside him looks like the son of the city lord, Gakus. Gakus! Since he's able to stand with Gakus, it looks like Justin's identity isn't simple. Tisk, Gakus is just the 138th child of the city lord. He isn't valued at all. Being with him doesn't mean anything. You're right. Gakus is ordinary. Discussions entered Wang Teng's ears and his expression turned strange. He couldn't help but look at Gakus, who was beside him. He even put aside Nikola's challenge invitation. Gaku's expression kept changing. It was extremely ugly. What do you mean by ordinary? Young Master Justin, are you not interested in me? Nikola's gaze flickered slightly as she stared at Wang Teng. A seductive smile appeared on her face. She wanted to see if the fragrance he smelled came from Justin, the aura of a fellow clansman. This was strange. How could she smell the aura of her own kind from the devil armor race? If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would probably remember this matter. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the arena. His eyes met with Nikola's, and he remained silent for a moment. Suddenly he smiled and said, I don't want to kneel down and lick your shoes. Nikola was stunned. She didn't expect Justin to admit defeat so easily. This was surprising. The other dark apparitions were stunned too then. They burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, looks like this fellow knows his limitations. He doesn't dare to accept Nikola's challenge. Useless. Gakus's friend is exactly the same as Gakus. Useless. You don't even dare to accept the challenge. The bunch of dark apparitions mocked and ridiculed Wang Teng. They were full of contempt towards him. At least they weren't afraid of challenges. This fellow didn't even dare to accept the challenge. It was embarrassing. Gakus hesitated. He knew that this was the wisest choice, but it was embarrassing to reject him in front of so many people. What's more, he brought along the dark apparitions around him. It was embarrassing. However, this was Justin's own decision. He hesitated for a moment, but he didn't say anything. Ha ha! Suddenly, a contemptuous laughter came from a window not far away. Gakus, I told you not to make these useless and random friends, but you didn't believe me. It's embarrassing now. Gakus turned when he heard this. His expression turned uglier. Gabos, why are you here? A devil-armored dark apparition walked out from a window on the left. He was tall and muscular and was more than a head taller than Gakus. You can come to the charm house, but I can't. The devil-armored dark apparition was holding a glass of red wine in his hand. He glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of his eyes. What a mess. Wang Teng felt offended. He looked at the other party and asked calmly, Which one is this? Which one? Gakus was speechless. He hesitated for a moment before replying, using voice transmission. He's my half-brother. I've always been at loggerheads with him. Half-brother? Wang Teng was speechless. He had already come up with a plot in his mind. He shook his head and felt that this was an undeserved calamity. Why did he get implicated? However, since the other party wanted to find fault with him, he wouldn't spoil him. He wasn't the guy's father and had no improper relationship with his mother. Which one? The corners of Gabos's lips twitched. He glared at Wang Teng. "Brat, how dare you speak to me like this?" "Huh? What is it?" Wang Teng looked at it calmly and asked, "Are you unconvinced?" The people around them were flabbergasted. When they saw that Wang Teng didn't dare to accept Nicola's challenge, they thought that he was a timid coward. Yet he dared to talk back to Gabos. The dark apparitions found it strange and contradictory. It was fine if the other party didn't know Gabos's identity. But since Gakus was beside him, it was impossible for the other party not to know Gabos's identity. Yet he still dared to retort after knowing the other party's identity. This meant that the devil armor dark apparition's identity wasn't simple. Gabos was surprised too. He didn't think that this fellow who didn't dare to accept her challenge would dare to fight with him face to face. Especially after hearing her calm words, he felt a blatant contempt which infuriated him even more. Chapter 2966, Devil Wicked Eye Domain. A Draw Night Invitation. 3. He could look down on the other party, but the other party couldn't look down on him. "It looks like you want to die." Gabos smiled hideously. He wanted to jump down from the window and fight with Wang Teng. "Young masters, why don't you give me some face? My charm house can't withstand your torment." Nicola suddenly opened her mouth and rolled her eyes at Justin sweetly. She continued, "Also, I'm the one who wants to have a duel with young Master Justin." "Young Master Gabos, do you want to snatch from me?" Gabos froze. Although her words were sweet and seductive, it gave him a different feeling. He couldn't afford to provoke this lady. I'm giving some face to you. If not, I will teach you a lesson today." Gabos glared at Wang Teng and snorted. Wang Teng sniggered. He didn't even look at it. Anger almost spurted out of Gabos's eyes when he saw this. He glared at Wang Teng furiously. This disregard was infuriating. However, he didn't dare to do anything in Nicola's territory. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and stare at Wang Teng coldly like a poisonous snake, waiting for an opportunity to bite him. "Brother Justin, you have offended it. You have to be careful in the future," Gakus said using voice transmission. "But don't worry, as long as I'm around, I won't let him attack you easily." Wang Teng didn't take his words to heart. It was just a mid-tier Devil Emperor dark apparition. He had plenty of ways to deal with it. There was no need to take it to heart. Nicola had been observing Wang Teng all this while. When she noticed that he didn't care about Gabos, she got even more curious about him. She gave him a seductive look and continued, "Young Master Justin, are you sure you don't want to have a duel with me? You're my esteemed guest, so I won't treat you like how I treated Justin. Also, I might not be your match. If you lose, you must take care of me." Slurp. Many dark apparitions swallowed their saliva when they saw her appearance. They felt that she was a beauty. Gabos shifted his gaze away from Wang Teng and looked at Nicola. He was envious of Wang Teng. He mocked Wang Teng because he saw Nicola challenging Wang Teng voluntarily. This had never happened ever since the charm house was opened. What right did this unknown fellow have to receive such treatment? "Do you think I'll believe you?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes in his heart. However, when he looked around him, he thought for a moment and stood up. He flew towards the arena and said calmly, "Since you said that, I'll follow your order. There are so many people watching. I think you won't go back on your words and make a fool of me, right?" There was a flash of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect this fellow to follow her words and shut her up. "Interesting." "Haha, young master. Justin, what are you saying?" "I'm not an unreasonable person." She pouted with an aggrieved expression. Wang Teng didn't say much. He placed his feet on the ground and landed firmly in the arena. He looked at the dark apparition beauty in front of him and sneered in his heart. However, his expression remained indifferent. "Let's get started. Let's end this quickly. Don't disturb my mood." Nicholas smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't disturb you. To express my apology, I'll give you a blissful experience." A blissful experience? Wang Teng was stunned. He was puzzled. He felt that the other party was flirting, but he didn't have evidence. Blissful experience. This is a blissful experience. What a huge gain for this fellow. Oh my God, who is he? Why is Nicola giving him special treatment? There was an uproar among the dark apparitions when they heard these two words. They looked at Wang Teng enviously. Do those dark apparitions have masochistic tendencies? Wang Teng was speechless. When she noticed that he was distracted, she opened her mouth and blew out a mouth of fragrance. The same method and the same fragrance. Sneak attack? As expected, a lady's words can't be trusted. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He released his spiritual power and formed a protective shield around him. Spiritual shield. As Wang Teng's spirit realm increased, his control of the spiritual shield had reached the perfected stage. It wasn't limited to his appearance anymore. He could change his form at will. He had to talk about the cultivation of those spiritual battle techniques. Wang Teng relied on picking up attributes most of the time, but he would cultivate when he was free. He had grasped the spiritual shield for a long time, so it wasn't too high a level for him. Hence, it wasn't difficult for it to reach the perfected stage. The fragrance from Nicola's mouth surged towards Wang Teng. He was the first to bear the brunt. He didn't smell the lingering fragrance like before, so it didn't affect him much. Now that he was in this thick fragrance, he finally understood how scary this fragrance was. Even though he used the spiritual shield to form a protective shield around his body, the fragrance still entered his nose. The spiritual fluctuations spread out and formed ripples in his mind. His soul seemed to have smelled the strong fragrance. He was in a daze and was about to fall into confusion. A hazy illusion was about to appear. Chapter 2967. Devil Wicked Eye Domain, a Draw Night Invitation for 9 Treasures Pagoda. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He shouted in his heart. Boom! The 9 Treasures Pagoda gave off a dazzling golden glow and turned into circles of light. They enveloped Wang Teng's inner cosmos and dispersed the strange fragrance. That was dangerous. Wang Teng's gaze turned clear again. He looked at Nicola with lingering fear. I was already cautious enough, but I almost got hit. His grasp of the enchanting physique wasn't as good as Nicola's. If not, he would understand how powerful and strange this physique was. Huh? Nicola gasped softly when she saw this scene. Justin's spirit seemed to be stronger than Gatem's. He managed to block her enchanting fragrance. She was astounded. She gradually increased the activation of her enchanting physique. It was at the 5th rank, but it had already reached the 4th rank. However, opposite him, Wang Teng was still standing on the spot. The thick fragrance didn't seem to affect him at all. How is this possible? Gabos's expression turned ugly. He found it unbelievable. This fellow wasn't affected by the enchanting physique. He knew that Nicola possessed the enchanting physique. This wasn't a secret. At the same time, this was why dark apparitions were afraid of her. But at this moment, the timid fellow wasn't affected by her enchanting physique. This was out of his expectation. He wasn't the only one. The other dark apparitions felt the same way. They widened their eyes slightly and started discussing in low voices. This fellow doesn't seem simple. Could it be that he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Is he planning to use this despicable method to take down Nicola? Fuck. Is my Nicola going to be taken away? Damn it, this fellow is shameless. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Gekus clenched his fist uncontrollably. Excitement appeared in his eyes. Justin was so powerful. He didn't expect this. When he killed the dark Tyrannosaurus, Wang Teng's pet attacked, so he didn't understand Wang Teng's ability. He just thought that Wang Teng relied on his pet to kill the dark Tyrannosaurus, so his ability wasn't high. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. Maybe he was just too lazy to act at that time. Now that Justin had displayed exceptional ability, Gekus felt that he had regained his dignity. He glanced at Gabos proudly. Didn't this fellow look down on him? Now, he would show Gabos that his friend wasn't a random person. He felt even better when he saw Gabos's disbelief. If the result wasn't out, he would have mocked him back. Young Master Justin is indeed astonishing. Nicola looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Her gaze turned serious. She finally didn't dare to underestimate Wang Teng anymore. This fellow was able to resist its fourth-rank enchanting physique. He wasn't as simple as he seemed. Actually, I can't hold on much longer. Why don't you work harder? Wang Teng said calmly. Nicola was speechless. I don't buy it. This fellow was extremely calm. You couldn't tell that he was on the verge of collapsing. He did it on purpose. This fellow did it on purpose. Silence. The surrounding dark apparitions were speechless too. They didn't expect this devil-armored dark apparition to be so cheeky. Nicola squinted. She activated her enchanting body to the maximum and reached the 5th rank. Boom! An invisible aura erupted from her body. The fragrance that filled up the entire arena surged towards Wang Teng. The fragrance was like extremely thin threads trying to burrow into Wang Teng's body. It was exceptionally terrifying. Wang Teng squinted. He didn't dare to be careless. This fragrance contained the power of domain, and it was at the 4th rank of the actualization phase. Swoosh! The next instant, a glaring dark red glow erupted from his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the space around him distorted and eyes appeared. Then they opened gradually. Evil, chaos, disorder, an unimaginable strange feeling blossomed from the eyeballs. Boom! In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a strange and evil domain. The fragrance froze in midair. It was only a few meters away from Wang Teng, but it couldn't get any closer. This domain? Nicola frowned. She could feel that this domain was similar to Gatem's domain, but it was more powerful and evil. Oh my God! The surrounding dark apparitions were astounded. This scene was similar to the battle between Gatem and Nicola. There was a thick fragrance and numerous wicked eye domains, but it was completely different. In the past, Gatem's wicked eye domain was completely suppressed, but now Wang Teng's domain was on par with Nicola's. Also, they could clearly feel that Wang Teng's wicked eye domain was more terrifying than Justin's wicked eye domain. It was purer and more evil. Chapter 2968, Devil Wicked Eye Domain, a Draw Night Invitation. 5. Even though there was a protective array protecting them, the dark apparitions around them could still feel the eerie power of palpitations from the dark red glow of the eyes. If this power was used directly on them, no one could guarantee that they could resist it. Brother Justin is so powerful? Gaikus widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't think that his random friend would have such a strong spirit attainment. The guy wasn't weaker than Nicola. How can that fellow possess such spiritual power? Gabos was speechless. His expression was ugly as he stared intently at the duel in the arena. He couldn't accept it. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the arena. An invisible residual force swept out and crashed into the protective array of the arena, creating ripples. Wang Teng and Nicola took a few steps back and looked at each other. Then they smiled. Young Master Justin, you're amazing. I can't win against you. Nicola pretended to be infatuated with Justin and complimented him. You're very powerful too. I can't win against you. Wang Teng looked at it intently and said calmly, Then it's a draw. Nicola smiled. All right, I have no objections, Wang Teng replied casually. Then he flew towards the window without any hesitation. The surrounding dark apparitions were stunned. They were dumbfounded. What was going on? Was this the end? They were having a heated fight just now, but it ended in a draw. The audience felt a little anticlimactic. It was frustrating. Also, Justin didn't continue the duel and agreed to a draw directly. Did he have no feelings towards Nicola? If it was them, they would give it their all. Numerous dark apparitions yearned for her but failed. Justin had a chance of succeeding, but he gave up. This made many dark apparitions furious. Of course, there were some who felt fortunate. Nicola wasn't conquered. She was still there. They wouldn't be able to stand it if they saw their goddess getting conquered. Brother Justin Gaikus felt complicated. He glanced at Nicola in the arena and spoke to her using voice transmission. He expected better from her. Why aren't you continuing? Continuing what? Wang Teng was speechless when he saw that this fellow was even more anxious than him. Nicola didn't use her full strength. Even if I continue, there won't be any results unless we fight to the death. However, there's no need for that. If things reach that stage, it will be a life or death battle. It won't look good on either of us. We will offend them for no reason. Gekus nodded in deep thought. Suddenly he gave Wang Teng a thumbs up. Amazing, Brother Justin. You're amazing. How am I amazing? Wang Teng was puzzled. You should know when to stop. Nicola will like you? That way she will view you in a different light. It's better than pestering her. Gekus nodded as if he knew everything. Wang Teng. Was this what he meant? Why didn't he know? But he was too lazy to explain to this fellow. Actually, there were some things that Wang Teng didn't say. Nicola was indeed powerful. If he wanted to deal with her, he would have to expose many things. Hence, he didn't plan to defeat her in front of everyone. Also, Nicola's status was not bad. If he allowed her to submit to him, he might attract the powerful dark apparition behind her. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Hence, he decided to act secretly and let Nicola work for him without anyone knowing. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He stared at Nicola and came up with a plan. Nicola seemed to have noticed his gaze. She turned and smiled at him. Indeed, she was friendlier than before. Wang Teng felt a little strange. Did this female dark apparition think that he had tender feelings for the fairer sex? Wang Teng, you're dead. The female dark apparition has laid her eyes on you. You can stay here and be the dark apparition's son-in-law. Round Ball's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know how to speak. Wang Teng rolled his eyes angrily. To hell with being the son-in-law of a dark apparition. This was even more outrageous than a dark apparition. No one would believe it. Young Master Justin, if you're free tonight, why don't you come to my charm house? At this moment, a voice suddenly entered Wang Teng's ears. He was stunned for a moment. Then his expression under the armor turned strange. Did this female dark apparition have any thoughts about him? But this was good, too. He planned to visit this place at night. Since the other party invited him, he would accept it. He nodded slightly at Nicola. The Darkland had night, too. Wang Teng didn't notice it at first, but he realized that after some time celestial bodies would appear in the sky of the Darkland. These celestial bodies were known as the Dark Moons. When the Dark Moons appeared, it was nighttime in the Darkland. At this time, the dark apparitions would normally go into hibernation and absorb the power of the Dark Moons for cultivation. It was much more efficient than in the day. Chapter 2969, Dark Moons, Black Armor Divine Devil Array. Don't appear in front of me. Again, one dark moon. Wang Teng had seen this description in the Darkland's library. In summary, the constellations circling the sky above the Darkland seemed to be formed by the mighty power of some unknown dark apparition. They contained powerful dark force. It was said that all the living creatures in the Darkland used the dark force in the dark moons for their cultivation. Even in the day, the dark moon still gave off the power of darkness. However, the sky was shrouded in black mist, so the dark moons couldn't be seen after playing in the charm house for a long time. Wang Teng and Gekus prepared to leave happily. However, the moment he reached the door, his emotions were destroyed again. A muscular figure walked over. It was Gabos, Justin. His cold gaze landed on Wang Teng. He brought his servants and blocked Wang Teng's path. He didn't flare up in Nicola's territory, but it didn't mean that he didn't hate Wang Teng. This fellow embarrassed him in front of so many people. If he let it go like this, his reputation as the son of the city lord would be destroyed. What's more, these dark apparitions were direct compared to the human race. They would start a fight if there was a disagreement. Gabos thought that as the son of the city lord, he wasn't afraid of Wang Teng. Hence, he waited for Wang Teng and took his revenge immediately. Gabos, what are you doing? Gekus took a step out and blocked Wang Teng. He treated Wang Teng as his friend, so he wouldn't allow Gabos to attack him. Gekus might be a little timid in front of others, but they were both the son of the city lord. He wasn't afraid of them. Gacus, get out of my way. Gabos stared at him coldly. Justin is my friend. If you want to touch him, you have to go through me first, Gacus said. Do you think I don't dare to hit you? Gabs said coldly. You can try. Justice stood in front of Wang Teng and didn't back down. Wang Teng was a little surprised. He didn't know that Gacus was so loyal to his friend. Gabos was stronger than him, but he showed no signs of backing down. He didn't plan to act. Wouldn't it be better to let these two dark apparitions fight each other? Honestly, he didn't care about this Gabos. To him, this devil-armored dark apparition was just a clown. He wasn't interested in him at all. The other party's ability was less than 1/5 of Jaya Kundun's. What was there to fight? He was too lazy to get anything from him. Trash. You're looking for death. Gabos was furious when he saw Gacus challenging him. He felt that his dignity as his elder brother was being challenged. He clenched his fist, and dark constellation force erupted from his body. It congregated into a fist mark. He wanted to teach him a lesson. Boom. Gacus didn't back down either. Dark constellation force erupted from his body as he glared at his opponent. Their swords were drawn and they were about to start fighting. Gabos's gaze turned colder. He couldn't control his anger anymore. He took a step forward and dashed towards his opponent. Crack. The hard ground shattered instantly. Broken rocks flew everywhere. Gacus squinted. He didn't expect the other party to act directly, but he wasn't afraid. He released his fist too and dashed out. The next instant, their auras skyrocketed, forming terrifying force fluctuations that spread out. Boom. The two fist auras collided at the same time, creating a loud explosion. Powerful force impact swept out, destroying many buildings around them. As low-tier devil emperors, the destructive power of these two dark apparitions in the city was extraordinary. What happened? Many dark apparitions were attracted by the commotion outside. Gacus and Gabos are fighting. Good riddance, don't they know that they can't fight in the city? They're taking advantage of the fact that they're the sons of the city lord. But why are they fighting? Is it because of what happened just now? If it's for beauties, it's understandable. But these two fought over a male. This is a beautiful story. Wang Teng was speechless. Fuck. What do you mean by fighting over a male? Wasn't the male referring to him? Damn it, none of these dark apparitions in the charm house were decent. If the situation allowed him to, he would have killed them already. This was unbearable. As a talent of the human race, he had never suffered such humiliation. What would the human martial warriors and their friends think if they knew that two devil-armored dark apparitions fought over him? This was a dark history. Nicola appeared at a window and looked out. She was attracted by the commotion too. However, she didn't pay attention to the battle between Gacus and Gabos. Instead, her gaze landed on Wang Teng. She wanted to see if Wang Teng would act. Unfortunately, her expectation wasn't fulfilled. Wang Teng didn't plan to act. Wang Teng had already noticed her gaze. He raised his head and looked at her. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. However, under the protection of the armor, the other party didn't know that he was smiling. Chapter 2970. Dark Moons. Black Armor Divine Devil Array. Don't appear in front of me again. 2. Boom. Within a few seconds, the battle between Gacus and Gabos had spread to a few thousand meters away. Many buildings were destroyed and turned into piles of ruins. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. These two must be the rich second generations of the Darkland. Look at how badly this city was destroyed. Wastrel. He seemed to have forgotten that he was the instigator of this battle, yet he was watching the show at the side, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Many dark apparitions were speechless. Nicola sized up Wang Teng with interest. She felt that this devil-armored dark apparition was different. Other dark apparitions would have acted if they were faced with this situation and wouldn't have allowed Gacus to fight alone, yet he still had the heart to watch the show. She wondered what he was thinking. The battle between the two dark apparitions continued to rise. They knew that their battle would cause great damage to the city, so they purposely lured the battle into the sky. However, a black screen appeared in mid-air and blocked their figures. Boom. The residual impact swept through the air and slammed into the array. Ripples were formed. This should be the saint-level array of the Black Armor City. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He activated his real eye. He was quite interested in the defense array of the Darkland. He also picked up some array attribute bubbles on the second floor of the library. He had a better understanding of the arrays in the Darkland. By and large, they weren't much different from the human race's arrays. However, they were mainly made up of dark runes and supplemented by other runes. It formed a special system. The main purpose of the arrays was to mobilize dark force. This was the biggest difference from the human array. However, the array on the second floor of the library was only at the Grand Master level and below. There were no saint-level arrays. Wang Teng wanted to see a saint-level array. He was a saint-level rune master now, so he needed to have high standards. The arrays he studied must be suitable for his status. As the array vibrated, a few attribute bubbles dropped from the light screen. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Black Armor Divine Devil Array 500. Black Armor Divine Devil Array 800. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, an enlightenment appeared. It turned into a complicated and occult array that gave off a thick black glow. Black Armor Divine Devil Array, incomplete, sacred level, 1900 3000 foundation. Black Armor Divine Devil Array. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He had a strange feeling. He was enlightened and immediately understood the Black Armor Divine Devil Array better. This was a special defense array of the Devil Armor race. The dark runes carved on it were related to the natural patterns of the Devil Armor race. Many people didn't know that there were strange patterns hidden on the Devil Armor race's surface. This was their innate talent also. The more complicated the dark patterns, the stronger their talent. After cultivating, the Devil Armor race could activate the power of these patterns and release the true power of the Devil Armor. Not only did it possess a powerful defense ability, but it also possessed terrifying destructive power. There was a description in the Devil Armor race scripture Wang Teng received in the past. The Black Armor Divine Devil Array used the special runes of the Devil Armor race as its foundation. After it was activated, a terrifying devil armor would be formed and cover the area above the array. Its defense ability was astonishing. After absorbing the knowledge of the array, the strange feeling in Wang Teng's heart got stronger. This was the first time he received a dark element array. In the past, all he learned were human arrays. There was a huge difference between the two. At this moment, Wang Teng activated his understanding of the human arrays. Two different enlightenments appeared in his mind and he compared them. Gradually, a different understanding appeared in his heart. In an instant, a huge door opened in front of him. Wang Teng's understanding of arrays became deeper. He felt a change in his understanding of arrays. Runes shimmered in his eyes. They were occult and complicated, as if they contained the wisdom of heaven and earth. Both the human array and the dark array used runes to communicate with heaven and earth, attracting the power of heaven and earth. Although they were entirely different forces, they came from the same source. Wang Teng felt that the enlightenments of these two arrays shouldn't be separated. They should be combined together. These two enlightenments seemed incomplete without either of them. Sigh. Wang Teng took a deep breath and let it out slowly to calm himself down. There wasn't much enlightenment. He wanted to continue, but he had to stop abruptly. The black-armored Divine Devil array was incomplete. It wasn't a complete array. Also, Wang Teng was only at the foundation stage. He was still a distance away from mastering the array completely. He was able to have this enlightenment because this was the first time he received the enlightenment of a dark divine level array, hence he had a different feeling. More. Wang Teng looked up at the sky with shimmering eyes. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. How dare you! At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the sky. It rolled over from afar and echoed continuously. Chapter 2971, Dark Moons. Black Armor, Divine Devil Array. Don't appear in front of me again. 3. Wang Teng frowned. He looked up at the sky and saw a black light flying over at a fast speed. It arrived in front of him in a blink of an eye. Boom. A figure landed and congregated into a huge dark palm. It pressed down on Gekus and Gabos. Damn it. Gekus's expression changed. He wanted to escape. Gabos felt the same way. He stared at the dark palm with an ugly expression, but it was too late to escape. He could only release the dark force in his body and resist frantically. A cold snort was heard. The giant dark palm pressed down forcefully, suppressing the two martial warriors. Boom. The two devil-armored dark apparitions, Gekus and Gabos, were thrown to the ground. They crashed into an empty space and formed two deep holes on the ground. Dust flew into the sky, peak of mid-tier devil emperor. Wang Teng squinted as he looked at the black light. It was a devil-armored dark apparition who had reached the peak of mid-tier devil emperor. He was many times more powerful than Gekus and Gabos. No wonder they were suppressed in a single move. You came at the wrong time. Wang Teng shook his head regretfully. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the remaining attribute bubbles. Black Armor Divine Devil Array, 1-500. Black Armor Divine Devil Array, 1-100. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, 2,500. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, 2,000. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, 2,300. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, 2,300. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, 2,300. Not bad, not bad. At least there are many array attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately absorbed them. The Black Armored Divine Devil Array's attributes rose again. It went from the foundation to the well-versed stage, and his enlightenment of the array was gradually perfected. Most of the enlightenment of the array was lit up. It was just a little away from being completed. What a pity. Wang Teng sighed uncontrollably. The dark apparition came too quickly. It would have been better if he came a little later. There were also a few scriptures and battle techniques attributes. These were all scriptures and battle techniques of the Devil Armor race that Wang Teng was familiar with. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, Devil Emperor Stage, 5,000, 10,000. Specialized Devil Armor Growth, 110,000 small achievement. The Devil Armor Divine Scripture has reached the specialized stage. Wang Teng was elated. He didn't expect the Devil Armor Divine Scripture to rise again. It went from the well-versed stage to the specialized stage. This scripture was indeed powerful. It was the highest level scripture of the Devil Armor race among the Devil Emperors. One could cultivate it to the high-tiered Devil Emperor level. Now that he had reached the specialized stage, Wang Teng was able to execute the Devil Armor race's ability more smoothly. The Devil Armor battle technique rose too. It went from specialized to small achievement. It was a level higher than the Devil Armor Divine Scripture. This was undoubtedly a piece of good news. The Devil Armor battle technique of the Devil Armor race was exceptional. Once it became stronger, no one at the same stage could break its defense. What's more, he was executing the Devil Armor ability of the Devil Armor race. It could be used to cover up his identity. The higher the level of the Devil Armor, the harder it was for him to be discovered. It's a little hard. It only exceeded the threshold by 100 points and almost reached the small achievement stage. Wang Teng felt fortunate when he saw the attributes board on his attributes board. How much longer are you going to pretend to be dead? At this moment, a cold shout came from the figure in the sky on the ground. Gekus and Gabos flew out from the two holes. They looked at the figure in the sky in fear. 15th brother! The two of them exchanged glances with each other before shifting their gazes away. They shouted at the figure fearfully. How dare you fight in the city? You didn't take our father's words to heart at all. I think you have been living too peacefully recently. Gapez looked at the two of them indifferently and said coldly, 15th brother Gekus attacked me first. He disregarded his elder brother and looked down on me. He even cooperated with others to humiliate me. That's why I couldn't help but teach him a lesson, Gabos said hurriedly. Gabos, you're shameless. Gekus didn't expect him to play the blame game. He was fuming. "Hm," Gabos snorted. "Do you dare to say that you didn't make any random friends and humiliate me? Is this how you should treat your elder brother?" "Bullshit." Gacus was furious. "Enough," Gapez interrupted them coldly and scanned them. "I don't care what reason you have or who started it. Since you fought in the city and broke the rules, you will be punished. Go back and receive your punishment." 15th brother, Gacus and his brother's expression changed when they heard that they were going back to receive their punishment. Fear appeared in their eyes. "Do you want me to repeat myself?" Gapez asked indifferently. Gacus and his brother didn't dare to speak anymore. They were dejected like frosted eggplants. 15th brother. Hatred flashed past Gabos's eyes as he looked at Wang Teng. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth again. "This fellow instigated Gacus and made us fight. He has an undeniable responsibility. He didn't want to let Wang Teng go so easily. If he and Gacus got punished, this person wouldn't have an easy time either." "You're from the outer city?" Gapez glanced at him before his gaze finally landed on Wang Teng. He sized him up and noticed that he was only a low-tiered devil emperor. Chapter 209-72, Dark Moons. Black Armor Divine Devil Array. Don't appear in front of me again. 4. That's right. Wang Teng replied calmly. "Is what my stupid little brother said right?" Gapez's crimson gaze flickered as he asked calmly, "Gabos, 15th brother, don't listen to just one side of the story. He was the one who spoke rudely first, and he was the one who attacked first. Justin is my friend, and he saved my life. I can't just let Gabos attack him without doing anything." Gacus's expression changed as he said, "Oh," Gapez was surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. He said calmly, "Since he saved your life, I can let him go. If not, as the reason for your fight, I won't let him go easily." It took a deep look at Wang Teng and continued, "I don't know where you're from, I don't know your identity, and I don't know what your motive is. However, what happened today is because of you. I will let bygones be bygones. Don't let me see you in front of me again in the future. If not, things won't end as simply as they did today." 15th brother. Gacus's expression changed. "Huh." Gapez glanced at him coldly. Gacus's words got stuck in his throat. He couldn't speak anymore. Gapez disregarded them and turned into a beam of black light, disappearing on the spot. Wang Teng. What was going on? From the start to the end, he only said 2 words. He didn't say anything else. The devil armor dark apparition had already confirmed everything. What did he mean by that last sentence? Threatening him? He didn't want Wang Teng to appear in front of him. Wang Teng found it a little funny. This mid-tiered devil emperor was quite arrogant. Brother Justin, Gacus, looked at Wang Teng apologetically. He didn't expect things to turn out like this and felt a little guilty. "There's no need to make things difficult for me. I came here to gain experience and will leave soon. We won't have much interaction in the future." Wang Teng replied calmly. This devil armor dark apparition was stupid. He was fooled by Wang Teng, but he still treated him as a friend. Tisk! How naive! Wang Teng was too embarrassed to kill it. Wang Teng suddenly felt that his acting skills had improved again. He was getting better and better at acting. He didn't lose to Nicola. Sigh. Gacus sighed deeply. He felt a little lonely. "Ha ha ha. Are you afraid? Are you trying to escape?" Gabs sneered. "Where did you hear that?" Wang Teng looked at it speechlessly. "You think that no one will protect you, so you want to leave the Black Armor City quickly? Aren't you afraid?" Gabos looked at Wang Teng mockingly. I'll give you full marks for your comprehension. I'm afraid you'll get arrogant if I give you one more point," Wang Teng said with a strange expression. Gabos felt that his intelligence was being humiliated. He wanted to flare up, but he remembered that he was just punished, so he suppressed his anger forcefully and said coldly, "Brat, let's wait until you leave the Black Armor City. At that time, himph." He snorted and flew away like a beam of light. He didn't want to see Wang Teng again. "Brother Justin, if you want to leave, you should leave as soon as possible. Don't let Gabos grab the chance. He's vengeful and won't let you go easily, Gekus said in embarrassment. I can't help you anymore. It's all right, Wang Teng said calmly. You can leave too, so that you won't be implicated. Gekus wanted to say something, but didn't. He cupped his fists at Wang Teng and flew away. This is good. I can kill him the next time I see him, Wang Teng wondered to himself. Wang Teng, what are you planning to do? Round Ball couldn't help but asked. You'll know soon. Wang Teng replied in his heart. He turned and walked into an alley in the distance. Gabo's servants were still there. When they saw Wang Teng leaving, they immediately followed him. They received an order to follow Wang Teng closely and not let him run away easily. Wang Teng noticed their presence and sneered in his heart. He turned into the dark alley and disappeared on the spot. Where did he go? Damn it, I saw him coming in. Why is he gone? If we lose him, Sir Gabos won't let us off easily. There are only a few forks here. He hasn't run far. Continue chasing. The devil-armored dark apparitions glanced around them. They had lost sight of Wang Teng. They started spinning in circles anxiously. But soon they continued chasing after Wang Teng. They split up and examined every fork in the path. Ah! Suddenly, a scream of agony was heard. It stopped abruptly. The remaining devil-armored dark apparitions stopped in their tracks in fright. Their expressions changed as they glanced around them vigilantly. The scream just now belonged to their companion. It was obvious that their companion was in danger. The devil-armored dark apparitions immediately chased after the source of the sound. Ah! At this moment, another scream of agony was heard. It sounded exceptionally horrifying in the dark alley. There were only 5 devil-armored dark apparitions now. There were only 3 left. They quickly gathered together and didn't dare to split up again. The Black Armor City was a territory they were extremely familiar with. Yet in this environment, they felt the threat of death. What a joke. Chapter 2973, Dark Moons, Black Armor, Divine Devil Array. Don't appear in front of me again. 5. Leader. What should we do? A devil-armored dark apparition whispered. He seemed a little anxious. No matter what, let's go over and take a look. If the 3 of us don't get separated, the other party won't have a chance to attack. A dark apparition who looked like the leader said, Swoosh! The instant he finished speaking, a sonic boom was heard. A devil-armored dark apparition fell to the ground. The leader of the devil-armored dark apparitions splat. Suddenly, another devil-armored dark apparition fell silently. The leader of the devil-armored dark apparitions felt a chill down his spine. His head turned numb. Please. He swallowed his saliva and wanted to beg for mercy. Splurt. A sharp pain came from his chest. He lowered his head slowly and saw a pitch-black dagger stabbed into his chest. His life was draining away quickly. Bang! The next instant, he collapsed. He was deader than dead. My lord, everything is taken care of. At this moment, a black figure gradually appeared and knelt on the ground. Vera, you're not bad. Another figure appeared abruptly in front of the black shadow. It was stranger and more unpredictable than the other party's appearance. It was Wang Teng. He wanted to do it personally, but he noticed that Vera was following him, so he passed it to her. This was a good chance to see how strong she was. You're flattering me. Vera lowered her head and her pupils constricted slightly. She didn't dare to be careless. Her master's ability was even more unpredictable. Whether it was the method to control her or the frightening concealing skill just now, she felt that she couldn't resist it. It was normal for her to be controlled. Who was this? Wang Teng looked at the devil-armored dark apparitions on the ground and shook his head with a smile. A few low-tier devil emperors wanted to follow him? They must be dreaming. Did you get the contract from Gekus? Wang Teng asked. Yes. Vera replied. You're a step faster. If you're a step slower, you won't be able to leave so easily. Wang Teng smiled. Vera looked at the corpses of the devil-armored dark apparitions and knew that something must have happened. She felt fortunate. Do you have a place to stay in Black Armor City? Wang Teng asked. Yes. Vera nodded immediately. Bring me there. Wang Teng ordered. I have nowhere to go now. I can only follow you. You must be joking. Vera got up and led the way. The two of them gradually disappeared in the dark, leaving only the corpses of the devil-armored dark apparitions in the dark alley. It would probably take some time for them to be discovered. Vera's residence was well hidden. After all, she was a mixed blood and an intelligence officer of the Mixed Blood Alliance. She needed to be well hidden. This was a row of stone buildings situated in the south of Black Armor City. They looked rough and simple. Compared to Gekus's castle, it was undoubtedly dilapidated. Along the way, Wang Teng saw many mixed bloods. He was surprised. This is the gathering place for mixed bloods. Most of the mixed bloods in Black Armor City live here. I won't be noticed if I stay here. Vera walked in front of Wang Teng and spoke to her using voice transmission. She was wearing a black gown that covered her curvy figure. Yes. Wang Teng nodded calmly. He was also wearing a black robe. It wasn't uncommon to see them dressed like this in Black Armor City. When they walked on the main road, around 5 to 6 out of 10 people were dressed like this. It was normal. After walking for some time, Vera brought Wang Teng into an alley. They took many turns and walked a few hundred meters before stopping in front of an inconspicuous stone house. This is my lodging. Vera bit her lips and opened the door. She led the way in. Wang Teng was stunned when he walked in. This house was different from the dark apparition houses he had seen before. It didn't give off an ice-cold feeling. Instead, it gave off a sense of warmth. That's right, cozy. There was a sense of life everywhere. It was incompatible with the Darkland. The difference was huge. Wang Teng even suspected that he had returned to the human world and wasn't still in the Darkland. Sir, what's wrong? Vera seemed a little embarrassed. She looked at Wang Teng and asked, Is it because you don't like it? This place is a little simple. Why don't we change to another place? She didn't want to bring Wang Teng here, but she was controlled by Wang Teng, so she couldn't resist. She had no choice but to obey. It's all right. This place is not bad. Wang Teng glanced at it and found it interesting. This shrewish mixed blood lady was embarrassed because of this. However, it was probably affected by enchantment. If it was facing other dark apparitions, it wouldn't give this expression. Vera heaved a sigh of relief. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Sir, what do you plan to do next? Do you know Nicola? Wang Teng didn't reply to her. Instead, he asked her a question. Nicola. Vera blinked and nodded. I know her. She's one of the more famous figures in the Black Armor City. There's a formidable warrior supporting her, but I don't know who it is. The Mixed Blood Alliance doesn't know either? Wang Teng asked. It's very mysterious, Vera said. It looks like I have to meet it personally. Wang Teng touched his chin and said, Chapter 2974, Night Sneaking. How Impudent, 1, in Vera's residence. Wang Teng had nothing to do, so he sized up the room curiously. Besides being warm and cozy, Vera's room also had a special characteristic. There were strange collections everywhere. There were the bones of star beasts, some unknown rocks, and some strange and indescribable things. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. This mixed blood lady had a collecting fetish. Vera felt a little awkward. She wanted to hide the items, but there were too many of them. She couldn't put them away all at once. Also, Wang Teng had already seen them, so she was too lazy to hide them away. He stood there as if he didn't care what Wang Teng did. Your hobby is special, Wang Teng teased. Mixed bloods like us have no status. We can't find anything good, so we can only collect some junk for fun, Vera said. Are the other mixed bloods like you? Wang Teng asked curiously. Sir, why are you paying so much attention to mixed bloods? Vera stared at the devil-armored dark apparition in front of her curiously. She didn't reply to him. Answer my question, Wang Teng said calmly. Some are like me. Some are leaning towards the dark apparitions. Vera glanced at Wang Teng bitterly and replied honestly. Same as you? Wang Teng looked at her with interest and asked, Do you yearn for human life? Vera looked at him in bewilderment. She turned vigilant. What did this devil-armored dark apparition want to do? Why did he ask all these? Was he going to find a chance to take care of them? Many thoughts flashed through Vera's mind. Her face turned pale, and she stared at Wang Teng in fear. She couldn't resist Wang Teng anymore and had accepted her fate. She simply hoped that he would let go of the mixed blood alliance. "Sir, we don't," she wanted to explain, but Wang Teng interrupted him. "Are you afraid of me?" Vera knelt on one knee and fell into silence. There was only the most humble plea. "Get up. I won't do anything to your mixed blood alliance." Wang Teng stared at her for a while and smiled. "Really?" Vera raised her head abruptly. "I never lie," Wang Teng said. "Thank you, my lord." Vera stood up. She didn't trust the dark apparitions, but she had no other choice. She could only take one step at a time. "Oh, right. How long is it until night?" Wang Teng asked. "Soon." "The dark moon will arrive in an hour," Vera replied. Wang Teng nodded. "Sir, do you want to eat something?" Vera suddenly blinked and asked in a fawning tone. "You know how to cook?" Wang Teng asked. "I'm living alone, so I know how to cook. I'm doing a good job," Vera said proudly. "Try it, then." Wang Teng nodded. He wanted to try the forced dishes of the Darkland. Vera turned and walked into the kitchen. She started getting busy. As an intelligence officer, she possessed all kinds of skills to curry favor with the dark apparition nobles. They came in handy now. Although she was controlled unknowingly, she still wanted to break free from this restraint. The breakthrough point was undoubtedly Wang Teng. Vera's idea was simple. If she made Wang Teng happy, he might give himself away. Wang Teng didn't know what she was planning. He wasn't interested either. Vera's spiritual power wasn't as high as Nicola's, so he wasn't a threat to him. After some time, a fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Vera came out with forced dishes. She had already changed into a dark purple dress with a high slit. She was seductive. As she walked, her slender and fair thighs could be seen faintly. Was she good at cooking? This thought appeared in Wang Teng's mind when he saw this scene, but is it all right to wear such a seductive long dress while cooking? As expected, she wasn't a proper chef. Wang Teng despised her in his heart, but he didn't shift his gaze away. He sized her up with interest. He had to admit that this mixed-blood lady was as beautiful as Nicola. Wang Teng didn't notice it when he was in Gakus's castle. However, after seeing Nicola, he was certain that Vera was as pretty as her. The only difference between them was their talent and aura, or rather, their aura was closely related to their talent. The main reason why Nicola was able to mesmerize so many dark apparitions was because of her enchanting physique and her dark apparition identity. Vera was just a mixed blood in the eyes of the dark apparitions. She was just an ant. They didn't have the strong desire to conquer Nicola. Of course, this was only relative. Vera's looks were not bad, too. Along with her powerful charm, it was enough to attract many dark apparitions. Fortunately, she met the devil-armored dark apparition, Gakus, and she wasn't as attractive to him. After all, the aesthetics of different races were different. If she had met vampires or dark apparitions like the giant devil race, she would have been eaten clean. Vera swayed her body and placed the forced dishes on the table. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the forced dishes too. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This should be a forced dish made by a dark star beast. There was a thick dark force in it, giving off a faint black glow. Chapter 2975. Night sneaking. How impudent, too, a true dark cuisine. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with the taste of this force dish. It contained dark force because of the ingredients. On the surface, it was similar to the force dishes of the human race. It looked, smelled, and tasted amazing. This was how dark cuisine worked, too. Although some dark apparitions loved to eat raw meat, there were still some races that preferred force dishes that had been cooked before. They had high requirements for its color and fragrance. Wang Teng took the cutlery. Vera prepared and forked a piece of star beast meat that was roasted until it was golden. He placed it in his mouth and chewed it a few times. I had limited time, so I can only make the simplest force dishes. Vera looked at Wang Teng carefully and continued, I wonder if it suits your taste. Just barely? Wang Teng took a bite and put down his cutlery. Vera, seriously, you only took one bite? Her heart dropped. She glanced at Wang Teng and hesitated. She felt wronged, but the next moment, she smelled a strong fragrance. It smells so good. Vera was shocked. She stared at Wang Teng's hand with wide eyes. She was stunned. A piece of roasted meat had appeared in her hand. It was golden and was giving off steam. A strong fragrance wafted from it. Slurp. Vera swallowed her saliva involuntarily and stared at the piece of roasted meat intently. She almost couldn't pull herself out. Why did it smell so good? What level of force dishes were these? Her force chef master level was at least at the master level. However, the simplest roasted meat was nothing compared to the one in front of her. This wasn't just the master level. Could it be the legendary Grand Master level? The Darkland didn't place much emphasis on force chefs. Force chefs were rare. It was good enough for them to reach the master level, much less the Grand Master level. Suddenly she saw a devil-armored dark apparition taking out a piece of Grand Master level roasted meat. Vera found it unbelievable. Also, she could clearly feel that there wasn't any dark force in the meat. What was going on? This devil-armored dark apparition was happily eating a piece of roasted meat with no dark force. Vera didn't know what to think. Sir, she hesitated before calling out. What's the matter? Wang Teng asked as he ate his roasted meat. However, he reacted quickly and pointed at the plate of roasted meat in front of him. Oh, you must be hungry. Eat it. You made it yourself. It's not bad. Vera, not bad. If she didn't smell the fragrance of the meat, she would have believed it. At first, she felt that her force dishes were not bad, but now she felt that her force dishes weren't delicious anymore. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Wang Teng urged her. We still have to go out later. Hurry up and eat. Vera remained silent for a moment. Then she sat down and smelled the strong fragrance. She ate her roasted meat as if she was chewing wax. She asked, My lord, is this all you're eating? What's wrong with me eating this? Wang Teng was stunned. His piece of barbecued meat was better, right? Was this mixed blood lady trying to steal his meat? No. His gaze turned vigilant. How could this mixed blood have such a shameless thought? He couldn't bear with it. Vera felt Wang Teng's gaze turning strange. He seemed afraid that she would eat his meat. She was speechless. Although she had some thoughts, she just wanted to have a taste. She had no intention of snatching food from him. What's more, she couldn't win against him. No, my lord, I'm just curious. Where did you get this roasted meat? I don't think there's such pure star beast meat in the Darkland. Have you been to the human world before? Vera took a deep breath to calm down. She couldn't help but ask curiously. She was extremely curious. A devil-armored dark apparition was holding a piece of barbecued meat with no dark force and munching on it happily. Would you believe it? Yes. Wang Teng glanced at him and replied calmly. He finally realized that this was what the other party was concerned about. He wasn't worried that he would be seen through. It was just a piece of barbecued meat without dark force. It didn't mean anything, as expected. Vera thought to herself, but she didn't probe further. However, Wang Teng noticed that she was in a daze. There was a glimmer in her eyes. Wang Teng was stunned. It felt like longing. Did he see wrong? This mixed blood lady was looking forward to it. What was she looking forward to? Suddenly, Wang Teng had a thought. He mentioned the human world just now. Could it be? He looked at Vera intently without saying anything. After they finished eating, they turned completely silent. No one spoke. Vera was thinking about something while Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the ground and waited for the dark moon to descend. Time passed. After some time, a few bright constellations gradually emerged from the black mist in the dark sky. Thick dark force started to spread in the air. Wang Teng got up from his cross-legged position and came to the window. He felt the dark force in the night sky and was surprised. Let's go. He stopped hesitating and turned into a ray of light. He shot into the night sky. Vera followed him immediately. The two of them didn't stop. They arrived at the charm house directly. Chapter 2976. Night Sneaking. How impudent. 3. Although it wasn't as lively as in the day, there were still some dark apparitions coming in and out. It was obvious that not every dark apparition would enter a deep sleep to absorb the dark force when the dark moons came. Even in the dark land, there were some playboys. Wang Teng appeared in the shadows. Vera followed closely behind him, panting slightly. If Wang Teng didn't slow down a little, she wouldn't be able to catch up. "Wait for me outside?" Wang Teng replied without turning his head. "But, sir," Vera hesitated. She didn't expect Wang Teng to visit the charm house at night. This guy was quite bold. "It's all right, I know what I'm doing." Wang Teng seemed to know what she was thinking and interrupted her. Swoosh. The next instant, he disappeared on the spot, as if he had never appeared. Vera wanted to persuade Wang Teng, but she realized that Wang Teng had disappeared. The words at the tip of her tongue got stuck. She stomped her feet furiously and shook her head helplessly. Wang Teng hid himself in the charm house. Shadow power enveloped him, and he even used the power of space to merge into the void. He didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of Nicola. This dark apparition lady wasn't simple. It wasn't a good time to use his dark force. He would be discovered by some powerful dark apparitions. On the other hand, the shadow power and the space power were more useful. At this moment, he was walking in the shadows. He moved his body and evaded all the gazes in some hidden sentry posts. He didn't notice it in the day, but when he came here at night, he realized that there were many guards hiding in the dark. Most of them were low-tier devil emperors. No wonder the dark apparitions didn't dare to create trouble here. If ordinary dark apparitions with no background acted here, they would be seeking death. Wang Teng didn't notice Nicolas. He frowned uncontrollably and looked up at the upper floor of the charm house. The charm house wasn't high, there were only 3 floors. The second floor was a place for people to have fun, but no one could go up to the 3rd floor. It meant that Nicolas might be up there. Wang Teng looked around and finally found the entrance to the 3rd floor. However, after going to the library, he had some experience. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the 3rd floor. Instead, he examined the entrance. As expected, there was a similar protective array here. Normal people wouldn't be able to enter without their master's permission. If they entered recklessly, they would be discovered immediately. Wang Teng hid in the space crack and activated his real eye. He scanned his surroundings and saw some well-hidden runes. He shook his head and chose to leave. This entrance was too conspicuous. If he broke the runes and entered from here, he would be easily discovered. Even if he could destroy a few runes secretly and render the protective shield useless, it would be useless. He came to the outskirts of the charm house and observed the entire place. He saw a few windows on the 3rd floor. His gaze flickered, and he flew up. There are no guards here. It shouldn't be a problem to enter from here. Wang Teng glanced around him and decided to act from here. Wisps of spiritual kinesis seeped out from his forehead and turned into invisible filaments. They twirled towards the runes at the window. This protective shield was at most at the 3rd or 4th rank Grand Master level. It wasn't difficult for Wang Teng. He quickly found the loophole. At this moment, he was like a thief. He inserted a steel wire into the keyhole and pried it. The lock opened with a sound, and he did it skillfully. Of course, the process wasn't that simple. Normal rune Grand Masters wouldn't be able to do this. A hole was opened silently in the rune array at the window. Wang Teng pushed the wooden window gently. Creak. A screeching sound entered Wang Teng's ears. He paused for a moment. He didn't have the time to think. He dashed into the house and closed the window quickly. Then he restored the runes he opened just now. Sigh. After completing his task, he listened carefully and heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that no guards were attracted over. Huh? What fragrance is this? It smells so good. Suddenly his nose moved. Astonishment appeared in his eyes as he looked into the house. In the end, he was stunned. A dark purple screen filled with dark style appeared in front of him. There was a bathtub steaming in the screen. The fragrance came from the bathtub. Crack! Wang Tang held his breath when the door opened. He retracted his aura and looked in the direction of the door. A familiar figure walked in. It was Nicola. Wang Tang was stunned. He didn't expect to meet the other party again in this way. "You can leave." Nicola swayed her slender body and strode into the house. Her voice was calm. Yes, the servants outside the door replied respectfully. They closed the door gently and left silently. Wang Tang saw the servants leaving with his real eye. Then his expression turned strange. They met in this way. This was a little awkward. What should he do now? It looked like Nicola wanted to bathe. Should he continue watching or continue watching? Chapter 2977, Night Sneaking. How impudent. 4. If he was discovered, would the other party go crazy and kill him? Although those dark apparition ladies seemed bold and unrestrained based on her way of doing things, she seemed to value her chastity. If not, she wouldn't have organized this challenge to block all the dark apparitions who came with evil intentions. Actually, Wang Tang didn't treat them as ladies. However, these dark apparitions were really good-looking. All of them were more beautiful than human ladies. Wang Tang hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to do the main thing. Whether he enjoyed the nudity or not was secondary. The business was more important. While he was in deep thought, Nicola had already walked towards the bathtub. Her long dress suddenly slid down and floated in mid-air like an agile snake. It landed on the screen. A perfect body was displayed in front of Wang Tang. The dark purple skin didn't ruin the beauty of the body. Instead, it gave off an exquisite feeling. It was extremely perfect. It was like a perfect piece of purple jade. Her skin was crystal clear, and there was no fat on her body. Her legs were voluptuous and slender, and her waist was slender like a willow. The protruding parts were all prominent. Wherever there was fat, there was fat. In summary, every part was perfect. So fierce. Wang Tang felt that his nose was a little warm. He hurriedly used his force to cover his nose and almost made a fool of himself. This was a misunderstanding. He wasn't a peeping Tom. He wasn't. This was an accident. Who, at this moment, Nicola's expression changed. She grabbed the dress on the screen and wrapped it around her body. Then, she moved her body and appeared where Wang Tang was. Her expression was cold as she pushed her palm out. Boom! The frightening force fluctuations were suppressed within a certain range and swept towards Wang Tang. I got discovered? Wang Tang was surprised. He almost had a nosebleed, but he was already discovered. This lady's nose was so sharp. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. He took a step forward and punched his fist at his opponent. Boom! Wang Tang also suppressed his force within a certain range to prevent it from exploding. If not, they would destroy this place instantly. Bang! Their fists collided violently, and a dull thud was heard. Tap, tap, tap. Both parties took a few steps back simultaneously. Wang Tang's figure could be seen too. He looked at Nicola awkwardly. Fortunately, there was armor covering his face. If not, he would have died on the spot. This was the first time someone caught him red-handed. He didn't expect a mid-tier Devil Emperor to see through his space concealment skill. It's you. Nicola stared at Wang Tang coldly. She didn't expect it to be the devil-armored dark apparition she saw in the day. Although she was interested in this fellow, she had never thought of meeting him in this situation. Goddess. Although the commotion here was suppressed by the two of them, it still attracted the attention of many guards and servants. They rushed over and shouted anxiously outside the door. Are you all right? Nicola's expression changed slightly. She stared intently at Wang Tang and said calmly, I'm fine. You can leave. Goddess, just now, someone hesitated. I've already said that you can leave, Nicola said coldly. Yes, ma'am. The guards and servants outside the door didn't dare to speak anymore. They retreated immediately. Their speed wasn't much slower than when they came. Wang Tang was a little surprised. However, when he saw the other party's expression, he understood. "You're quite bold," Nicola said. "Will you believe me if I say that this is a misunderstanding?" Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He decided to give it a try. Nicola stared at Wang Teng intently and suddenly smiled seductively. A strong fragrance wafted out. "Young Master Justin, I didn't ask you to come over tonight in this way." Chapter 2978, Bloodline Suppression. "Sir, are you from the Nether God race?" 1. "Young Master Justin, I didn't ask you to come over tonight in this way." Wang Teng felt even more awkward when he heard Nicola's teasing tone. He felt that he was caught as a thief. However, when he smelled the fragrance in the air, his mind shook and he turned vigilant. The 9 Treasures Pagoda. Rays of golden light spread out in his mind, resisting the spiritual contamination from the fragrance. Wang Teng squinted. He mustn't let down his guard in front of this female dark apparition, otherwise he would get hit. "Didn't you ask me to come?" "I came to look for you when you weren't around and accidentally entered this room." "This is all an accident," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Nicola, how could there be such a shameless person in the world? This guy sneaked in without its permission, but he made it sound so high-sounding. Shameless." However, she was more concerned about the other party's ability. Her enchanting physique had already reached the 5th rank, but she still couldn't do anything to this devil-armor dark apparition. The other party's ability astounded him. "Young Master Justin, are you coming alone?" The smile on her pretty face didn't disappear. She asked in a sweet voice. At the same time, a dark purple glow blossomed in her eyes. It was exceptionally eerie. Wang Teng was shocked. He saw a dark purple flower blossoming in her eyes. An unimaginable spiritual fluctuation spread out. "Why are you bringing other people to Lady Charm's appointment? Don't you know how interesting it is?" he replied while releasing his spiritual power to resist the impact of the spiritual fluctuations. He had already activated his divine-level dark talent, so his spiritual power had a hint of dark attributes too. It was the same as the dark apparitions. An invisible confrontation started in this small room. Wang Teng turned serious. He realized that even with his spiritual power he couldn't resist the strange glow in her eyes. In his mind, the golden light released by the 9 Treasures Pagoda was being suppressed and constricted. Most importantly, he could only use his Cosmos Realm spiritual power now. If he used his Heaven Realm spiritual power forcefully, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. His advantage wasn't his spiritual power, it was his dark talent. Normal dark apparitions didn't have this ability. Actually, most dark apparitions didn't have this talent. There was no sound in the room. Pop, suddenly a soft sound was heard. The dark purple glow in the room grew brighter. Strange dark purple flowers blossomed abruptly in the air, covering the entire room. Boom! In an instant, an invisible force spread throughout the room and engulfed it. With Wang Teng's sense of hearing, he could still hear the commotion outside. However, the outside world seemed to have been completely cut off. There was dead silence. Domain. This was Nicola's spiritual domain. The first time they fought in the arena, although Nicola had displayed her domain before, it was just a trace mixed in the enchanting fragrance. It wasn't a complete domain. Now that this strange domain was fully activated, Wang Teng was engulfed in it. An invisible killing intent spread out. "Let me entertain young Master Justin properly." Nicola smiled seductively. Her voice was filled with charm. Wang Teng didn't relax. He squinted and felt a strong sense of danger. He shouted in his heart without any hesitation, "Heart of Darkness, activate." In an instant, he activated this top-class dark physique. Boom! An extremely pure dark force erupted from his body and resounded in the room. However, it was blocked by the power of domain, so no one outside could hear it. At the same time, strange eyes appeared in space. They were dark red, chaotic, and evil, devil, wicked eye domain. In an instant, Nicola's domain was repelled and she couldn't get any closer to Wang Teng in this small room of space. 2 domains were activated at the same time. each occupying half of the space. They were evenly matched. The strange eyes gave off a dark red glow. The gorgeous dark flower gave off a dark purple glow. The entire room was shrouded in these two rays of light. It was filled with a hazy and strange atmosphere. If anyone stepped in recklessly, they would be contaminated by the spiritual power and fall into the illusion. This spiritual confrontation seemed peaceful, but it was extremely dangerous. There was a thick spiritual power pervading the air, especially since both the domains were dark element domains. Not only were they powerful, they were also strange, evil, and terrifying, this dark force. The smile on her pretty face disappeared gradually. She was bewildered. When they were fighting in the arena, Justin's domain was filled with pure evil, but it couldn't be compared to this. For some reason, she felt a terrifying dark force within the domain. This was a form of suppression. Yes, this was suppression, bloodline suppression. A thought flashed through her mind. Her expression changed as she stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. An unbelievable thought appeared in her mind. The bloodline of this devil armor dark apparition was nobler and purer than hers. How was this possible? Mind you, her bloodline was extremely pure in the enchanting satisfaction race. It was considered a rare talent that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Chapter 2979, Bloodline Suppression. Sir, are you? From the nether god race to, but now, a devil armor dark apparition from who knows where managed to suppress her with his bloodline. Your bloodline power astounds me. Nicola's expression changed. She turned serious when she looked at Wang Teng, but her tone was still frivolous. She smiled and said, "Are you craving for my bloodline?" Wang Teng released the power of his domain continuously to suppress her domain. He was prepared to take Lady Charm down. Since he had already reached this stage, there was nothing else to say. He would just fight with her. Silence. Nicola kept quiet. She felt speechless. Would she crave the other party's bloodline? What kind of joke is this? Am I that kind of person? It had always been others who craved her. She had never craved others. This fellow was so shameless. Nicola gritted her teeth. She didn't dare to let down her guard and didn't have the time to think about this. The clash of domains in front of her was strenuous for her. Her enchanting devil flower domain was suppressed. The enchanting devil flower domain was the domain that Nicola grasped. It was extremely powerful and strange. Many dark apparition talents fell for it and became her slaves. Now that she was facing Wang Teng, she finally executed her trump card. Hence, she felt threatened by Wang Teng's ability. The enchanting devil flower domain was the most sacred flower of the enchanting devil flower race. It was said that the dark apparitions were groomed using their blood. Once they grew up, they would possess the ultimate power of enchantment. It was extremely compatible with the abilities of the enchanting satisfaction race. Once you were enchanted by the fragrance of this special flower, a seed would be planted in your spirit. Then it would suck the spiritual power of the host and gradually take root and germinate. When the enchanting devil flower matured, the spirit of the living creature it was hosting would wither and die. At the same time, the enchanting devil flower had its profundities too. The enchanting devil flower allowed the enchanting devil flower to gain some enlightenment from it. This was where the enchanting devil flower domain came from. She focused her gaze, and the power of domain in her body spread out continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The strange sound was heard again. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He saw strange dark purple flowers appearing out of the blue. There were even more of them than before. They covered the other party's domain densely. A strange fragrance wafted out and filled up half the room. The fragrance was many times thicker than before. 8th rank actualization phase domain. Wang Teng turned serious. He didn't expect her domain to reach the 8th level of the actualization phase. To be able to grasp a domain at the mid-tier Devil Emperor level. This lady was a genius during the duel in the arena. She only executed her domain to the 4th rank of the actualization phase. Thinking back about it, she didn't release her full potential. Wang Teng's mind worked furiously. He wasn't able to resist the 8th level actualization stage domain of his opponent with his 3rd level actualization phase. Devil Eye domain. The difference was huge. Even if he used the Heart of Darkness talent, it was the same. Troublesome. Wang Teng shook his head and pouted. If he wasn't afraid of attracting the attention of the dark apparitions, if he used skills other than dark force, he wouldn't be so restrained. However, he didn't come here to have a spiritual duel with her. A sly look appeared in his eyes. Nicola, who was staring at him intently, felt her heart tightening. Boom! The next instant, an extreme dark force spread out from Wang Teng's body. With Wang Teng in the center, it spread throughout the entire room. Dark domain, third-level integration phase. In terms of spiritual domain, he wasn't as strong as her, but in terms of force domain, there was no way she could be compared to him. The battle at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters provided him with many domain attributes, including the integration phase domain. Now, it came in handy. In an instant, a terrifying domain descended. The terrifying dark force surged towards Nicola. What? Nicola was flabbergasted. Her pretty face turned pale, and she stared at the powerful dark domain in disbelief. Boom! Wang Teng's dark domain slammed into Nicola's enchanting devil flower domain. An explosion occurred. The entire space vibrated. Thin dimensional rifts appeared. However, all movements were still restricted by the domain. No one heard anything. The entire room vibrated slightly. The night was dark and the dark moons hung high in the sky. No one noticed the intense battle of domains happening in a room on the 3rd floor of the charm house. Crack. A clear cracking sound was heard. Nicola's enchanting devil flower domain couldn't withstand the pressure and started cracking. The enchanting devil flowers disintegrated silently as if they were withering in the dark. Her expression finally changed entirely. She gritted her teeth and another force surged out of her body and merged into her domain. The power of origin. This was the power of origin of Nicola. It could reach the 1st rank. The domain was repaired and the enchanting devil flowers appeared again. They gave off a strange power, useless struggle. Wang Teng shook his head. The power of origin in his body merged into his domain too. Origin of darkness, 2nd rank. Wang Teng's origin of darkness had reached the 3rd rank, but he only needed to execute his 2nd rank domain to suppress his opponent. You, Chapter 2980, Bloodline Suppression. Sir, are you? From the Nether God race, 3. Nicola's expression changed entirely. Waves of astonishment crashed into her heart. This was the first time she had felt so powerless. She executed all her skills, but she was still suppressed. It was unbelievable among her peers. No one had ever surpassed her so forcefully. Her opponent's ability astounded her. Surrender. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to destroy his opponent's domain. Instead, he increased the pressure and caused the enchanting devil flower domain to shrink continuously. He allowed her to understand what despair felt like. In front of this powerful presence, he needed to crush her confidence and mentality before he could use enchantment to control it. But this wasn't easy. Who on earth are you? Nicola's expression turned ugly. She stared intently at Wang Teng and finally asked, "Surrender or die?" Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He just asked indifferently, "Young Master Justin, are you planning to use this method to conquer me?" Nicola gritted her teeth when she saw that Wang Teng didn't reply to her. She looked at him bitterly as if she had suffered greatly. Those who didn't know might think that Wang Teng did something wrong. "Don't look at me like this. I'll ask you one more time. Surrender or die?" Wang Teng asked. Nicola retracted her pitiful expression and stared at Wang Teng coldly. "Your ability has indeed astounded me. However, your spirit isn't strong enough to make me submit to you. Women from my tribe aren't easy to conquer." "It doesn't matter," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Even if I can't conquer your heart, conquering your body is not bad." Boom. He released his dark domain without any hesitation. An explosion occurred. Nicola's domain couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and shattered. "You pff." Nicola widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. She didn't expect the other party to shatter her domain so suddenly. What's more, The strength was so frightening that she couldn't resist it at all. The domain shattered and she suffered a backlash. She vomited a mouth of blood uncontrollably. Wang Tang moved his body and disappeared on the spot. "What are you doing?" Nicola squinted. For the first time, there was a hint of panic in her voice. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. How could her speed be compared to Wang Tang's? The space in front of her trembled slightly. Wang Tang took a step out and stretched out his hand under Nicola's astounded gaze. It was this hand that stopped her from moving. Her delicate body froze on the spot. Wang Tang grabbed her slender neck. Gasp. The long dress on her body slid down instantly, revealing everything to Wang Tang. However, Wang Tang wasn't fascinated. He stared into the other party's eyes indifferently. Nicola's face turned pale. There was finally a hint of fear in her eyes. She struggled frantically, trying to break free from Wang Tang's grip. However, her martial arts ability was too weak. The talent of the enchanting satisfaction race was in the spirit. It couldn't resist Wang Tang's suppression at all. "Why do you have to do this?" Wang Tang shook his head. His tone was calm as he pinched her neck tightly with his slender hand. He showed no mercy to the fairer sex. Bewitching enchantment. The two skills were activated at the same time. A glaring red light shot out from Wang Tang's eyes and stabbed right into her eyes. Before she could close her eyes, she got stabbed by the red light. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, but soon she started struggling again. Her gaze turned clear again, and she looked at Wang Tang in fear. Sob. She kept struggling as if she wanted to say something. However, Wang Tang wasn't affected. Indeed, it's not easy to enchant someone with powerful spiritual power. He frowned and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he fixed his gaze and activated his various physiques, ancient god's body. True dragon battle physique, divine constellation physique, five-element divine physique, nether god physique. Powerful physiques were activated one after another, releasing extraordinary physical strength. Gasp. However, Wang Tang couldn't help but gasp. He felt excruciating pain all over his body. His body was about to collapse, and lines of blood appeared on his skin. The Devil Armor Race's armor disappeared from his body and revealed his original appearance. However, due to the activation of the Nether God physique, he had purple hair now. Nicola widened her eyes as if she saw something unbelievable. Wang Tang didn't have the time to think. He immediately activated his Heaven Realm spirit and activated his enchantment to the maximum. Boom! The moment of absent-mindedness caused Nicola to lose her composure. Wang Tang took the chance to sneak in, and a huge spiritual fluctuation exploded in her mind. Wisps of spiritual power invaded her soul and left a seed of enchantment silently. Success, Wang Tang was elated. However, his expression changed immediately, and he started coughing blood uncontrollably. Cough! Damn it! Wang Tang hurriedly took out a pill and swallowed it with his blood. Then he sat down, cross-legged, and recuperated quickly. Nicola gradually regained her consciousness. She glanced around her in confusion as if she hadn't understood what was happening. However, when she saw Wang Tang sitting cross-legged in front of her, her expression changed. She finally remembered everything. She immediately checked her body, but she couldn't find the problem. This was the strangeness of the enchantment seed, Chapter 2981, Bloodline Suppression. Sir, are you from the Nether God race? 4. It was planted in his soul, but it was extremely secretive and hard to discover. In an instant, Nicola's expression changed multiple times. She looked at Wang Tang with a complicated expression. She knew that she was bewitched. She couldn't resist this fellow anymore. This was ironic. She didn't expect that, as the genius of her tribe, she would be conquered by someone using this method. A bitter smile appeared at the edge of her lips. The world was unpredictable. Her arrogance in the past was completely crushed in front of this fellow. Nicola was unconvinced, but the truth was right in front of her. There was no point in being unconvinced. The winner takes all. It was too late to say anything. Suddenly, She regretted having a trace of curiosity towards this fellow that she shouldn't have, and inviting him over for a night chat. Look, she shot herself in the foot. It hurt. Nicola was too confident. She thought that her spiritual power was enough to deal with Wang Teng. Now she was suffering the consequences of her actions. Of course, she didn't know that Wang Teng planned to take her down in the first place. At this moment, Nicola's gaze landed on Wang Teng again. She sized him up uncontrollably. She was shocked when Wang Teng returned to his original appearance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been bewitched by Wang Teng, because she was in a daze. There was indeed something wrong with this fellow. He wasn't some devil-armor dark apparition. Nicola scanned Wang Teng's body, trying to determine which race he belonged to based on his characteristics. The dark force in his body couldn't be faked. It was extremely thick, and his bloodline was able to suppress hers. This proved how powerful his talent was. In that case, what race's talent could reach this stage? Oh, right, the Devil Armor race and the fragrance of my enchanting satisfaction race. Nicola suddenly remembered the fragrance she smelled. She got curious about this fellow because of the fragrance. What's more, the Devil Armor race armor that just disappeared, her eyes lit up as he thought of something. This was a disguise ability. Or rather, the ability to change. Looking at the purple hair, the name of a powerful race suddenly appeared in her mind. The Nether God race. Was this a member of the Nether God race? Astonishment crashed into her heart. Was this fellow really a mysterious member of the Dark God race? Even among the 100 races of dark apparitions, the Nether God race was a mysterious and powerful presence. They were considered nobles of the Darkland. She was shocked by her guess. She stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. However, she was curious why this fellow looked so old. The aura of origin around him was extremely weak. He was drenched in blood and looked miserable. He's injured. It's a serious injury. His origin is damaged. Nicola's gaze flickered. She guessed what happened. Swoosh! At this moment, Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly and looked at it indifferently. You! Nicola jumped in fright. She felt a little guilty when she saw Wang Teng because of her guess just now. She hesitated for a moment before asking carefully, Sir, are you from the Nether God race? Wang Teng was stunned. He glanced at his current state and felt a little strange. Was this lady thinking too much? However, when he saw the other party's nervous expression, he had a sudden thought. His expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly, How did you recognize me? For some reason, when she heard Wang Teng admitting it, she heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't hard to accept that she was conquered by a nether god. When we were dueling in the arena in the morning, I sensed the fragrance of my tribe on you. You must be imitating our tribe. At first, I invited you over because I'm curious about this matter. I only understood why when I saw you returning to your original state from the Devil Armor race. Nicola contemplated for some time before replying to him. Wang Teng was enlightened. He didn't expect the other party to think that he was a dark apparition because of this reason. But thinking about it carefully, with the Nether God's physique talent, it was normal for him to disguise as a genius from the Nether God race. Right, his new identity was released. Chapter 2982, Ming Tian, Making Things Difficult. Ancient Space Runes, 1. His new identity was released. The question was, what name should he give himself? He remembered the battle at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. The dark apparition who broke the seal at the bottom of the abyss called himself He Tian. Wang Teng shifted his gaze and came up with a plan. Since he was going to give himself a name, he should pick a domineering name. Either way, it was fake. Even if others wanted to hit him, they would only know his alias. It had nothing to do with Wang Teng. May I know your name? Nicola was even more certain that Wang Teng was from the Nether God race. Her eyes lit up as she asked carefully. Ming Tian, Wang Teng replied calmly. This was the name he thought of just now. Since the dark apparition was called He Tian, he would call him Ming Tian. Ming Tian from the Nether God race sounded domineering. He felt that he was more powerful than He Tian. Ming Tian, Nicole muttered. Her eyes lit up. Then she pondered for a moment and asked, Sir, do you need my help? She could tell that the other party had other plans for her. This devil-armored dark apparition had disguised himself as a devil-armored dark apparition from the start. Then he attacked her. And the injuries on his body, it wasn't hard to guess his motive. Wang Teng was a little surprised. This female dark apparition changed quickly. Was the identity of the Nether God race so useful? However, this was exactly what he wanted. He asked, I need to go to the first level of the Darkland. Do you have a way? To the first level of the Darkland? Nicola was stunned. She didn't expect this to be the reason. Even with her status, she needed to use the power behind her if she wanted to head to the first level of the Darkland. It wasn't easy, but she didn't know what Sir Ming Tian's motive was. With his ability, he was invincible in the first level of the Darkland. There shouldn't be anything below that could attract him, right? Why is there a problem? Wang Teng frowned. Didn't Geikus say that she had a way? She seemed a little unreliable now. It's a little difficult. With your ability, you will definitely disrupt the balance below if you go to the first level of the Darkland. This is something the higher authorities don't want to see. Nicola explained hurriedly. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw Wang Teng's unhappiness. What will happen if we disrupt the balance? Wang Teng asked. This wasn't the first time he heard this. He couldn't help but feel curious. If he was in the human world, he wouldn't be stopped even if he went to some low-rank planets. The natives there would treat him like a god. Why were there so many problems in the Darkland? Why couldn't he go to a low-rank world? Was there something special about the first level of the Darkland? Questions flashed through Wang Teng's mind in the end. He looked at Nicola, hoping to get an answer from her. I don't know either. I only heard that it will cause a huge uproar, so it is forbidden. Nicola shook her head. Does this mean that I can't go down? Wang Teng felt a little helpless when he heard its words. His frown deepened. There's a way. Nicola hesitated. Speak. Wang Teng rolled his eyes angrily. Couldn't this lady finish her sentence at once? You need to seal your ability. When you reach the first level of the Darkland, you mustn't reveal any of it, Nicola said. Seal my ability. Wang Teng was stunned. He asked, Do I need others to do it? Yes, there will be high-tier devil emperors doing it to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Nicola nodded. High-tier devil emperors. Wang Teng was in deep thought. If it was just a high-tier devil emperor skill, he might be able to break it at any time. After all, he was a divine-level rune master. He didn't like to put his safety in other people's hands, but as long as his trump cards were useful, nothing was a problem. Sir, do you still want to go? If you do, I can try to ask around. Nicola said. Go ahead. Wang Teng nodded. Okay. Nicola stood up and replied. Silence. Wang Teng looked at the naked female dark apparition and felt his face turning hot. He coughed awkwardly. Hurry up and put on your clothes. This is inappropriate, sir. Am I not beautiful? Nicola glanced at him seductively and smiled. Women, you're playing with fire, Wang Teng said calmly. I can make the fire burn brighter. Nicola fell into Wang Teng's arms and smiled seductively. Indeed, you want my bloodline. Wang Teng lifted his chin and said, Nicola, all right, hurry up and do your work. If I'm satisfied, I don't mind leaving some of my blood for you. Wang Teng patted her perky chest and urged her. All right. Nicola got up from Wang Teng's body and picked up the long dress on the ground. She wore it and walked out. This demon, Wang Teng let out a long sigh. He almost got tempted. Fortunately, he had a strong mentality. Wang Teng, you're getting more and more depraved. Round Ball's voice was heard. What do you know? I'm sacrificing myself for important matters, Wang Teng said righteously. Round Ball Don, this fellow was too shameless. As expected of you. How can you say such shameless things? Oh, right, Vera is still outside. Wang Teng suddenly remembered a certain poor servant. He slapped his forehead and disappeared from the room. Chapter 2983, Ming Tian, Making Things Difficult. Ancient space runes, too, after some time. Vera followed Wang Teng into the charm house in astonishment. They arrived at the room on the 3rd floor. No one stopped them along the way. It was as if someone had already informed the guards. "Sir, what's going on?" Vera asked softly. This sir sneaked in secretly and walked out blatantly in less than half an hour. Then he brought her back in blatantly. If she didn't see 1 or 2 guards occasionally, she would suspect that they were asleep. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was Wang Teng's appearance. He was from the devil armor race. How did he become like this? Questions appeared in her mind. She couldn't understand at all. "Don't ask what you shouldn't," Wang Teng replied calmly. Oh, Vera gritted her teeth and nodded. After Wang Teng brought Vera into the charm house, he ignored her and sat down, cross-legged to recuperate earlier. In order to use his heaven realm spirit, he had to use many physiques. This strength was completely out of his control, damaging his origin again. The origin of soul and origin of life that he absorbed after killing a few dark apparitions were used up again. It was back to before. This state was too irritating. Normally, even if he activated multiple physiques, he wouldn't lose any origin attributes. Sigh. Wang Teng sighed. He felt helpless, but it would be worth it if he could head to the 1st level of the Darkland successfully.
Oh, right. I forgot to ask Nicola. Which level of the Darkland is this?
Wang Teng suddenly remembered and shook his head. The next morning, Nicola appeared in front of Wang Teng again. "Sir? How did it go?" Wang Teng's expression changed slightly as he asked. "I didn't disappoint you." Nicola smiled. She presented a token as if she was asking for credit. "This is the token of an ancestor of my tribe. If you bring this token to the City Lord, he will seal your stage and activate the teleportation array." "I have to meet the City Lord?" Wang Teng asked. "Of course. The City Lord is in charge of the teleportation array linking this area to the 1st level of the Darkland," Nicola said. "I begged for a long time before my ancestor agreed." "Not bad." Wang Teng nodded in approval. It looked like he found the right person. She didn't disappoint him. "Sir, do you want to go now?" Nicola asked. "Let's go." Wang Teng nodded. He wasn't in a good state. Since there was hope, there was no time to waste. Then he followed Nicola to the manor and prepared to meet the legendary City Lord residence. Along the way, the security was tight. Devil-armored dark apparitions stood on their posts like statues in pitch-black armor. They didn't move and looked exceptionally cold and stern. Wang Teng realized that the City Lord residence wasn't simple. There was a strange and evil aura around it from afar. It looked like a giant beast lying prone. There must be many powerful martial warriors hiding in the manor. If not, he wouldn't have this feeling. Mind you, at Wang Teng's level of martial arts and spirit, he wouldn't feel this way unless there was a threat. The City Lord's residence was one. When he first came to the Black Armor City, he had seen the lofty and majestic City Lord's residence from afar. At that time, he didn't have such a strong feeling. Now, when he was about to enter, he felt a sense of threat. Wang Teng remained vigilant. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he didn't create trouble in this place. If not, it would be too dangerous. In his current state, if he attracted the attention of the powerful beings here, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping. Wang Teng and Nicola walked along a wide avenue and headed towards the castle in the middle of the City Lord Manor. The moment he arrived at the castle, a figure walked out of the castle. "Nicola." Gabos was stunned when he saw her. He smiled enthusiastically and said, "Why are you here? Do you want to see my father? Let me bring you there." To prevent others from noticing anything amiss, Wang Teng asked Nicola to walk in front while he followed behind. He had already resumed Justin's appearance based on her reaction. It would be too conspicuous if he turned into the Nether God. What if the City Lord investigated him? Thus, it was better to keep a low profile. "There's no need for that. I've already made an appointment with the City Lord." Nicola smiled gently. Her tone was distant. Gabs felt a little embarrassed by her coldness. However, he didn't dare to be impudent in the City Lord's residence. He had just received his punishment anyway. He was about to leave with his men when he noticed Wang Teng behind her. "It's you. Why are you here?" His expression turned cold and he glared at Wang Teng with his crimson eyes. "Why can't I be here?" Wang Teng was surprised when he saw the other party. However, he didn't take it to heart and asked calmly, "Is the City Lord Manor forbidding me from coming?" "You." Gabos's expression turned even colder. The people he sent to follow the other party yesterday were all dead. He only knew this morning, so there was no doubt that this fellow was the culprit. The other party's slyness exceeded his expectation. He thought that he had lost him, and it would be hard to find him again. He didn't expect this guy to appear in front of him again. Chapter 298-4 Ming Tian, Making Things Difficult, Ancient Space Runes 3. Very good. You refused the path to heaven and barged into hell. Gabos sneered. Young Master Justin is my guest now. You better be polite. If not, the city lord won't be able to protect you. Nicola suddenly said calmly. Gabos stared at Nicola with wide eyes. His gaze flickered as he glanced back and forth between Wang Teng and Nicola. He didn't expect her to speak up for Wang Teng. She didn't even care about his face. Her tone was straightforward and cold. A strong sense of jealousy rose from the bottom of his heart. Why? How did Justin manage to gain Nicola's favor? Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Jealousy changed people entirely. Gabos was so jealous he almost lost his shape. Let's go. Wang Teng was too lazy to care about it. All right. Nicola nodded obediently at Wang Teng and brought him into the castle. Gabos trembled in anger. He felt his blood gushing up to his head. Nicola ignored him, but she was extremely docile towards Justin. The stark contrast was unbearable. He almost exploded on the spot. I want to see what y'all are planning to do. Gabos's eyes shimmered. He turned around and followed Wang Teng into the castle. Nicola and Wang Teng came to the entrance of the castle and took out the token. She said, Nicola from the enchanting satisfaction race is here to see the city lord. Please inform him. Wang Teng looked at the 30 meters tall, pitch-black door in front of him. The dark runes on it were giving off a strange dark power. It was uncomfortable. These were ancient dark runes. His eyes lit up and he recognized them immediately. Anyway, he also received a large number of ancient dark runes during the battle at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Both the Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle and the Dark Altar were covered with ancient dark runes. Wang Teng received the Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle and the Dark Altar, so he had the relevant ancient dark runes. The runes on the door in front of him were complicated, but they couldn't be compared to the runes on the Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle and the Dark Altar. Wang Teng remained calm. He didn't take it to heart. Those ancient dark runes had some protective ability, so it wasn't strange. Boom, at this moment, the door opened slowly. Nicola brought Wang Teng in. There was a long corridor in front. After walking for some time, a great hall filled with a dark aura appeared in front of them. Right in front of the great hall, there was a throne facing the two of them. A tall and lofty figure from the Devil Armor race was sitting on the throne. He gave off a powerful dark aura, and a black glow appeared above its head. There seemed to be a world of darkness inside. City Lord Nicola bowed respectfully. She didn't dare to underestimate a high-tier Devil Emperor. Wang Teng bowed slightly to show his respect. He had to put on an act when he should. However, when he raised his head, he noticed a few more figures below the throne. They were devil-armored dark apparitions. He recognized one of the devil-armored dark apparitions. He was Gapez, the 15th brother of Gacus and Gabos. What a coincidence. Yesterday, this devil-armored dark apparition asked him not to appear in front of him. Now they were meeting again in this manner. He wondered how this devil-armored dark apparition would feel. Wang Teng gave a mocking smile as he looked at the other party. Gapez noticed Wang Teng too. He glanced at Wang Teng coldly without saying anything. Wang Teng didn't recognize the remaining dark apparitions. He didn't know who they were, but since they were able to appear here, they must have a powerful background. Are you both heading to the first level of the Darkland? The high-tier Devil Emperor Devil Armor race said in a stern voice. His voice was cold and indifferent. Only one, Nicola said. He's my friend. I hope that you can fulfill my wish. Gapez's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the two of them in surprise. He had heard of her reputation and was even interested in her. Unfortunately, spirit wasn't his forte, so he didn't meet her requirements. However, he couldn't force her or offend her easily, hence he could only give up. He didn't expect that Justin, whom he didn't care about in the past, would be able to gain Nicola's favor and even get her help. Heading to the first level of the Darkland wasn't an easy task. One, Nicola wasn't enough to get his father to let him in. She must have invited a powerful dark apparition from the enchantment race. This proved that Justin's skills weren't simple. His identity wasn't simple either. Could it be that he had mistaken? His gaze was cold as he sized up Wang Teng again as if he wanted to see something. Oh. The Devil Armor race dark apparition on the throne looked at Wang Teng and sized him up. You have a strong dark aura. I didn't expect the Devil Armor race to have a talent like you. I've never heard of you before. I just came out of seclusion, Wang Teng replied. The Devil Armor race dark apparition didn't deny it. Father, just then Gabos walked in from outside the Great Hall. Chapter 2985, Ming Tian, Making Things Difficult, Ancient Space Runes, 4. Gabos, what are you doing here? Justice asked coldly. Gabos was like a mouse that saw a cat. He greeted Gapez in fear. 15th brother, this isn't a place you should be. You can leave, Gapez said. Gabos's gaze flickered. He wanted to speak, but hesitated. He looked at the city lord. Tell me, what's the matter? The city lord asked calmly. Father, this person's identity is unknown. When I was with Gekus, I guessed that he wanted to use Gekus to get close to you. Now, Gabos gritted his teeth and said. Gapez blinked. He didn't think that Gabos would say this in front of everyone. He had the same thought in the past, but it was just a guess. Now that the enchanting satisfaction race had spoken up for him, he wouldn't say anything. He didn't expect this idiot to say what he wanted to say. Interesting. They would know if he had any ulterior motives after testing him, Wang Teng frowned. This Gabos was really a mad dog. He was chasing him relentlessly. How irritating. If he had the chance, he would pinch this guy to death. Gabos looked at Wang Teng with a mocking gaze. No matter what your motive is, you won't succeed. The city lord glanced at Gabos before turning to look at Wang Teng. He opened his mouth again and asked, Is what my son said? The truth, sort of. Wang Teng replied calmly. I saved Gekus outside the city. He invited me into the city, so I went with the flow and asked if I had the chance to go to the first level of the Darkland. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the authority. That's why I came to look for Nicola. I wonder if the city lord is satisfied with this answer. Who knows if you're the one who caused Gekus to be in danger? He might be a little weak, but he's still my father's son and my brother. He won't be killed by a beast so easily, Gabos sneered. Wang Teng glanced at him and smiled. He kept quiet. This devil armor dark apparition was determined to go against him. He would find a way to refute whatever he said. There was no point in arguing with someone like him. There was dead silence in the great hall. The other devil armor dark apparitions looked at Wang Teng mockingly. They found this matter interesting. Indeed, you have a guilty conscience. You can't refute. Gabos got even more excited when he saw Wang Teng's speechlessness. City lord. Nicola opened her mouth and said in a cold voice, This is the token of my ancestor. I've already informed him about this. If you think that it's not enough to activate the teleportation array, I'll bring my friend away. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Their gazes flickered. Gabos opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, his words got stuck in his throat. He looked at Nicola in astonishment. The other party was going against his father for Justin. This was something he didn't expect. At first, he just wanted to make use of his father's power to let Justin return empty-handed so that he could take the chance to kill him. Unexpectedly, Nicola didn't follow the script and refuted directly. Was it worth it for an outsider? Wasn't Nicola afraid of offending his father? Gabos was stunned. The other devil-armored dark apparitions looked at Nicola and Wang Teng in surprise. What was their relationship? Why was Nicola willing to do this for Justin? Ha ha ha! A peal of laughter came from the throne. The city lord said, "I was just asking. I didn't take it to heart since you're heading to the first level of the Darkland. Follow me, father." Gabos's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but he met a stern and cold gaze. He swallowed the words at the edge of his lips. Gapez glanced at him and wanted to shake his head. Stupid little brother. Since their father had already made the decision, he shouldn't play tricks anymore. It was stupid to think that he could interfere. This brother wasn't a threat to him. Wang Teng and Nicola exchanged glances with each other and followed the city lord. Gapez and the others followed too. After passing through the great hall, they walked into a sinister and dark corridor and headed towards a certain great hall at the back. "What's your purpose for going to the first level of the Darkland?" the city lord asked casually. "I was entrusted by my elders to do something. As for what it is, it's inconvenient for me to tell you. I hope that you can forgive me," Wang Teng said calmly with a sharp gaze. "It's all right." The tall and lofty city lord walked in front and waved his hand. "Occasionally there will be people heading to the Darkland with different motives. I'm just asking casually. I don't want to get to the bottom of it. As long as you don't make too much noise below, no one will care about you. However, if you affect the normal operation of the lower realm, I won't be able to protect you. Of course, the enchanting satisfaction race won't be able to protect you either." His tone turned meaningful. "I understand." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He nodded. It looked like what he wanted to do was extremely dangerous. He needed to think of a foolproof plan. From the city lord's words, it wasn't hard to tell that if he caused a huge commotion in the lower realm, he would be discovered immediately. At that time, powerful dark apparitions would act. He wondered how long it would take for those formidable warriors to arrive. It would be great if he knew the exact time. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Many thoughts went through his mind as he contemplated his next plan of action. "Nicola, which floor are we on?" Wang Teng asked, using voice transmission. "Fourth level." Nicola's gaze flickered slightly. She was a little surprised, but she didn't think too much. She replied via voice transmission. "It's only the fourth level." Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He asked again. "Are there powerful dark apparitions guarding every level?" "Yes." Nicola seemed to know what Wang Teng wanted to ask. She continued, "Even on the first level, the guardians are devil titans." Wang Teng squinted. This was unexpected. It was just the first level, but the guardians were devil titans. Wasn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? What secrets did this 9-level Darkland have? Suddenly the Darkland seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil. Wang Teng felt even more astounded and curious. "We're here." The city lord's voice came from ahead. He suddenly stopped in front of a huge stone door. This stone door was similar to the one Wang Teng saw when he entered the castle. The ancient runes on it were even more complicated and occult. It wasn't just dark runes, there were other types of runes too. This is the power of space. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was surprised. Even though he had guessed something, he was still astounded by the power of space when he arrived. Even through the door, he could feel it. Suddenly, an attribute bubble appeared on the stone door. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Ancient Space Rune. Ancient Space Rune. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He didn't expect this gain. He had obtained many ancient runes, including special ancient runes like the Ancient Lightning Runes and the Ancient Ice Runes. However, this was the first time he had received an Ancient Space Rune. It was a pleasant surprise. In an instant, as the attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's mind, a strange symbol gradually appeared. It seemed to contain the rules of space, Wang Teng was flabbergasted, and a strange enlightenment appeared. Chapter 2986, 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array. Teleportation, Space Annihilation, 1 Ancient Space Rune. It was just a symbol. But when it appeared in Wang Teng's mind, he gained some strange enlightenment and a deeper understanding of the power of space. Wang Teng suddenly had an urge to carve this rune. However, there were outsiders present, so he could only keep it to himself. "What's wrong?" Nicola looked at Wang Teng in surprise. She sensed something amiss with Wang Teng. "Nothing." Wang Teng regained his senses. The strange symbols in his eyes disappeared quickly. He lowered his head so no one saw the runes in his eyes. Gapez glanced at him and had a strange feeling. He felt that this devil armor dark apparition was strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Justin's gaze flickered sometimes. It was filled with bitterness, and sometimes it was jealousy. He kept looking at Wang Teng and Nicola as if he was thinking about something. Boom. The city lord took out a token and shook it at the huge stone door. A ray of light shot in and the door opened. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. A thicker space power swept out from behind the door. However, it was gentle and harmless. "Follow me, and the others can wait outside." The city lord glanced at Wang Teng and said. Wang Teng glanced at Nicola and nodded. "Father," Gabos suddenly shouted. He spoke to the city lord using voice transmission. The city lord took a deep look at Gabos and pondered for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Gapez and you will come too." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He glanced at Gabos and Gapez and frowned. This fellow still wanted to create trouble. It was so irritating. But he didn't say much. He followed the city lord and walked in. He couldn't see the situation inside just now. Now that he stepped through the door, he could see that this was a spacious great hall. Numerous complicated runes were carved on the 4 walls. They looked like mysterious heaven and earth patterns, making the great hall look even more divine and extraordinary. However, there was no lack of dark runes, so the holiness change became strange and uncomfortable. 4 huge stone pillars stood erected at the 4 corners of the great hall. There were many runes carved on them, too. They reached all the way to the roof. In the middle of the great hall, there was a huge circular array. Wang Teng's gaze immediately landed on the array. There was a strange glow in his eyes, space teleportation array. What's more, it was an ancient space teleportation array. Just looking at it made people feel an indescribable sense of antiquity. Then there was the strange space power. The power of space was obscure because the array hadn't been activated. If Wang Teng didn't have the space talent, he wouldn't have noticed it. It was the same when they were outside. No one noticed anything. Only Wang Teng felt the faint power of space. Interesting. Wang Teng sized up his surroundings. His gaze flickered continuously, but soon his attention was attracted by something else, attribute bubbles. There were attribute bubbles scattered everywhere in the great hall. Wang Teng was shocked. "Pick them up." He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and quickly picked up the attribute bubbles floating above the ground. Ancient Space Rune 1, Ancient Space Rune 2, Ancient Space Rune 5, 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 4th level, 100, 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 4th level, 200. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into strange runes. These runes were different from the one he just received, but they were all space runes. They contained the enlightenment of space. Wang Teng closed his eyes and started enlightening himself. Underneath his eyelids there were runes flashing in his eyes. No one could detect it. I didn't expect there to be so many ancient space runes. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He felt that his understanding of space power had become clearer, as if a window paper had been pierced. This feeling was amazing. It was hard to describe with words. He felt that if he were to carve a space array now, he would only achieve twice the result with half the effort. Even his understanding of space battle techniques and space scriptures increased. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board. His grasp of the Godslayer sword scripture had increased. It was still at the same level, but his attributes had increased. Also, he noticed a problem. If I can use the power of space to outline these runes, it will be a form of attack, too. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he thought to himself. He noticed this feature when he received the ancient lightning runes and ancient ice runes. However, he had all kinds of powerful battle techniques, so he didn't take these ancient runes to heart. However, the ancient space rune he received today was different. Every rune seemed to contain different characteristics of space, such as cutting, coiling, stagnation, movement, and many more. Every space rune had its own special characteristics. This was a special trait. Actually, the ancient lightning runes and the ancient ice runes had similar characteristics, but they weren't as powerful as the space rune. This was why Wang Teng paid special attention to the space runes. Chapter 2987, 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, Teleportation, Space Annihilation. 2. This way I can have more space skills. Wang Teng thought to himself. As he was thinking about this, an even more complicated enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was the outline of a huge rune array. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He didn't expect to receive the attribute bubbles for this array. This was the ancient teleportation array. It was obvious how precious it was. However, Wang Teng didn't have the time to think about this. Complicated and occult enlightenment had already started to spread in his mind. His mind started to swell and ache, and he couldn't care about anything else. A portion of the runes in the array lit up. Compared to the entire array, it was a little small, but it allowed Wang Teng to have a basic understanding of this array. Gasp. Wang Teng was enlightened. He gasped uncontrollably. This 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array was amazing. No, it should be said that this was just part of the 9 Worlds Space Mixed Array. The 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array had 9 arrays. It wasn't a single array. It penetrated all 9 levels of the Darkland and linked them together. This array was just one of them. What's more, Wang Teng didn't get the complete array. It was just an incomplete one. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly and looked at the attributes board. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 4th level, Immortal level, incomplete. 1200 stride 10,000, foundation. The 4th level refers to the 4th level of the Darkland, right? The array corresponds to it, Wang Teng thought to himself. One array is enough to reach the immortal level. It's comparable to the Void Speckle Great Array. This is astonishing. He was astounded. He thought that the Void Speckle Great Array was impressive enough, but after some time, he met an even more impressive array. This was unexpected, however. These two attributes couldn't be compared. The Void Speckle Great Array was damaged due to the special circumstances, so it dropped many attribute bubbles. This allowed him to obtain the complete array directly. It wouldn't be easy for him to get the complete 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array. One was because there were 9 arrays. Wang Teng took much effort to come into contact with one array. The other reason was its uniqueness. The combination of the 9 arrays was the complete 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array. This was the first time Wang Teng saw such an array. These 9 arrays were all guarded by powerful dark apparitions, and they were in different places. It was extremely difficult to destroy them at the same time. There's indeed a huge secret in this 9-level Darkland. Wang Teng was even more certain of his guess. All these happened within a few seconds. Wang Teng regained his senses and looked at the City Lord and the other dark apparitions. "Come over." The City Lord opened his mouth and said, "Before you came, Nicola should have told you that if you want to go to the 1st level of the Darkland, you need to seal your realm." Wang Teng nodded. "In that case, I will do it." The City Lord said slowly, "The 1st level of the Darkland can't exceed the Devil Lord level. I will seal your ability to the Devil Lord level now." A thick black glow blossomed from the City Lord's hands and landed on Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He didn't dodge. Boom! The next instant, his body trembled uncontrollably. He felt a powerful dark force surging into his body and sealing his realm. Cosmos stage, celestial stage, planetary stage. Wang Teng's aura got weaker and weaker. It dropped from the cosmos realm to the planetary realm, which was the devil lord level of the dark apparitions. Wang Teng wasn't worried that his secret would be discovered. The inner cosmos in his body was the most mysterious place for every martial warrior. Outsiders wouldn't be able to find it. Also, he had the system. Even his master couldn't detect his physical condition, much less this high-tier devil emperor. "All right," the city lord retracted his hand and said calmly, "My sons also want to go to the first level of the Darkland to take a look. Since you want to activate the array, let them go with you. Is that all right?" Indeed. Wang Teng had already guessed what was going on when he saw Gapez and Gabos following him in. He sneered in his heart when he heard the city lord's words, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled calmly and said, "The city lord is in charge of this array. Everything will be decided by the city lord. However, I received a favor from the enchanting satisfaction race, so I need to inform them about this." A crimson glow flashed past their eyes. They stared at Wang Teng grimly. Even the city lord stared at Wang Teng intently. His gaze was ambiguous. This seemed normal, but it was related to their relationship. Wang Teng asked the city lord to activate the 9 worlds mixed space array with the help of the enchanting satisfaction race. The resources needed were huge. If he was right, these resources would probably be paid by the enchanting satisfaction race. This city lord was obviously bullying him because he knew nothing. He wanted to use the teleportation array to transport his sons to the first level of the Darkland. Although he didn't know their motive, this method was undoubtedly a little shameless. Since Wang Teng chose to tell Nicola about this, the enchanting satisfaction race would know what to do. Chapter 2988, 9 worlds mixed space array, teleportation, space, annihilation, 3. This was supposed to be a complete favor. Now the 2 sons of the city lord were brought along. This favor was greatly discounted. Also, there were 2 of them. Who was the client and who was the secondary? It was hard to say. "Ha ha ha," the city lord suddenly laughed. "Young friend, you're indeed interesting. No wonder you were able to gain the enchanting satisfaction race's favor and ask them to spare no expense to get this chance for you." "You're flattering me," Wang Teng replied. Gapez and Gabos stared at Wang Teng coldly. This was the first person who dared to speak to their father like this. They must teach him a lesson when they reached the first level of the Darkland. They followed Wang Teng to the first level of Darkland because they wanted to see what his motive was. They also wanted to annoy him and find a chance to teach him a lesson so that he would return empty-handed. One had to admit that they would do anything to deal with Wang Teng. The city lord looked at Wang Teng intently and didn't say anything else. He also sealed Gapez and Gabos's realms. Even he didn't dare to underestimate this. If anything happened, he would be a nobody that the Devil Titan could pinch to death with a single finger. In front of the Devil Titan, a high-tier Devil Emperor was nothing. "You can enter the array now," the city lord said. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He strode into the 9 worlds mixed space array and stood still. Gapez didn't say anything either. He followed Wang Teng in while Gabos followed closely behind. The city lord stood at the edge of the array. 4 tokens appeared in his hand. As the dark force swept through, they landed on the 4 stone pillars. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. Before this, he didn't notice that there was an inconspicuous groove on each of the 4 stone pillars. The 4 tokens landed in the groove perfectly. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 4 stone pillars trembled slightly and gave off a buzzing sound. The runes on the stone pillars lit up one by one. They spread to the ground along the stone pillars and connected to the array. In an instant, the entire array lit up, and a thick space fluctuation filled up the great hall. Boom! The dome of the great hall opened, and a beam of light shot into the sky, engulfing Wang Teng and the other 2 dark apparitions. When the beam of light disappeared, the 3 of them had already disappeared from the great hall. Wang Teng felt a strong sense of falling, as if he had fallen into an abyss. This was different from the teleportation he had experienced in the past. He opened his eyes with all his might and activated his real eye. He looked out of the pillar of light. He needed to understand the situation in the Darkland. If not, the follow-up plan wouldn't go smoothly. However, this was a huge burden for his real eye. Wang Teng felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Tears of blood flowed down uncontrollably. In his daze, he seemed to be able to see layers of vast worlds floating in the void, but it only lasted for a split second. He couldn't see it clearly. The speed was so fast that the teleportation of the array was almost completed in an instant. The last thing Wang Teng saw was a dark palace. There were 9 enormous worlds interconnected in a certain space. They were like a 9-level pagoda, one after another. However, every floor was blocked by space and covered by arrays. The living creatures inside couldn't cross it unless they used special methods. At this moment, the array below the 4th floor and above the 1st floor lit up at the same time. A huge dark palace floated above the array on the 1st level. A figure shrouded in black mist was sitting cross-legged in the dark palace. He slowly opened his eyes, which were shimmering with a strange and deep black light. He looked down, penetrating the walls of the palace and examining the 1st level of the Darkland. However, he only took one look before he stopped paying attention. It retracted its gaze and closed its eyes again. The black mist engulfed the dark apparition and filled up the entire great hall, plunging it into darkness. Maybe in an instant, or maybe after a long time, the sense of weightlessness disappeared. Wang Teng felt as if he had landed on solid ground. He closed his eyes and gasped. Pain, pain, pain. He was going blind. He had never used his real eye too much in the past. He didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. It looked like he should be careful in the future. Wang Teng immediately circulated his spiritual power around the eyeballs a few times before the pain subsided. When he opened his eyes again, the pain had mostly subsided. He looked to his side and noticed that the 2 dark apparitions were gradually opening their eyes. They didn't possess the space talent, so the teleportation array had a greater impact on them. Wang Teng could still open his eyes, but the other 2 dark apparitions couldn't. They were able to resist the dizziness from the teleportation in space. That was good enough. Wang Teng ignored them. He retracted his gaze and scanned his surroundings. This was a great hall, too. The structure was the same as the previous great hall. There were all kinds of space runes carved on it at the same time. He noticed a large number of attribute bubbles appearing on the array below his feet. Chapter 2989, 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array. Teleportation, space annihilation. 4. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Ancient Space Rune 12, Ancient Space Rune 15, Ancient Space Rune 10, 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 1st level, 1500. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into enlightenment. There were many ancient space runes attributes, and they were more than the ones in the previous hall. Wang Teng grasped more and more ancient space runes, and his understanding of space got deeper and deeper. This felt amazing. His enlightenment went from nothing to something within a short period of time, and it was still slowly deepening. The strong sense of achievement and satisfaction was something others couldn't experience. He was the only one who could feel the joy and happiness. At the same time, the outline of another array was formed. The runes on it lit up and started spreading. This array was similar to the 4th level of the 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array. However, there were some differences. The array he just received was incomplete, but Wang Teng could tell the difference just from the part of the array he grasped. The 1st level, Wang Teng was in deep thought. It looks like the arrays on the levels are different. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 1st level, Immortal level incomplete, 5200, 10,000, Foundation. Wang Teng was elated that the 1st level of the array had more attributes compared to the 4th level. It was more comprehensive, too. Greetings, sirs. At this moment, a respectful voice was heard. It pulled Wang Teng back to reality. A figure was kneeling on the ground outside the array. He didn't even dare to look up. This dark apparition was from the Devil Armor race, too. The aura he gave off was only at the Devil Lord level. Wang Teng and the others had their realms sealed, so they could only use their Devil Lord power now. However, they could still suppress this Devil Lord easily. It was normal for the other party to be respectful and cautious when he saw them. Wang Teng remained calm. He was about to open his mouth. Gape-Ez and Gabos finally regained their senses. Gape-Ez opened his mouth first and asked, "Are you the city lord?" Wang Teng glanced at him without any expressions on his face. He didn't say anything. "Yes, I'm the city lord of Mojia City, Jared," the Devil Lord Devil Armor race said respectfully. "Get up," Gape-Ez said calmly. "Yes," Jared replied. "Do you have a complete map of this place?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes." Jared was stunned for a moment before replying. He moved his hand and a beast skin scroll appeared. He presented it to Wang Teng respectfully. Wang Teng looked at the Devil Lord Dark apparition, who was extremely cautious. He couldn't help but sigh when he first came to this low-tier dark world. A Devil Lord Dark apparition was enough to suppress him. Now the other party was so respectful and careful in front of him, he didn't dare to offend him. The world was unpredictable. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He took the beast skin scroll and opened it. His eyes shimmered slightly as he nodded. Gape-Ez and Gabos exchanged glances with each other but didn't say anything. They just stood on the spot and looked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng ignored them and walked out of the door. In this world, he had already sensed the clone and would be able to find it soon. As for the Devour Nihility beast clone, Wang Teng hadn't sensed it. Fortunately, they could communicate through the Devour space, so there was nothing to worry about. The two dark apparitions exchanged glances with each other and followed him silently. Jared was confused. He didn't know who these three sirs were, but he could sense a strange atmosphere. These two sirs didn't seem to be on good terms with the other sir. However, this was a matter between the higher authorities. A small devil lord like him didn't have the right to interfere. "It's my honor to have you here. I've prepared a banquet to welcome you." Jared caught up with Wang Teng and his companions and spoke to them politely. "There's no need for that," Gabos said coldly. Jared stopped himself in mid-sentence. He didn't know what to say. Wang Teng was too lazy to care about this. He stepped on the ground and flew into the sky. Gape-Ez and Gabos immediately followed him. Wang Teng scoffed. He disregarded them for now and flew out of the Mojia City. As he flew in the air, he lowered his head to take a look. This dark apparition city wasn't big. It was at most 1/5 the size of the Black Armor City. There was nothing special about it. He wasn't fast. He only maintained the Devil Lord's speed. It was as if this was the most he could do. These three important figures have finally left. Jared stood in front of his castle and heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the three lords were only Devil Lords, he still felt suffocated in front of them. He was afraid that he would be slapped to death if he accidentally provoked them. Now that the other party had left, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Wang Teng turned around as expected. Gape-Ez and Gabos were still following him. They showed no signs of leaving. Killing intent finally appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2990. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array. Teleportation. Space Annihilation. 5. However, he wasn't in a hurry to act. He scanned his surroundings and saw a black mountain range. It was the perfect place to bury them. His eyes lit up and he immediately flew in that direction. "Huh," Gape-Ez blinked. He found it strange. That fellow seemed to have changed his direction. 15th brother, that fellow is trying to run away," Gabos said, using voice transmission. There was a sinister glint in his eyes. "Follow him," Gape-Ez said coldly. "You're still trying to run away?" A hint of cruelty flashed past Gabos's eyes. He stared at Wang Teng's back view with hatred. The two dark apparitions increased their speed instantly and chased after Wang Teng. They kept closing the distance between them. After some time, Wang Teng suddenly stopped and floated above the black mountain range. He turned and looked at the two dark apparitions behind him. "Brat, why aren't you running anymore?" Gabos flew over and stopped a few hundred meters away from Wang Teng. He sneered. "Why will I run? We're here," Wang Teng replied. "This is the place you're looking for?" Gabos was stunned. Even Gapez was surprised. He looked at the black mountain range below as if he wanted to see what was so special about it. Unfortunately, in his eyes, there was nothing special here. It was just an ordinary mountain range. "That's right. Why don't you take a look at the burial ground I chose for you?" Wang Teng pointed at the mountain range below and smiled. "You're looking for death." Gabos was infuriated. He didn't expect this fellow to want to kill them before they acted. "How dare you?" A cold glint flashed past Gapez's eyes as he glared at Wang Teng. "Be prepared for your journey to the other world." Wang Teng was too lazy to waste any time. He waved his hand, and space fluctuations suddenly appeared. Boom! A strange strength swept out from the void. Runes shimmered and engulfed the two dark apparitions. Ancient space rune. Wang Teng just received these ancient runes so he could test the waters with these two devil-armored dark apparitions. What? Gapez and Gabos's expressions changed. Their pupils constricted as they looked around them. Space power. Gapez was no longer calm. He was filled with disbelief. "You're just a low-tier devil emperor. How can you grasp such an extraordinary space power?" Wang Teng smiled. The power of space swept out, and the space runes flickered. An invisible force cut through the air. Cut. This was the power of space cutting. Wang Teng didn't use any battle techniques. He only used a special trait of the ancient space rune move. Gapez's expression turned ugly. He moved his body frantically and tried his best to evade the invisible space power. He wasn't weak. Even though his realm was sealed, his speed couldn't be compared to a normal devil lord. However, in front of the invisible power of space, it was nothing. Crack, crack. Sizzle, a few sounds were heard. The hard armor on Gapez's body got cut and fresh blood spurted out. Roar, he roared in anger and activated the devil armor shadow to resist the invisible cutting power of space. Gabos was weaker than him, so he couldn't withstand the attacks. Bloody wounds started appearing on his body. The tough devil armor was as weak as paper in front of the power of space. Devil armor. There was no time for him to think. He roared in anger and congregated a devil armor around his body. Then he dashed out of the encirclement of the space runes like a maniac. He was in a miserable state. At this moment, his gaze was filled with fear. He didn't have the time to take revenge on Wang Teng. He just wanted to escape. "Are you trying to run away?" Wang Teng sneered. He didn't do anything, but the runes around him started flashing even more violently. The cutting power of the space in this area increased exponentially. Crack. The outlines of the devil armors of Gapez and Gabos flickered continuously as they got cut by the space power. The dense black light started to weaken at a visible speed. It was obvious that they couldn't hold on for long. "Impossible. Who are you? Your realm should be sealed too. Why are you so strong?" Gapez was filled with unwillingness as he roared in disbelief. He thought highly of himself and didn't take Wang Teng seriously. But now he realized that the clown was himself. He almost went crazy from the humiliation. "Two useless people. If the situation allowed me to, I would have killed you," Wang Teng said calmly. Gapez was furious. As the son of the city lord, his talent was one of the highest among his 100 brothers. There weren't many dark apparitions in the entire Black Armor City that could be compared to him. Yet he was called a piece of trash. This was unacceptable. "Break. Die," Gapez shouted in anger. A black domain erupted and tried to break the space runes around him. Struggle at the edge of death, Wang Teng smiled gently. A strange domain power erupted from his body. Space domain, actualization phase, 2nd level. Boom! The black domain vibrated violently and cracked continuously. How is that possible? Gapez couldn't accept this. His domain couldn't stop his opponent. How could this fellow be so powerful? Boom! The next instant, before Gapez could think further, his domain shattered and dissipated into black light. Pff! Gapez vomited a mouth of blood. Justin, How dare you kill us? My father won't let you go." Gabos was terrified when he saw this scene. He didn't care if he was a piece of trash anymore. He could only watch the outline of his devil armor getting weaker and weaker. It was about to die, so he shouted in fear, "If you kill us, you won't be able to go back." Gapez's gaze flickered as he said, "To be able to say something like this, he must be frightened." He didn't dare to fight anymore. This fellow's ability had exceeded his expectation. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to bow down in front of this cruel truth. "Noisy," Wang Teng frowned. He must take care of these two devil armor dark apparitions. He mustn't leave them here. They would only affect his plans. What's more, he never took revenge that was served cold, unless he couldn't win. "It's time for you to die." The next instant, a cold voice came out of Wang Teng's mouth. Boom, he stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. The runes around him shrunk in his domain, and a terrifying power of space erupted. It turned into multiple space-cutting forces. The combination of the ancient space rune and the space domain was exceptionally useful. No. Gapez and Gabos's pupils constricted violently. They roared unwillingly. Boom. But it was useless. The terrifying cutting power engulfed them and cut the two devil-armored dark apparitions into pieces. Chapter 2991. Did you get bullied? Can I take revenge for you? 1. Boom! An explosion occurred in the air. The two devil-armored dark apparitions were cut into pieces. Boundless dark force surged out, and the city lord's seal lost its effect. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. In the end, he didn't dare to take the risk, and immediately activated World Devourer. Boom! He stretched out his hand and pointed his palm in front of him. An extremely deep black whirlpool appeared in his hand. A terrifying suction force erupted. He devoured everything left behind by the two devil-armored dark apparitions. Not only were Gapez and Gabos dead, but their souls were also cut into pieces by the power of space. They were dead and could only be used as nourishment for Wang Teng's recovery. In an instant, the surrounding dark force dissipated. It couldn't affect anything. Wang Teng didn't know what this effect was, but to be safe, he didn't want to take the risk. Then he scanned his surroundings and used his spiritual kinesis to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by the devil-armored dark apparitions. Dark Constellation Force 12,000. Devil Armor Divine Scripture. 3500 Devil Armor Divine Scripture. 350 Devil Armor Divine Scripture 2500. Devil Armor Divine Scripture 250. Devil Armor 1500. Devil Restriction Seal 1000. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and turned into Dark Constellation Force scriptures and battle techniques. Wang Teng's Devil Armor Divine Scripture rose again. It went from specialized to small achievement. Devil Armor Divine Scripture. Devil Emperor Stage. 1000, 20,000. Small achievement. The Devil Armor battle technique also increased by 3,500 points, but it wasn't enough to raise the level. It was still at the small achievement stage, Devil Armor Growth. 3,600, the 1,000 small achievement. Except providing me with some scriptures and battle techniques attributes, you're useless. Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. At first, he thought that Gapez would be able to give him some domain attributes, but he didn't. The dark domain Gapez executed was only at the actualization phase. It wasn't of any help to Wang Teng's integration phase domain. Huh. At this moment, Wang Teng gasped softly. An enlightenment appeared in his mind. Devil Restraining Seal. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Devil Restraining Seal, Devil Emperor Stage, 1000 Hever 5000. Foundation, it's a Devil Emperor level sealing skill. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. He was pleasantly surprised. A Devil Emperor seal meant that this sealing skill could seal Devil Emperors. It was a powerful skill. This sealing skill was the City Lord's way of sealing him. At first, he needed to spend some effort to break the seal, but now it was much easier. Although he was only at the foundation stage, he more or less understood the principle of this sealing method. With his rune mastery, it wasn't difficult to break the seal. Wang Teng glanced around him and flew towards the mountain range below. He found a random mountain and scanned it with his spiritual kinesis. Then he found a secluded cave with no one inside. Then he moved his body and landed in the cave. He waved his hand. Boom. Force slammed into the edge of the cave. Broken rocks rolled down and buried the entrance of the cave. He sat cross-legged on the ground and released his spiritual kinesis to break the seal. Now that he knew the theory behind the devil restraining seal, it was only a matter of time before the seal was removed. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. A golden glow flashed past his eyes, causing the dark cave to glitter. It looks like the city lord didn't leave any trump cards in my body. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He was in a hurry to break the seal because he was afraid that the city lord would do something to him. Since there was no problem, he felt at ease. Then Wang Teng's spiritual power formed a seal and sealed his own realm again. Removing the seal and sealing himself again seemed redundant, but it was necessary. Wang Teng sealed himself so he could open it whenever he wanted. It wouldn't affect his battle at all, however. The city lord's seal was different. He would need some time if he wanted to open it. He took 3 hours to break the seal earlier. Hence, it was necessary to break the seal. It's time to leave. Wang Teng stood up and waved his hand. The giant rock blocking the entrance of the cave exploded. He turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, disappearing in the horizon. "Little White," Wang Teng called Little White out, and sat cross-legged on it. He took out the map the city lord gave him and looked at it. "Head east." Wang Teng studied the map for some time before speaking. Gasp! Little White gave a metallic screech and turned into a beam of dark red light. It shot into the distance. Now it had reached the mid-tier Imperial level, which was equivalent to a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Its speed was faster than a normal Cosmos-level spacecraft, so it was suitable for traveling. Based on the map, the first level of the Darkland was huge. There were numerous dark cities. Fortunately, Black Crow City wasn't too far away from Moshia City. Based on Little White's speed, they would reach in half a day. Black Crow City was a sacred city. The sacred city was guarded by at least 3 general stage dark apparitions. In fact, on every level of the Darkland, these cities could be called sacred cities. Chapter 2992. Did you get bullied? Can I take revenge for you? 2. To the dark apparitions, the sacred city was an extremely noble presence. Every sacred city was controlled by different dark apparitions. Black Crow City was controlled by one of the 13 vampire clans, the Gangrel clan, with an ancient race among the vampires. They had a long history and had many powerful figures supporting them. In the first level of the Darkland, the ancestor of this race was at least a devil lord, just like the city lord of Moshia City. Today, a huge commotion occurred in Black Crow City. Countless vampire dark apparitions were dispatched. Some mixed bloods even started killing other mixed bloods in the city. What's going on? The streets were filled with anxiety. Some dark apparitions didn't even know what happened. It should be related to the vampires who died recently. Are you talking about the mixed blood assassination? That's right. These mixed bloods are getting more and more arrogant. How dare they assassinate a vampire? It's said that a talent appeared among the mixed bloods. Within a few years, he was able to threaten a general stage vampire. This person is the reason why the mixed bloods in Black Crow City are so arrogant. Is he the assassin named Zi Wang? Shh! Are you looking for death? How dare you mention that name? Gasp! Looks like there's going to be a huge cleanup. Boom! An intense battle suddenly erupted in the east of Black Crow City. A large number of vampire dark apparitions floated in mid-air and looked at the ruins below with a cold glint in their eyes. They had bat wings on their backs, and there was a crimson glow in their eyes. They were bloodthirsty, and cruel wisps of dark red mist filled up the sky, covering the entire area. It seemed to have formed an encirclement. Kill, fight with them. We would rather die than be slaves again. Shouts were heard. Many figures dashed out from the ruins and charged towards the vampire dark apparitions in the sky. If you looked carefully, you would notice that these figures were all mixed bloods. The auras on their bodies were easy to recognize. There was no pure darkness. It was a mixture. They were exceptionally conspicuous when surrounded by the vampire dark apparitions. These rats are finally out. An 11-star general stage vampire dark apparition smiled and said, "Trying to fight? You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Another 11-star general stage dark apparition crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood in the air calmly. "A bastard is still a bastard. If you don't want to be a slave, you can be cleared." A 12-star general stage dark apparition said coldly. He was the leader of this mission, however. The general stage vampire dark apparitions didn't move. They looked down at the mixed bloods below. To them, the mixed bloods below who hadn't reached the general stage couldn't cause any trouble. Boom. One by one, vampire dark apparitions shot out from the blood mist and charged towards the mixed bloods who were prepared to fight for their lives. Explosions occurred. Both parties collided. Kill. Kill. Battle cries shook the sky. A bloody massacre ensued. The mixed bloods weren't strong. Under the attacks of the vampire dark apparitions, they were at a disadvantage. The mixed bloods were slaughtered mercilessly like livestock. Corpses rained down on them. The stench of blood soared into the sky. Cries of agony were heard continuously. The mixed bloods fell into despair, however. The vampire dark apparitions got even more excited when they smelled the blood. They bared their sharp fangs and grabbed the mixed bloods. They bit their necks and started sucking them. Although the blood of these mixed bloods was impure, it was not bad for low-level vampire dark apparitions. Those mixed bloods had cultivated before. There was energy in their blood, which was a great tonic for vampire dark apparitions. Damn it. Let them go. The mixed bloods' eyes turned bloodshot when they saw this scene. They gritted their teeth and roared in anger. However, this didn't stop the vampire dark apparitions from sucking the blood. They got even more excited when they heard the mixed blood screams and saw their angry but helpless expressions. "Ha ha ha ha! A bastard should have the awareness of a bastard. Since you're not willing to be a slave, you'll become food. It's a pity that the blood isn't pure enough. Otherwise, it would be sweeter." The vampire dark apparitions stared at the mixed bloods around them with their crimson eyes as if the mixed bloods were prey. Many vampire dark apparitions even licked their lips uncontrollably. Ziwang, surrender. You have no chance. The 12-star general stage vampire apparition looked at this scene mockingly. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "If you don't come out, all of you will become food. If you come out, I can guarantee that they will only become slaves again. They won't die. Come out. Your struggles are useless. Resistance is just a joke." The voice wasn't loud, but it spread out and echoed in the air. A young lady with black hair was infuriated. She wanted to rush out of a building. "Don't go. It's useless even if you go out." The words of the dark apparitions can't be trusted. A mixed blood who looked like a middle-aged man with green scales on his cheeks and arms stopped the young girl and said agitatedly, "Chapter 293, Did you get bullied? Can I take revenge for you? 3, yes, Barnett is right. We can't go out. The dark apparitions can't be trusted." There were many mixed bloods in the room. They agreed and stopped the young lady from leaving. "Ziwang, you can't go." A mixed blood elder pulled the young lady and said anxiously, his eyes were filled with concern, "Am I supposed to watch them die?" The young lady said in a cold voice. She was wearing a mask. "Ziwang, you won't be able to change anything even if you go out," Barnett said. "You will only land in the hands of the dark apparitions. I initiated this rebellion. If we're going to die, I will die before you." The black-haired young lady wearing a mask said calmly, "You," Barnett was anxious and helpless. "You're stupid. If you die, what hope do we have?" They were willing to follow this young lady to resist the dark apparitions because she was extremely talented. She had already reached 10-star Brigadier General stage and could even fight with 11-star General stage dark apparitions. With this talent, she might be able to reach 13-star General stage in the future. At that time, they would be able to resist the dark apparitions. If she rushed out now, she would be seeking death. She had no chance of survival. It was impossible for the vampire dark apparitions to keep this mixed-blood genius alive. It was extremely difficult for mixed bloods to find another genius with this level of talent. It was almost impossible. Powerful talents would be discovered and killed by the dark apparitions all along. All the 9-star soldier-level mixed bloods had disappeared without a trace. The mixed bloods understood that they must have been killed by the dark apparitions in the Darkland. It was extremely difficult for mixed bloods to resist the dark apparitions. They had never succeeded since ancient times. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to wait until today. Actually, the mixed bloods knew that their chances were slim, but they had been enslaved for many years. They would rather die than be enslaved again, even if it wasn't for themselves. For their next generation, the generation after that, they should pay a price. Even if it was a heavy one, where there was oppression, there was resistance. When someone was oppressed to the extreme, a sense of resistance would awaken in their hearts. No one would be willing to be enslaved for generations. The appearance of the young lady gave them hope, hence the mixed bloods didn't want her to die. Zi Wang. The mixed blood elder grabbed the young lady's wrist tightly and pleaded with his eyes. "You can't go. If you die, I will." He watched the young lady grow up. The young lady didn't treat him as her family, but he treated her as his granddaughter. How could he bear to see her die? Rodney, the young lady was silent for a moment. She looked at the worried elder in front of her, and a young figure suddenly appeared in her mind. "If I die, will you come back and visit me? I know Snow isn't you. Where did you go outside?" The 12-star General Stage vampire dark apparition got impatient when no one appeared. He said coldly, "I'll only give you 10 breaths. If you don't appear after 10 breaths, don't blame me for being ruthless. None of the mixed bloods can leave. 1, 2, 3. The vampire dark apparition started counting slowly. His voice was like a death warrant. It echoed in the air, causing the mixed bloods around him to feel cold and hopeless. "Brothers, let's fight with these beasts. Let's fight with them for the mixed blood. Zi Wang, don't come out. Take revenge for us in the future. Avenge us." The mixed bloods charged towards the dark apparitions with the determination to die. Boom, boom, boom. Some self-destructed, while others fought with all their might. It was tragic. Crimson-red blood stained the ground and flowed like a river. The black-haired young lady wearing a mask was infuriated. She clenched her fists tightly, and a powerful force erupted from her body uncontrollably. Her black hair danced in the wind. "Don't," Barnett's expression changed. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. "Ha ha ha ha." A peal of laughter came from outside. "Gotcha." The 12-star General Stage dark apparition stretched out his hand and congregated a blood-red palm. He grabbed a certain building. Boom. The sky trembled violently. The giant blood-red palm slammed down with a powerful aura. The mixed bloods and low-level dark apparitions around them were flabbergasted. "It's over." Barnett saw the giant palm landing on the building they were in. The palm kept enlarging in his eyes. Despair appeared on his face. Boom. The black-haired young lady wearing a mask took a step forward and passed Barnett and Rodney. She moved her body and dashed out of the window. The glass shattered and danced in the air. The young lady soared into the sky, her black hair dancing in the air. A dazzling glow erupted from her body as she charged towards the giant blood-red palm. Boom, the sky trembled. The young lady shattered the blood-red palm forcefully. However, she also retreated a few hundred meters before she forcefully stabilized herself in midair. She looked up at the sky full of vampire dark apparitions, one versus many. "Why aren't you hiding anymore?" The 12-star General Stage dark apparition looked down at the young lady below and smiled mockingly. "Unfortunately, You didn't come out just now. No one will be able to survive now. Chapter 2094. Did you get bullied? Can I take revenge for you? 4. The young lady didn't reply to him. She just stared at him coldly. But you're already so powerful at such a young age. It looks like your talent is not bad. No wonder you were able to kill a powerful dark apparition from my race. I can't let you live anymore. The 12-star general stage vampire apparition's voice suddenly turned extremely cold. He waved his hand and ordered, "Go and kill her." Yes, the 11-star general stage vampire dark apparitions replied in unison. Then they released their powerful dark force and charged towards the young lady. The young lady wasn't afraid. A battle sword appeared in her hand. She stepped on the ground and dashed towards the 11-star general stage vampire dark apparitions. Boom! An intense battle ensued. The residual impact of the battle spread in all directions. The young lady was only a 10-star brigadier general stage mixed blood, but she was extremely powerful. She managed to resist the combined attack of a few 11-star general stage vampire dark apparitions. She didn't receive the attack directly. Instead, she held her battle sword and kept dodging. She attacked in a tricky manner, catching the vampire dark apparitions off their guards. Swoosh! A vampire dark apparition got stabbed by the young lady's sword when he wasn't paying attention. A bloody wound was left on his body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. I'm going to kill you. The vampire dark apparition was infuriated. It was embarrassing enough that they couldn't take down a 10-star brigadier general. To make things worse, he got injured by his opponent. This was a humiliation. Boom. He released all the dark force in his body. His plan of playing cat and mouse was gone. He just wanted to kill his opponent. Blood-red, sharp claws shot out from his hands continuously as he clawed at the young lady. However, the young lady was really fast. She kept flashing in the air like a dancing butterfly. Her footwork was elegant, and there was a hint of strangeness in it. It was hard to predict her movements. The 11-star general stage vampire dark apparitions couldn't do anything to her temporarily because of her speed. Useless. The 12-star general stage dark apparition snorted when he saw this scene. He flapped his wings and turned into a blood-red shadow. He disappeared on the spot. The young lady's expression changed. She sensed something and didn't have the time to dodge. She gritted her teeth, and the battle sword in her hand gave off a thick force glow. She stabbed it towards the left. The sword glow was black, red, and green. This young lady was a triple-element martial warrior. There was a special attribute in her force attribute, wind. No wonder her speed was so fast. Boom! The three-colored sword glow stabbed into the air. A figure appeared. It was the 12-star general stage dark apparition. However, he wasn't afraid of the young lady's sword glow. He sneered and pushed his palm out, welcoming the young lady's sharp sword glow with its bare palm bang. The two attacks collided, and a powerful force residual spread out. Crack! In an instant, the sword glow shattered, and the blood-red palm mark congregated by the dark apparition landed on the young lady. The young lady vomited a mouth of blood. She was struck by lightning and flew backwards. She slammed heavily on a tall building. Boom, the building shattered and turned into ruins. Numerous broken rocks buried the young lady. Ziwang, Barnett, and Rodney shouted uncontrollably. "Ziwang, you're just a mixed blood. How dare you call yourself a king?" The 12-star general stage vampire apparition sneered. Boom. The broken rocks were pushed away. The young girl staggered as she climbed up and walked out of the ruins of the building. Crack. At this moment, a crisp sound was heard. Her mask broke and fell from her face, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face. However, her face was extremely pale, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her lips. "She's just a young girl. She's younger than I thought." The 12-star general stage vampire apparition squinted as he stared at the young lady in surprise. Barnett was flabbergasted, too. He had never seen Ziwang's face, so he didn't expect her to be so young, or rather, little, Ziwang. Rodney was extremely anxious. His eyes were filled with worry as he looked at the frail and weak figure of the young lady. He couldn't do anything in front of this situation. He hated himself for being useless and weak. The young lady didn't say anything. She stood in the ruins and looked at the sky full of vampire dark apparitions. She wanted to look at the sky through the blood mist, but she couldn't see anything. It had been a long time since she took off her mask. Now that it was broken, she seemed to be dying too. But she wasn't afraid. She was exceptionally calm. Ever since her mother died and asked her to survive alone in the forest, she wasn't afraid of death anymore. What she was most afraid of was loneliness. In the past, she lived alone in the forest and hunted wild beasts for a living. She never had any companions, so she was very lonely. But in the end, someone appeared. That person was like a ray of light that suddenly appeared in her young and lonely heart. He treated her well. He gave her good food, bought her nice clothes, and gave her a comfortable and warm place to stay. When she was bullied, he helped her to take revenge. He even told her that revenge shouldn't be served cold. He even taught her how to cultivate personally so that she had the right to change her own fate. At first, she thought that she could stay with him forever. No matter where she went, as long as she could stay with him, she would be happy. Chapter 295. Did you get bullied? Can I take revenge for you? 5, however, he left in the end. No one knew where he went. He never came back. He left a clone behind. But she knew that this clone wasn't him. Also, the clone only appeared occasionally. Besides teaching her how to cultivate, he didn't know how to do anything. She was alone again, but she didn't cry. She just felt lonely again. She often sat alone in the dark waiting for that person to come back. But he didn't come back. She was disappointed. She could only return to her aimless lifestyle. She was like a wild beast in the forest. Besides survival, there was nothing else. One day she learned something from some mixed bloods. There were other worlds outside the Darkland. That was the pure land. It was a suitable place for them to live. She remembered that this person came from another world. If she could leave the Darkland, she might be able to head to that person's world. That way, she could look for him. Die. The 12-star general stage dark apparition didn't hesitate anymore. He gave a hideous smile and congregated a huge blood-red palm mark again. It shot towards the young lady. Boom. Powerful dark force fluctuations spread out. One palm was enough to crush the young lady into pieces. Her thoughts were pulled back to reality. The young lady raised her head and looked at the palm print that was closing in on her. Then she glanced at the tragic situation around her. A bitter smile appeared at the edge of her lips. I failed. I can't look for you. Am I embarrassing you? Many thoughts flashed through the young lady's mind. She slowly closed her eyes. Ziwang, Barnett, Rodney, and the others screamed in despair. Their faces were ashen. Boom! The giant blood-red palm slammed down with a loud explosion. Dust flew into the air and engulfed the entire area. Barnett, Rodney, and the other dark apparitions closed their eyes unwillingly. Explosions echoed beside the young lady's ears. However, the pain she expected didn't come. She felt a little strange and opened her eyes. A tall and straight figure was standing in front of her with his hands behind his back. A black screen blocked the force attacks from the outside world. Even his hair couldn't move. In an instant, her eyes widened as if she was struck by lightning. Her face was filled with disbelief. She even raised her head and rubbed her eyes, afraid that this was just an illusion before she died. "Big brother?" she called softly, as if she was afraid of disturbing the dream and ending it in vain. She had never called him this before, but she couldn't help it now. This was what she always wanted to call him. Even if it was a dream or an illusion, she wanted to call him Big Brother before she died. "Young lady, didn't I teach you before? If you can't win, you can run away. Why are you standing here like an idiot?" The figure turned around slowly and said angrily. The young lady looked at the familiar face hidden deep in her heart. She blinked uncontrollably when she heard the reprimanding tone. Then she pinched her own face forcefully. "Ah!" An exclamation came out of her mouth. "Pain!" But she smiled. A beautiful smile blossomed on her cold and indifferent face like a flower. Then she dashed forward and threw herself into the arms of the figure in front. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Wang Teng was stunned on the spot. His gaze softened when he saw the young lady jumping into his arms. He smiled and patted her little head. "Did you get bullied? Can I take revenge for you?" Chapter 2996, Silent Massacre, Crushed, Wang Teng's Motive, 1, all right. The young lady felt her nose hurting when she heard the familiar voice and tone. She nodded firmly. She didn't even want to cry in the face of death. But for some reason, when she saw this person who suddenly came back, she wanted to cry. Still, she managed to control herself. She never cried. She knew that he didn't want her to cry either. Wang Teng let go of the young lady and looked at her face. He smiled and said, "You've grown up." "Uh-huh." The young lady snorted softly. It had been a while since he came back, so of course she had grown up. Wang Teng looked at the beautiful young lady who had grown up to his chest. He smiled. She had indeed grown up, but in his eyes she was still a young girl. The dust around them dispersed gradually. The 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted as he looked at the dust in disbelief. His palm was blocked. Who was that person? There was such a powerful person among mixed bloods. Barnett, Rodney, and the other mixed bloods were stunned. They didn't understand what happened. "It's him." Rodney seemed to have recognized something. His eyes lit up with joy. He didn't expect that person to come back. What's more, it was at this crucial moment. For a moment, joy and happiness exploded in his mind. He almost felt dizzy. "Who is he?" Barnett asked in astonishment. "He should be stronger than Ziwang." Rodney hesitated before replying. He didn't know how to explain. It's useless, even if he's stronger than Ziwang. Look at the number of vampire dark apparitions in the 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition. Barnett gave a bitter smile. Rodney's expression changed slightly. He was worried too. The mixed bloods were anxious again. They looked outside nervously. "Who are you?" The 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition squinted and stared intently at Wang Teng. He realized that he couldn't see through the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. From his appearance, this person should be a mixed blood too. When did such a formidable individual appear among mixed bloods? Was there another formidable warrior hiding among the mixed bloods besides Ziwang? This was good too, as Ziwang had attracted another mixed blood, formidable warrior. He could catch all of them at once. This was all his credit. The 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition got even more excited when he thought about this. Who am I? Wang Teng glanced at the densely populated vampire dark apparitions in the sky. The strongest one was the 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition. He shook his head uncontrollably. There wasn't a threat at all. He smiled uncontrollably and said calmly, "I'm her brother. You bullied my sister. How are we going to settle this? The 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition seemed to have heard something funny. He sneered and said, "A mixed blood like you wants to settle this with me?" "You talk too much." Wang Teng shook his head. "I'm too lazy to talk to ants like you. How dare you?" Before the 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition could open his mouth, the other vampire dark apparitions were already enraged. How dare this mixed blood call them ants? Absurd. They were the ones who viewed mixed bloods as ants. Now, mixed bloods were calling them ants. It looks like you're looking for death. The 12-star general stage vampire apparition's gaze turned extremely cold. He glared at Wang Teng. Dark force surged out of his body like a bolt of lightning. The blood mist in the sky started churning too. Die. He didn't waste any time. A huge blood-red sickle appeared in his hand and he slashed it in Wang Teng's direction. Boom. A huge blood-red sickle blade fell from the sky. The impact was appalling. The mixed bloods around them changed their expressions entirely. They felt a chill running through their bodies. A strong threat of death was pressing down on them. They couldn't move an inch. Be careful. Barnett and Rodney were appalled. They shouted uncontrollably. No one could react in time. They could only watch this scene. Time seemed to have stopped. Only the giant blood-red sickle blade fell from the sky. It seemed to have covered the entire sky. It was frightening. This frightening attack was enough to kill all the mixed bloods present. This is too frightening. The mixed bloods felt a tinge of hope rising in their hearts. Now they were plunged into the abyss again. They could only watch helplessly as the blood-red sickle blade landed on them. They fell into despair. Some mixed bloods closed their eyes uncontrollably. Wang Teng stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. He looked at the giant blood-red sickle calmly. There was no emotions in his eyes. He didn't even need a finger to block this attack. The young lady looked at the back view in front of her. She wasn't worried at all. For some reason, as long as he was around, everything would be solved. Ha ha ha. The giant blood-red sickle blade was almost above Wang Teng and the young lady's heads. The 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition gave a sinister smile. He could already imagine his opponent getting killed. The vampire dark apparitions around them sneered when they saw this scene. There was contempt on their faces. Chapter 2997, Silent Massacre. Crushed. Wang Teng's motive. 2, that guy was just a mixed blood. Even if he was stronger than the other mixed bloods, he couldn't resist the dark apparitions. It was obvious who was the ant. How dare he call them ants? What a joke. Wang Teng remained calm. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips when he saw the vampire dark apparition's reaction. Boom! The next instant he waved his hand and a majestic aura erupted from his body. Planetary stage. But it was enough to the vampire dark apparitions. This aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if there was a terrifying and powerful behemoth standing in front of them, not some mixed blood bang. The giant blood-red sickle stopped in mid-air as if it was blocked by an invisible force. Then, under the astounded gazes of all the dark apparitions, it crumbled inch by inch. It turned into blood-red droplets of light and floated away as if it was blown by the wind. Oh my God. All the mixed bloods stared at this scene in disbelief. Their eyes were wide open. Why did things turn out like this when he was about to die? No one could react in time. They couldn't believe it for a long time. How is this possible? The 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition shouted in astonishment. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. The frightening aura suppressed him on the spot. It was as if a terrifying mountain had landed on him. When he looked at the mixed blood again, his pupils constricted. He was filled with disbelief. What kind of presence was this? Just the aura alone was enough to suppress them until they couldn't move. The other party didn't even move and destroyed his full power attack. He had never felt this threat from the Devil Lord. Why was this fellow so powerful? He looked at the mixed blood below. His mind was in a mess and his head was numb. He didn't dare to think further. It was absurd that there was such a terrifying presence among mixed bloods, but the truth was right in front of them. Maybe the sky was changing. Let's go. I'll bring you out of here. Wang Teng raised his hand and waved at the young lady behind him. Okay. The young lady was stunned for a moment. Then she nodded and walked forward. Wang Teng grabbed her hand and stepped on the air. He walked towards the vampire dark apparitions. The 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition sensed something, and his expression changed. His face turned even paler, and his pupils constricted to the size of needles. Boom. Suddenly he felt an immense pressure on his body. If it was a mountain a moment ago, there were 2 now. What's more, the pressure was increasing. 3 mountains, 4 mountains. He wanted to shout, scream, and struggle. In the end, he just wanted to beg for mercy. But it was useless. He couldn't open his mouth anymore. The terrifying pressure caused the 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition to be unable to make any sound. He wasn't the only one. The other dark apparitions felt the same way. They were flabbergasted. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Blood vessels started to spread in their eyes until they covered the entire eyeballs. Wang Teng didn't look at them. He brought the young lady into the sky step by step, caw. A huge, dark red crow was circling in the sky. No one noticed its presence even though it was so huge. It was astonishing. What's that? A huge crow. It looks like a powerful bird-type dark star beast. The mixed bloods below were attracted by it and exclaimed uncontrollably. However, suddenly, boom! An abrupt explosion occurred. Everyone looked over in astonishment and saw a vampire dark apparition exploding. He turned into a blood mist and disappeared without a sound. Boom, boom.
Boom.
Then, as Wang Teng walked over step by step, more explosions occurred. The dark apparitions in the sky exploded one by one and turned into a blood mist. All the mixed bloods widened their eyes in disbelief. Within a few seconds, almost all the dark apparitions died from the strange explosion. Even the 11-star general stage vampire dark apparitions weren't spared. They exploded in fear and died. Finally, it was the 12-star general stage vampire dark apparitions' turn. When Wang Teng walked by, the 12-star general stage vampire dark apparition's pupils constricted. He was terrified. Large drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Roar at the last moment. He finally broke free and let out an unwilling roar, but it was too late. Boom. Just like the other dark apparitions, his body exploded and turned into a thicker blood mist. It soared into the sky. Then, under the astounded gazes of all the mixed bloods, an extremely deep black whirlpool appeared and devoured the blood mist. Caw, the giant crow in the sky, flapped its wings and created a gale. It spiraled down from the sky and lifted Wang Teng and the young lady up. They turned into a beam of dark red light and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Silence. There was dead silence. All the dark apparitions were dead. Only the mixed bloods survived. As for the mixed bloods, their jaws dropped and they didn't know what to say. They didn't know how to describe their emotions. Chapter 2998. Silent Massacre. Crushed. Wang Teng's motive. 3. Relief, astonishment, or the joy of surviving a disaster. They felt complicated. This sir's ability? Barnett swallowed his saliva and asked after some hesitation. I don't know either. Rodney swallowed his saliva. He found it unbelievable. That sir was so powerful. He didn't do anything. He just passed by the dark apparitions and they exploded and died. This was unbelievable. He's so powerful. Barnett's face was filled with fanaticism. Is he really a mixed blood like us? When did mixed bloods have such a powerful individual? It can't be wrong. That sir must be a mixed blood, Rodney said confidently. He thought that he understood the other party. After all, he was the first to follow that sir. This is great. There's hope for mixed bloods like us. Barnett said excitedly, I don't know if there's hope, but if we don't leave soon, the dark apparitions will come. At that time, we won't have any hope, Rodney said. That's right, let's go. Let's find a place to hide and wait until there's a chance to contact that sir. Barnett regained his senses and said hurriedly. The two of them didn't hesitate. They immediately gathered the remaining mixed bloods and escaped. Not long after they left, a bunch of dark apparitions rushed over from the center of Black Crow City. They were fast and gave off a powerful aura. That's the city lord? Many low-level dark apparitions were astounded when they saw the figure dashing in the sky. What happened there? I think there was a series of loud explosions just now. Did something happen? Even the city lord has appeared. Something must have happened. A group of dark apparitions arrived at the area where the explosion occurred. They scanned their surroundings with an ugly expression. They're dead. A cold voice came from the mouth of the Black Crow City Lord. How is this possible? The dark apparitions behind him were shocked. They didn't discover anything. They only saw ruins. They could only confirm that there was a huge battle here in the past, but everyone had disappeared, whether it was dark apparitions or mixed bloods. No one knew what happened. If all the dark apparitions were dead, who did it? How could there be such a formidable warrior among mixed bloods? Mind you, The strongest dark apparition they sent out to clear the mixed bloods was a 12-star general stage dark apparition. There were even a few 11-star general stage dark apparitions among them. This was the foundation of Black Crow City for many years, yet all of them were killed. This was unbelievable. The Lord of Black Crow City glanced around him grimly. However, he still couldn't find anything. The dead dark apparitions had all disappeared, leaving nothing behind, as if they were devoured by something. If he didn't sense the death aura of the dark apparitions, he wouldn't know if they were dead. The powerful aura just now, the Lord of Black Crow City wondered to himself. Could it be a powerful mixed blood who's hiding? I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. His voice was cold. Send everyone out to search for traces of the mixed bloods. Once you find them, don't act. Just send the news back. Yes. The dark apparitions around him shuddered when they heard this. They replied in unison, "Go." The Lord of Black Crow City waved his hand and gave his order. The dark apparitions turned into rays of light and shot into the sky. They scattered. For the next few days, the entire Black Crow City, as well as the towns around Black Crow City, underwent a large-scale search. Some mixed bloods who didn't resist were caught and tortured for the whereabouts of those who resisted. Unfortunately, there was no news. Those who resisted seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. This was a story for the future. Wang Teng brought the young lady to meet the clone Snow. This young lady was little Ziye. On Little White's back, Wang Teng sized up the young lady with interest. The young lady was looking at him, too. She seemed to be competing with him. "Young lady, you're quite bold," Wang Teng laughed. Ziye snorted softly and rolled her eyes at him sweetly. Wang Teng could feel her resentment, but he didn't mind. He smiled and asked her about her situation over the past few years. Ziye was furious, but she didn't last long. She couldn't help but started telling Wang Teng about what happened to her. It might be because she hadn't seen him for a long time, or it might be because she had grown up, but she was more talkative than before. "No wonder they called you Zi Wang. You used my fake name in the past?" Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. "I know that's your fake name." A sly look appeared in Ziye's eyes. She asked, "What's your real name?" "Wang Teng," Wang Teng replied. "Wang Teng," Ziye repeated. She asked softly, "You're not from this world, right? You know?" Wang Teng asked. Ziye snorted. "I guessed it. Do you want to leave this place?" Wang Teng smiled and asked suddenly with a glint in his eyes. "I want to go with you." Ziye stared at Wang Teng intently and said immediately, "You can't abandon me again. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening."